Good morning, everyone. We're going to get started. I would like to call the Community Services Committee for Tuesday, November 26th to order. Before we begin, I would like to acknowledge that Ottawa is located on unceded territory of the Algonquin Anishinaabe Nation, dont la culture et la présence enrichit et continue d'enrichir ces
The
terres.
people of the Anishinaabe Algonquin have lived on this territory for millennia.
Councillor Brown.
Here.
Councillor Carr.
Morning.
Councillor Desroches.
Here.
Councillor Hill.
Present.
Councillor Kavanagh.
Present.
Councillor King.
Here.
Councillor Lowe. Here. Conseillère Plante.
Ici.
Councillor Troster.
Here.
Vice Chair Bradley.
Here.
Chair Dudas.
Present.
You have quorum, Chair.
Thank you very much, Eric. Seeing we have two declarations of interest, Councillor Hill. Oh,
Thank you. I'm just going to wait till it's up on the screen if it can go.
Eric's just getting that ready.
Thank you very much, Erica. I, Councillor David Hill, declare a potential deemed indirect pecuniary interest on the following persons of the Community Services CSC 2025 draft operating budget. Community Services Department Children's Services operating resource requirements, wage enhancements, and Canada-wide early learning line items, page 10 of the CSC budget book, as my wife is employed by an organization that will receive funding from or would be eligible to receive funding from these budget line items, and recreation, culture, facility services, complexes, aquatics, and specialized services operating budget and user fees, pages 32 to 35 of the CSC budget book, as my daughter is employed as a lifeguard in the service that receives funding from this area of the budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hill. And we have a declaration from Councillor King.
Thank you, Chair. In accordance with Section 5 and 6 of the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act, I, Councillor Ralston King, declare a potential deemed indirect pecuniary interest on the following portions of the Community Services Committee 2025 draft operating budget: Community Service Department, Community Safety, Wellbeing, Policy and Analytics, operating resources requirement, material and services line item, page 5 of the CSC budget book, as my spouse is on the Board of Governors of Carleton University, and the city is completing a project on shelter data with Carleton University.
Thank you very much, Councillor King. Are there any other declarations of interest? Okay, seeing none. We'll proceed to confirmation of the minutes. Are the minutes for Tuesday, October 22nd, 2024 confirmed? Confirmed. Thank you. So we have a response to inquiry funding for food security in 2025. We also have a response to an inquiry regarding seasonal recruitment of lifeguards. As I had indicated prior to this meeting, I was wanting to roll those both into the budget conversation, being that both of them may have implications for funding or might spark some conversation. And I know we have delegations that are here today that could speak to either of those items. Does anyone have any concerns with that being rolled into the budget conversation? No? Okay, seeing no issues, we'll proceed with hold on, looking at my page. We'll proceed to 6.1, which is the draft 2025 operating and capital budgets for Community Services Committee. And I want to welcome Cyril Rogers, who's been doing a bevy of these. I don't know how many more you have left. One, I think, right? Nope, 2, 4 more. Oh my goodness. So who's counting? Exactly. Cyril, thank you very much for being here, and the whole team, Clara, Alain, Dan, and your whole teams for being here today. Cyril, take it away.
Thank you, Chair. And once again, good morning, members of committee. So I'm joined with my colleagues, Clara, Alain, and Dan, to go over this budget. This budget does touch on a number of different departments, and that's why you have 4 of us before you today. So you can jump right into the next slide. So we'll go through, you'll see a similar agenda or similar flow that we've been presenting at most committees, transit being the exception in terms of the content, but it'll be a consistent content in terms of myself providing a little bit of an overview on the operating budget, the capital budget, how it's funded. Then I'll pass over to my colleagues and they'll walk through some of the core highlights that you'll see in this budget for summary for the committee today. Next slide, please. So this budget overall, it is a large budget. It's 159.6 million. So just, sorry, just the capital side. On the operating side, gross operating side, we have 1.5 billion. It is one of the largest budgets in terms of the overall committee budgets that you'll see. You will see a significant amount of revenue in this one. So again, the majority of that revenue is from our provincial downloading from that goes in the Clara shop for long-term care, ESS, housing. So that's where the majority of that revenue comes from. On the recoveries and allocations side, as I spoke to before, these are where, as an example, in Dan's shop for facilities, Dan incurs all the costs to maintain all of our facilities. Then we allocate that out to different departments where the services reside. In the parks side, if you look at the parks templates and details, you'll see a recoveries and allocations line, and you'll see other internal costs. They pretty much net each other out. And what that is basically similar to what you'll see in the Roads and Transportation Committee is from a parks perspective, we use a work order system. So the cost comes in from a compensation perspective, materials perspective. Then we allocate that out to the different parks where we do that work. So we track that at the activity level. So that's why you see a little bit of an in and out on the other internal costs. And when you compare that to the recoveries and allocations. So when you boil all that down, it comes to a net requirement of just over $487 million from an operating perspective. On the capital side, just shy of 160 million. Again, 80 projects overall with a contribution to the climate change. As I previously mentioned, we've been basically implementing the climate change lens into our budget documents. Every capital project you'll see in the template where we have a low, medium, or high contribution to climate resiliency or GHG reductions. This is basically summarizing this at this level in terms of, if you go through all the documents. On the FTE side, there is some what I'll label as, significant growth, just over 100 FTEs. But again, these are predominantly all operational requirements. We do have Advocacy coming online later in 2025. And when I say coming online, it's coming online from Dan's shop perspective in terms of getting the facilities folks in there. The actual library itself doesn't open until 2026, but from a facilities perspective, we got to get the maintenance and the crews in there before that. We also have a number of FTEs there to support the transitional housing that was previously approved this year in Clara's shop. We have a couple of FTEs there as well from the community insurance program as well, which would be of a highlight. So moving on to the next slide. This is basically how the operating budget is allocated. So again, this slide and next slide is basically this, what you have before you is mostly in Clara's shop. As I previously mentioned, the revenue on the previous slide, just over 900 million. The bulk of that revenue is in this area, again, for ESS, child care, housing, and long-term care. Overall, that brings you down to a net requirement of 273 million. If you recall, in some of the ward by ward budget consultations, I show that nice pie chart, which I speak to. Approximately 50% of our revenue comes from tax. About 22 to 24% comes from provincial funding. And that's where the lion's share of that funding is allocated, is in this budget right here. Next slide. This is basically, RCFS plus a lands component of the parks budget at 74.9. So again, the recoveries and allocations, you'll see that mainly offset with other internal costs on the park side. On Dan's side, you see that where we basically incur the cost and we allocate that out. Next slide. Overall, from a capital perspective, 160 million, just shy of 160 million. There's a couple of big projects from a growth perspective. The Barrhaven Town Center is there at 32 million. There's additional revenue, additional capital budget for a community center in Riverside. And then there's additional capital budget for the land for the new rec facility that was approved in the 2024 budget. So that's the main breakdown from a growth perspective. On the renewal side, obviously lots of investments in terms of our building renewal, which is across various different projects throughout. Next slide. On the funding side, so this is basically how we fund the capital program. As you can see in the inner circles, the bulk of it is almost 50-50 when it comes to growth versus renewal. And then when you look at the mix around the funding, it's largely funded from reserves. We do have DCs as well for those growth-related projects that are eligible for DCs. You can go to the next slide and I'll pass it over to Clara.
Thanks, Cyril. Good morning, committee. I appreciate the opportunity to present our Community and Social Services Department draft operating and capital budget today. And I'd like to thank Cyril and his team for the insightful introduction, but also the support behind the scenes. This budget is about more than just numbers. It symbolizes our shared vision for a vibrant and inclusive city where each resident feels secure, valued, and truly part of the community. Le budget donne la priorité aux investissements
We will
actuels
be
et stratégiques visant à
prioritizing some of our investment to increase safety and quality of life and promoting equality. This is very important in this period. We're trying to overcome the challenges that comes from COLA, the high cost of housing and groceries.
A hallmark of our approach is the emphasis on collaboration, breaking down silos within and across departments, actually. We work closely with the colleagues at this table, Recreation, Culture, Facility Services, and Public Works, as we tackle complex challenges the community faces, whether in the market, sheltering, advancing housing solutions, addressing encampments, supporting priority neighborhoods. Chacune de ces points nécessite d'adopter
Everything that we have on the screen means that we have to have a multi-pronged approach. We cannot be alone to find a solution. By working together and by using all our resources, we can find innovative solutions.
It reflects our commitment to meet Council's priorities and increase access to vital human and social services, while at the same time balancing taxpayer affordability with significant and meaningful investments. Here are some examples. In the budget, you'll note we have set aside $4.4 million, and this is provincial funding, specifically for shelter operations and transitional housing. Investments in maintaining the facilities we need to exit community centers and operate housing services to meet immediate needs of individuals and families facing homelessness, ensuring that they have access to safe and dignified housing options. We are committing $4.2 million to meet the inflationary needs in community housing. This will contribute to the retention of safe, affordable community housing stock in our community. To further support tenant success in community housing, we're also proposing an investment to Ottawa Community Housing's core operating budget for their community safety services program, acknowledging the increasing complexity that is facing tenants. Acknowledging the tireless efforts of local nonprofit organizations, we are proposing $840,000 in a cost of living increase as part of this budget, which will go to over 100 nonprofit groups dedicated to addressing pressing challenges such as poverty and food insecurity. And part of this is specifically an earmarked $262,000 specifically for food serving organizations that receive community funding in order to assist them to mitigate some of the growing pressure and demand for their services. Furthermore, we are allocating $150,000 to the poverty reduction strategy through a thoughtful initiative designed to deliver increasing access to tax-related income and financial benefits for people on low incomes. Next slide, please. In community and social services, we are also looking at technical and service improvements. Some examples, we have a notable initiative as part of our integrated Human Services Integration Initiative. It's an integrated consent form, and it's designed to streamline the ability of staff across service areas to share information to ensure that our services are easier to access and simpler for families and individuals, and reduce the number of times people have to tell us their story. Currently, 27% of frontline staff are now trained on this tool. In response to the challenge of scheduling appointments, Employment and Social Services is developing a new booking app. This app aims to automate appointment scheduling, enabling an eventual investment, a reinvestment of those staff and their time to assist more residents as they navigate social assistance programs. Another example is the process for managing the wage enhancement grant in children's services. This has been improved. Automation facilitates smoother processing for childcare worker funding, promoting quicker support for licensed childcare providers and benefiting families overall. Collectively, these innovative initiatives aim to reduce administrative burdens, duplication, and allow staff to focus on important work and create a more seamless and accessible support system for residents. Our department's work is challenging. We often encounter people who are facing their toughest moments in their lives, and often we cannot meet the expectations of the community, often due to provincial and federal mandates. But despite all of that, our staff continue to come through. Whether it's nurturing or educating children, serving priority neighborhoods, serving the elderly or individuals and families facing homelessness, creating or navigating complex systems and relationships in order to respond to critical community needs, often on a dime. The commitment of our staff and community social services continues to be unwavering. I could not be more proud to be part of that team. Notre équipe est une véritable source d'inspiration pour moi.
It's really a source of inspiration for me. It's real honor and a privilege to work with such dedicated personnel.
And organizations that work alongside us each and every day to provide the best and most timely services possible in this community. Ottawa is without comparison in this regard. This draft budget stands as a testament to our shared dedication to creating a city that is inclusive, hopeful, and resilient. Thank you.
Bonjour, Madame la Présidente, membres du comité. Good morning, everyone.
Bonjour, hello, everyone.
The Parks and Recreation budget for this year. Once again, the highlights focus on, in many cases, some of the joint and supportive relationships between Clara's team and Alain's team in terms of the services we deliver. And preparing the budget very much took this to heart and is reflected in this. In terms of highlights, one of the discussions that's gone on throughout the year, and Council has received some information on two occasions, including the document that's here today about lifeguards, but there was also a previous one about beaches from Councillor Devine. We took that into consideration in preparing the 2025 budget to include funding to expand some of our aquatic services that the community has been requesting. That includes an 8-day extension to the beach season. We're proposing to increase by 8 days at the end of the season to get us to Labor Day, which is often, cited that beaches close too early. So there is $60,000 in this budget so that we can go that extra little bit at the end of the summer to deal with the warmer climate that we're getting into the fall. As well, wading pools is an annual discussion point in terms of how quickly they can open. This budget does include some funding to extend the season at the beginning of the season in June so that we can open on weekends starting at the beginning of June for both cohorts of wading pools that we have opening in succession. And so that is an important improvement. And then lastly, there is funding in the budget to extend by 2 weeks at 3 sites into September for our deep water pools. This is something that we've been doing at some pools based on nearby pools being closed for maintenance, and we've been able to continue the season into September. So this budget does include 3 sites staying open until mid-September on a modified schedule. Of course, school is back in at that time of year, so we would be going 4 to 7 weekdays and then all day Saturday and Sunday. So I note that this is a one-time improvement, 140,000 in the budget, but it does provide additional service for 2025. There's also in our budget $450,000 to continue the Play Free initiative. This is an initiative that Mayor Sutcliffe had requested at the beginning of his term and that we've been running since then. For this year, for 2025 rather, it will feature free Saturday swims, free Saturday public skating, and free gym drop-ins for youth. So again, this has been a very popular, well-attended program, and there is funding in place to maintain. There's $12 million in our capital budget. It was primarily growth funded to build some new parks as the city continues to expand. We continue to support our cultural and recreation partners through a variety of service agreements. They are an integral and very important part of the services we deliver, and there is a cost of living increase applied towards their funding allocations. The next 2 items, $50,000 for sports field minor improvements and $100,000 for outdoor sports courts, are 2 new items that we've carved out of the capital budget as a beginning to try to address some of the shortfalls, which I'm sure you will hear about today, in terms of the outdoor sports infrastructure. And again, this is an item that, working with the Public Works team, we are trying to make progressive improvements to address, beyond simple life cycle, some of the improvements that are being requested. So it's a modest start to that, but it does go forward into future years, and we will see how we can perhaps even increase that. Community partner insurance, that was a popular topic last year at this time. Staff were sent away and we worked with the city solicitor's office to develop a program. This budget, as directed by council, does include 2 resources to be able to administer the new program, not only for insurance, but also to be able to provide an increased level of support to community associations in terms of their link with City Hall, accessing resources, information, support for special events, all of those kinds of things. So that is included in this budget. As was mentioned already, there is an expansion in our FTEs on the maintenance side. We will be starting to do work at the new Advocacy Library, as well as the many transitional housing facilities that the city is coming to be owners of, which will require support. So there are FTEs there, 24 for Advocacy and 16 for the housing. As well, we are in 2025 budgeting to operate the Lowertown Community Center, which in the past was operated by a community agency and which will now be operated directly by the city. Next slide, please. In terms of service review, my department has been lead in terms of the facility rationalization portion of the service review, and we've been working with the Service Review Committee chaired by the mayor in order to move that forward. We've had some good success in the beginning term of this in terms of identifying facilities that were at the end of their life and that were costing the city significant dollars, and being able to decommission and in many cases demolish those. For 2025, we have a roster of other opportunities lined up, which at a minimum will save the city $705,000 in operating costs. There are also associated down the road life cycle costs that we won't have to incur. Those aren't reflected here, but they're very real in terms of savings to the city. We have expanded our roster of planners to help support the legislative requirement for faster turnaround on site plans, so providing the recreation portion of that. Electrification, significant progress being made in terms of a variety of city initiatives to electrify things. Most noteworthy our ability to electrify our Zamboni fleet or ice resurfacer fleet, because they really aren't Zambonis anymore. But we are also doing some work on capacity analysis for our facilities. The more we electrify a variety of things at city facilities, we need a better understanding of our capacity to do that, and that work is underway now and will be valuable going forward. I mentioned Play Free in my discussion of highlights to the budget. That is an important part of service delivery. People love the free Saturdays that we're offering right now. Community connection through events. This year we did 37 community events where there were no charges for the use of the facility, and that allowed the community to use the community center as a gathering hub. And this was everything from employment fairs to bike safety events to repair cafes, things that bring people to their municipal community center and create a hub type activity for people to participate in. Access to space, again, we've worked with the integrated neighborhood team in Clara's department to offer free access to our facilities to run essentially things like youth nights and clinics and food sharing programs, the kind of things that help bring community together. We've provided older adult groups with priority rentals so that they could get free or very low cost access to city facilities. And we offered children living in some of our shelters 764 day camp spots this year so they could participate in camps for free. And lastly, we've taken on a new program, Le Petit Bonheur, which was one of our first social recreation program for young adults, which we are now running out of the Richelieu-Vanier Community Center. Over to you, Alain.
Merci, Dan. Bon matin, membres du comité.
Hello, everyone. I would like to talk now about public work and what we're doing for park maintenance and different services.
So from a park maintenance perspective, yes, next slide, please. Thank you. Our overall budget is $45 million, and that's to maintain over 1,300 parks. That includes basically over 300 baseball diamonds, over 500 sports fields, splash pads, name it. Of that budget, basically $2.4 million is new funding as part of the 2025 budget. And that's basically to look after the existing assets that we have, but also to look after the new growth assets that we're also taking on. Dan highlighted some additional investments on the capital side that's available. We also have additional capital funding this year in the capital budget and that we anticipate having moving forward. And that's a minor capital maintenance item. So it's basically $350,000 in the budget. And that's to look after minor repairs, typically items that would not be covered under the life cycle replacement programs or where the life cycle replacement program is planned too far away, and that there's basically interim works that can be undertaken. So as we identify basically how we're going to be allocating that $350,000, we will be working with the councillor's office to let them know in terms of where the investments will be directed. In terms of service improvements, as much as we have the $350,000 for minor capital, one of the area that we continue to work closely is with the asset management team within infrastructure and water services in terms of looking at different ways of basically spending some of the capital funds where in some cases it may be more effective for our staff to deliver it on their behalf. So those discussions continue. Earlier this year, we brought forward to council our small electric transition plan, small equipment that's basically currently gas powered, that we are gradually transitioning to electrical equipment. So that will become continuing moving forward. And also one of the areas that we've heard certainly a lot of feedback is related to concerns related to our baseball fields, an area that we continue to try to improve in terms of how we're delivering service, working very closely with Dan's team in terms of the allocation. We're implementing a new annual inspection process related to those fields. And we hope that as we continue to move forward, that we continue to work closely both with Dan's team, but also with the associations, just to make sure that we're all on the same page in terms of how we're allocating our resources. So, Madam Chair, next slide. That concludes our presentation. So, open to questions.
Thank you all very much for that. I will note that we only have one motion right now, the roadmap motion. So I will ask the vice chair to read that in. As Eric is getting that up on the screen, I will ask if anyone does have any other motions at this time, if they wish to read it in. That doesn't prohibit you from doing it afterwards, but the sooner we get a chance to see them and delegates could speak to them, the better. So if you do have anything at any point, don't hesitate to let me know. We do have quite a lot of correspondence, so I know everyone had a chance to kind of look through that before the meeting. And we do have 22 speakers lined up. So we'll do the roadmap motion first, and then we will go to the delegations. And then after that, of course, we will have questions to staff.
Thank you, Chair. Be it resolved that the Community Services Committee recommend that Council, sitting as Committee of the Whole on December 11th, 2024, approve the Community Services Committee portion of the 2025 draft operating and capital budgets as follows. Community and Social Service operating budget as follows. A, General Manager's Office and Business Support Services operating resource requirement, page 2. B, Community Safety Wellbeing Policy and Analytics, Part 1, Material and Services line item of the operating resource requirement, page 5. Part 2, Remaining operating resource requirement, page 5. C, Employment and Social Services operating resource requirement, pages 7 and 8. D, Children's Services, Part 1, User Fees, page 12. Part 2, Wage Enhancement in Canada-wide early learning line items of the operating resource requirement, page 10. Part 3, Remaining operating resource requirement, pages 10 and 11. E, Housing and Homelessness Services operating resource requirement, page 14 and 15. F, Long-term care services operating resource requirement, page 17. G, Gender and Race Equity, Inclusion and Indigenous Relations and Social Development Services operating resource requirement, page 20. 2, Recreation, Culture and Facility Services operating budget as follows. A, General Manager's Office and Business Support Services, Part 1, User Fees, page 23. Part 2, Operating Resource Requirement, page 22. B, Community Recreation, Culture and Sports Programs, Part 1, User Fees, page 27 to 29. Part 2, Operating Resource Requirement, page 26. C, Complexes, Aquatics and Specialized Services, Part 1, User Fees, pages 33 to 35. Part 2, Operating Resource Requirement, page 32. D, Parks and Facilities Planning, Part 1, User Fees, page 39. Part 2, Operating Resource Requirement, page 38. E, Facility Operations Services, Part 1, User Fees, page 42. Part 2, Operating Resource Requirements, page 41. 3, Public Works Department Operating Budget, Parks Maintenance Services Operating Resource Requirement, page 44. And 4, Community Service Committee portion of the capital budget, pages 45 to 48. Individual projects listed on pages 84 through 176.
We'll let you catch your breath. It's a bit of a mouthful, those roadmap motions. Thank you very much, Vice Chair. So we will be moving to delegations. Our first delegation is Henry Bilen from the Ottawa Baseball Infrastructure Improvement Group. We do have slides on file, so we'll cue that up. And I'll ask delegates to come to the front if you're present. If you're online, the community coordinator will call you when it's your turn. We will be sticking to a tight 5 minutes. So I know you've done this before. You've
No, I have.
professionals at this. I'm great. But I will cut you off at 5 minutes and then open it up to any questions. So
Okay.
welcome, Henry, and it's a pleasure to see you. You're ready to go whenever you're set.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to present today. My name is Hank Beelan. This is Peggy Pratt with me. The Ottawa Baseball Infrastructure Improvement Group advocates for thousands of baseball players and 17 baseball organizations. Last year, we did present. We had a delegation with 2 goals. One was improving maintenance, and the other was some strategic investment in some infrastructure. This year, the goal, we're only focused on maintenance. Can I have the next slide, please, Eric? Maintenance continues to be the issue. Last year, we noted that opening on May 1st was important to all the user groups. 2024 should have been an optimal year to open on time. It was a dry winter, and there was no natural disasters to contend with. The fields didn't start to open till May the 4th, and most didn't open till May the 9th, some as late as May the 16th. And the grass is still too long, too often. It's not always even cut, as you can see in these pictures, like they don't cut all the grass sometimes. The mower height is being set higher than the bottom of the standard, but they don't compensate by cutting it more frequently, so we're consistently higher than the standard, which makes it difficult to play and changes the game. Can I have the next slide, please? The infields are being presented in damaged and unsafe states. As shown in these pictures, there are damaged home plates. There are spiked holes. It's for drainage, but they're driving over the dirt. There's sliced and grooved infields that are allowed to harden with the ripples in them. And lips remain a priority in the game. They continue to exist and they continue to grow. They are a safety issue. And suffice it to say that lip prevention and mitigation is a major focus of the industry best practices, and it's for a very good reason. Lips become dams, and they change the grade, and combined with some poor grooming practices, we get ponding on the fields, so the fields remain unplayable for extended periods of time. Can I have the next slide? So that was just an overview of what is. What we're saying is the status quo is not working. There are conventions and policies structurally embedded in the status quo operation that inhibit proper maintenance. Number one is the splitting of the revenues and costs into 2 different departmental budgets. The user fees go to Parks and Rec, and who say they bear no responsibility for maintenance. The maintenance costs are lumped into the Parks Maintenance and Forestry Services, so it doesn't get a lot of focus. Number 2, there's no obligation to do the work. Budget resources have been redirected to other tasks, such as cleaning up floods, cleaning up for the derecho, cleaning up for a tornado. So they take resources away. That doesn't happen to other sports facilities like arenas and pools or turf fields. Number 3 is training. We learned that in 2022, the city hosted 2 sessions of a baseball field maintenance clinic. But that training has not been disseminated to the people currently doing the work. There's no institutional expertise or knowledge that's being developed or retained. And being qualified and trained is not a prerequisite to doing the work. They just send other people out. Number 4, compartmentalization of tasks. It takes as many as 4 different technicians working independently to execute the limited scope of work. Each tech may report to a different supervisor, and no one supervisor is accountable for the quality of any given field. And finally, it's the lack of consistency. Different service areas interpret the standards and their priorities differently. Some organizations have experienced better coordinated and targeted maintenance where they have some kind of working relationship with the staff. But this is not systemic, as it's not consistent or equally available across the city. The result of these things together means there's no connection between the services rendered and the fees being paid. No one is accountable, and there's very little quality control other than by 311 report. Can I have the final slide, please, Eric? Maintenance is fundamental. It's fundamental to safe competitive play, and it's fundamental to maintaining and prolonging the life of the asset. This spring in Windsor, I took the same Ontario Parks Association course that staff hosted in 2022. I took it with employees from 4 other municipalities. Additionally, we have contacted other municipalities to learn how they work.
Sorry, Henry, your time is up. Do
Okay.
you want to give one last little sentence to summarize?
All I'm saying is that the other municipalities, they operate differently, they do more, and they do better.
Thank you. But you still have a chance because I saw that there's some questions for you, so don't go anywhere. Your first question is from Councillor Carr.
I thank you very much. Thanks for coming out today. I have met with Peggy a few times in the past month and secured commitments from city staff with respect to installing French drains on some diamonds in my area and into Councillor Bradley's area. And as well, maintenance has indicated that they will look at the issue of grass cutting. One of the discussions that I've had with Peggy is on sort of how do we have more of a portfolio management approach to some of the, with the sports organizations. And you heard today when they're talking about the Community Partners Insurance Program, which is, you know, separate for community associations, that they have 2 staff that are going to be hired in order to help coordinate with community associations. So that whole type of portfolio approach when we're dealing with 2 departments, Parks and Rec and Public Works for maintenance, is something that I intend to ask staff about today. And I spoke to Peggy about how we can, you know, have better contacts, because certainly I see this over and over again. I know Councillor Hill, who's going to ask the next question, has sort of taken a role in terms of coordinating with cricket, for example. And I told Peggy that she's more than welcome to give me a list of baseball diamonds, and I can manage that with staff. But I think that it's better probably to have a better approach with staff. But I just want to say, you know, you're certainly welcome to continue to contact me, Peggy, and I'll try to get you the answers that you need. And I think I will be asking questions about the maintenance to staff today. So I don't really have a question for you. I just wanted to comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Carr. Councillor Hill.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for the presentation, Hank. I guess my first question kind of leads on what I think you got a bit cut off on the end, is dealing with you know, the analysis of comparables between Ottawa and other municipalities. Do you have any, you know, anecdotes to how other municipalities address this issue, for, you know, as compared to Ottawa?
Thanks a lot, David, for the question. When I took the course, the other 4 municipalities that were there. They were all part of Parks and Rec. They weren't part of Public Works per se. The people that were taking the course were the people doing the work. Their job was only one job. It was sports field maintenance. It wasn't something else. If they had something else to do, they were doing just sports field maintenance. Where they went to remote fields, they worked in teams. They took everything they needed to do the work, and they did it all. They were accountable for the result. We've learned since then that some do separate the mowing, but there's still one team is responsible for the field at the end of the day. There are regular meetings with staff, some kind of feedback loop as to how they're performing. It's not just 311 reports and they work in isolation. There was some kind of mechanism to get that feedback. And it was more extensive scope. If you looked at a table of, you know, where the columns are the 4 municipalities in Ottawa, and you started going through the scope of work, you'll see that cut the grass, it's yes for everybody. Groom the infield, it was yes for everybody. Take care of the high wear areas like the mound and the batter's box, and it was no, yes for everybody else. If it was paint the foul lines on the grass, it was no for Ottawa, yes for everybody else. If it was chalk the lines, it was no for Ottawa, it was a yes for everybody else. It's a small scope of work. Ottawa actually does the least. So it's reasonable to expect that they could at least perform that up to a good standard.
Okay, I appreciate that. I guess when you've spoken to other sports organizations on the maintenance issue, do you believe that these maintenance issues cross into those other domains, or I know you're representing baseball today, but what's your kind of broader comparable to other sports in the city?
You want to go ahead?
We're simply speaking, oh, thank you. We're simply speaking about baseball. I don't think we have a window into a lot of other sports, and we don't want to mess with them. We're simply focusing on baseball, not softball either, just simply baseball. And the work that we have done is to not reach out to other baseball organizations in other parts of the province. It's to reach out to the people who are actually doing the work in those cities so that we can see it's kind of a normal thing to look at what others do and see if there's improvements that can be made. But it seems that the difficulty is in the structure and the system. It's not in the people that are doing the work. They're good people. They want to do a good job, and many of them do. There's a communication gap here, and we're really hoping that we can work more closely with people that are delivering the service so that we can get what's necessary for the people that are playing baseball, primarily youth and adults playing baseball.
Okay, well, I really appreciate your delegation this morning. I'm going to reflect on this. I might have a direction when we come to speak to staff later on. And if I remember correctly, last year when we talked about this, we had comments on a counselor's baseball game at some point that did not happen. So I'm going to have to look into that for budget 2025 here and see if we get the chance to come out, and I'll provide the hot dogs. Thank you very much, Hank.
We will.
I think Councillor Carr was going to ask that very same question, and we're all looking forward to that. We're a competitive bunch. Thank you, Councillor Hill. Councillor Johnson.
Hi, everybody. So as an aside, it sort of came to my office to plan that thing last year, and it didn't work out because it was, just not something we had planned to do. So I think we had, looking forward, if anybody else has any staff hours that they can put towards organizing a councillor baseball game, David Hill, hot dogs are nice, but I just need somebody to help me organize the thing. So anyway, that's an aside. Thank you for the digression, but I'm still keen. I wanted to know from the delegates whether you've seen any, have these maintenance problems sort of increased with some of the weather changes in the city of Ottawa? Because certainly, so I represent Pinecrest Rec, a fabulous 6-diamond facility. And we had some issues, just with trying to get some of the improvements done earlier in the year when it wouldn't stop raining, for example, right? So it's like, I wonder if there's an interaction between the types of weather that we're seeing with longer shoulder seasons with more extreme weather and the maintenance deterioration.
So just make sure I understood the question. Is the weather a rationale for the difficulties keeping the maintenance up to date?
Well, I wonder if the maintenance decline that you've seen is exacerbated by weather. Some of the questions that I've been asking to Public Works is whether we need to look at the seasonality and our work windows for different efforts, because I think, as you say, putting it all in Public Works during a shoulder season, they're doing a lot of the they're trying to get the streets cleared for street sweeping, or they're trying to help out in Constance Bay when there's a flood, or they're being pulled to do derecho cleanup, or you know what I mean? So by having the maintenance in this team during this time really might not be the way that we actually get the best outcome for, as you say, the parks maintenance, given the pressure on the shoulder season weather that we experience now.
Okay, there's a couple elements in there, and I'll address them separately. The first one that you said was that they had to take the work and allocate the resources to other tasks, the derecho, the flood out in Constance Bay. As I mentioned to Mr. Hill when we spoke, I said, well, I'll be good citizens then. Let's take the ice surfaces and we'll flood them every 3 hours. We'll take those crews and help them with the flood. And everybody will pay full price. If you don't like it, you bring your own shovels. That's not going to happen. People want, we paid for the service. There's stuff to do. It's a prioritization. So yes, you can talk about it, how the program should work, but I think that has to be talked about. It's not just because we play outdoor sports that we have to fund or subsidize and take our resources away to something else. The other element is because it's wet, is it hard to maintain the fields? And I'll just tell one story. Or did you want to go ahead? No. I'll just tell you one story at Lido Park. It took us a while to figure out why we're always cutting the grass for them on Sunday and Monday, because it was always too long. Turns out the schedule was they would cut it Tuesday, Thursday. So you think about that, it's 1 day old on Wednesday, it's 4 days old on Monday, and they're cutting it over 2.5 inches. So by Monday, it's 6 inches long. You can't play. So I put in a ticket, a 311 ticket, to say, could they at least switch it to a more balanced schedule of Tuesday, Friday, or Monday, Thursday? 3 weeks go by, and I put in another ticket. 2 more weeks go by, and I put in another ticket. And this time I CC my counselor, and I sent it to allocations. After a week, I get a call back, and they go, well, the outfield's being cut Monday, Wednesday, Friday. And I said, I know. So they finally switched it to Monday, Wednesday, Friday. But meanwhile, like 10 weeks went by, 10 or 11 weeks of playing time, where we would cut the grass on Monday, and he would show up on Tuesday and cut the grass. That is not weather related. That is structurally built into the system to not pay attention. Whoever put in Tuesday, Thursday, you kind of ask, what were they thinking? So they have to manage that. I mean, yes, it was wetter than other seasons. You will notice that some ballparks took more, had more rain out days because they were ponding so much. So.
Thanks for the examples. That's really helpful. It is a curious situation when you've got, the capital partnership program that gets split between communities. An awful lot of burden gets put onto the baseball community to keep the fields up to a standard so that they can then use them. It's, I know that it's seeing burnout in the baseball community, and there's, volunteers that really can't pull it off just because of the other commitments. So I appreciate everything that you're doing, and I'm encouraged to see it as a line item specifically mentioned in the staff presentation, because it gives a good focus for us to move forward with them in 2025. So thanks for your delegation.
Thank you very much, Councillor Johnson. Councillor Lowe.
Thanks, Chair. During your presentation, you mentioned, I think once or twice, 4 other municipalities. I'm just curious what those 4 other municipalities.
It was Windsor, Woodstock, LaSalle, and Lakeshore. I was in Windsor when I took the course.
Yeah, that's fair. One right here beside me. Were there any, did you look at any municipalities that were sort of comparable to, more comparable to Ottawa?
In what sense comparable?
Size of operation. Like I'm not questioning you. I'm not trying to dismiss anything. I'm just wondering, like.
We have been in contact with, do you remember the names?
Yes, one of our committee members has done some further work on that. Those ones that Hank mentioned are the ones that were in the training session with him. But since then, we've reached out to quite a number. I don't have the list with me, but Kingston is certainly on the list. Vaughan, places that probably
was on it,
Hamilton, to your question. So we do have that information that's been given to us, and we're not trying to make Ottawa look bad. Ottawa does a lot of things well, but there are some things that are not working very well, and so we've learned some things there that we think would be of interest to certainly to us and certainly to those in charge of that, and we think we can move forward with that and try to proact to what you see there with those what look like very large puddles. And we didn't go and pick the most dramatic looking photos on the day right after we had a big rain. We didn't. Those are photos that I could show you, photos like that on a regular basis that make our fields unplayable. And we just think there's some better ways. And we too think, I noticed some things as Ms. Duda has pointed out, line items that we are seeing there that we weren't before. And so we hope that we can work together towards some good things.
Okay, no, thanks very much. I'm not trying to diminish your point or anything. I was just curious about that. So thanks.
Thank you so much for being here. Seeing no further questions, we very much appreciate your delegation.
Okay, thanks.
Our next delegate is Alex Cullen. And I believe Mr. Cullen has slides on deck as well. So Eric will get those queued up for you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, members of committee. I'm here to talk to you about an inconvenient truth. That is that you are not putting sufficient funds in your budget to deal with the deteriorating condition of your recreational cultural facilities as identified by your own recreational cultural services asset management plan. What prompted me to begin looking at this, I think all of you know, was the closure of Belltown Dome due to equipment failure and building deficiencies. The loss of this facility as an artificial ice rink adds pressure to the, with respect to Ottawa's remaining arenas. That plus the deteriorating state of Ottawa's aging recreational assets calls out for investment in order to maintain existing facilities, upgrade where required, and meet the needs of our growing population. Unfortunately, this budget does not address that issue. The issue of preserving our recreation and cultural facilities is a pressing one. From the Recreation Cultural Services Asset Management Plan, and next slide, please. These are excerpts taken from that plan, and you will know that you have quite an inventory of assets ranging from aquatic facilities, over 234, arenas, community assets, which includes community houses, community centers, field houses, etc., cultural assets, and the list goes on, and you are well aware of it. Next slide, please. However, they are aging. And for your aquatic facilities, we're looking at facilities that are on average, which means some are above, some are below 40 years, arenas and ice rinks, 45 years. Belltown Dome was just 44. Community assets, 39 years. Cultural assets, 62 years. The list is there. You have an aging infrastructure for recreational cultural facilities. Next slide, please. This slide shows the condition of your assets from very good, good, fair, poor, and very poor. So 34 arenas are in poor or very poor condition. That's 14% of your assets there. 82 aquatic facilities, that's 35%, are in poor or very poor condition. 172 community assets, that's community centers, field houses, etc., 17%, but that's 172 in very poor or very poor condition. 22 cultural assets, 288 outdoor assets, the list goes on. Next slide, please. So staff have identified in the asset management plan your required investments. You have your ongoing investments, which your budget does contain, but you also have to address renewal. You have to address enhancement, upgrades when the opportunity comes up, and you have to address growth. That 10-year funding plan, though, shows that you're short $910 million to achieve these things, these very things. The point is that Belltown Dome is simply the first of many that are to come. So you need to address this issue. How are you going to address this issue? Well, I can tell you right now, it's going to take putting some funds into place to make that happen over 10 years. So where are you going to get those funds? Well, I can tell you from my own experience that having a specific surtax dedicated to replenishing our recreational cultural facilities is the way to go. Because taxpayers will understand this money dedicated for that purpose will preserve the stock you have, will upgrade where it's required, and will address the needs of emerging communities. That's the investment to make, because you're not doing it in this budget. You have not done so in past budgets, and it doesn't look as if you're going to do it in future budgets unless you address this issue. So what is the alternative? You can't have more Belltown domes happening, because it could happen at McNabb. It could happen out in Greeley. It could happen anywhere. The buildings are there. They're aging. Sooner or later, the equipment fails, the building fails, and then what? So what you have now is insufficient to deal with this. Your own 10-year asset management plan indicates it, and you need to address it. And that's what I'm here to tell you about this inconvenient truth. It takes money. Taxpayers pay taxes for these services, and you should make sure that those funds are there. That's your job. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Cullen. Councillor Kavanaugh.
Thank you very much. And thank you for delegation. One of the issues in terms of older facilities is that they tend to be in older areas and central areas, and particularly with arenas. In terms of the Belltown Dome, it's a single pad, and going forward, when we never did get to this report, because that was something that was going to be looked at by Recreation, but going forward, they're looking at double pads because of the inefficiency of a single pad. As you know, I've got a couple of motions to discuss the future of the Belltown Dome, so that there's consultation on it. But overall, it's about having, the other motion is about having these double pads in areas that are in the central area, in interurban areas. And just want your comments on that, because it's not just about replacing what's there. It's talking about going forward, because obviously there's maintenance costs, and this could be better in terms of maintenance costs if you have double pads, but then we're losing those wonderful community facilities.
Well, it's an excellent question. We recognize the Belltown Dome, the size limitations, the age of the asset. It's not possible to put a double pad there. But Bay Ward is losing its only arena. I know you don't look at it on that basis, but your own quality standard for ice pads is one pad for 20,000 residents. Well, there's 47,000 residents there and no ice pad. So clearly, I'm hoping that this committee would then look towards developing a facility to serve the west end of Ottawa, because it's now short facilities. You just can't let these things disappear and only deal with where you have development charge money out in the growth areas. You do need to replace in the inside the Greenbelt and the older communities as these facilities age. As I said, Belltown Dome is number one. There will be others. Just look at the average age that's there. My understanding is that there will be an opportunity, if your motion passes, there will be an opportunity in the West End where there is access to development charges to help build a two-pad facility. I hope you will begin that process. Unfortunately, for the residents in my community, and I'm president of the Belltown Neighbors Association, it may be 10 years before we'll see that facility. Because if we're only relying on development charges, then that's how long it'll take for a part of the area that's about to undergo a secondary plan, which has already been identified in your development charges report as a potential for a two-pad multi-use site. That's great, but we'd like to get onto that. But 10 years. So for 10 years, you're short a facility that 3 hockey leagues have lost their practice area. That's Canada Girls Hockey Association, Nepean Minor Hockey Association, West End Ottawa Hockey Association, plus the ringette groups, the learn to skate groups, the community, etc. So this city is continuing to grow, and your facilities are continuing to age, and you need to address this issue. I'm hopeful that the committee will endorse your motion. It begins a process downstream when the funds become available through development charges. But as I said, it's 10 years that we're short a facility, you're already overstretched. When we had the public meeting dealing with Belltown Dome, the hockey leagues came out to tell us that plus you lost the Grand Maitre arena because of housing refugees. There's already a shortfall of ice time throughout the city. And it's not just hockey, right? Many other ice-related sports. The city's growing. You can't go backwards. You have to make these investments. Thank you for your question, Councillor.
Thank you. And we should point out that currently the Belltown Dome does not have refrigeration. So even there, it's not going to have reliable ice because it's basically going to be an outdoor facility with a cover on it.
Yep, natural ice.
So
We're
it's already
losing.
lost its lost its reliability.
I used to organize for the community the hockey session for idle pickup hockey, non-contact, co-ed, Friday nights. And in that facility, our season ran from the end of October to March with a natural ice setting, as it's being suggested for the interim, because we still have to review what's going to happen to that asset. You're looking at December at best to March at best. And if you've got a thaw, you're like an outdoor community rink, you don't have the ice. Whereas we did have that facility for over 44 years. Anyway, I would leave it to you to address this issue. It needs to be addressed sooner rather than later.
Thank you. And I should just say that these are notices of motion, so that they will be dealt with at the next meeting.
Thank you, Councillor Kavanagh. I was going to ask for that clarity just to make sure that the members know. So we will be dealing with those as notice of motions and that we discussed at the next meeting. Conseillère Plante.
Oui, merci beaucoup. You briefly mentioned Bernard Grandmaitre, which is the rink in my ward, which has been used since 2020 as both homeless overflow and now as a refugee, asylum seeker sort of shelter. I was wondering if you could touch a bit upon that because don't get me wrong, I agree with you, but it seems like we're sort of missing the plot here, which is we have some low-income areas which are losing their facilities. And I'm actually quite shocked that hasn't scandalized people a bit more, but it just seems to get lost in the larger discussion that we're having about where to house them.
So I think this committee would benefit from asking the minor hockey associations across this town to come and address this committee. Because quite frankly, I was not aware until we had our meeting on the future of Belltown Dome when we were told in September that no artificial ice this year, which threw everything into, into the loop here. That's when I found out from the hockey leagues that came that even the loss of Bernard Grandmaitre Arena was squeezing the system. And this was the loss of Belltown Dome was yet another squeeze on the system. So you're quite correct. Established communities, they paid their taxes, you developed the arenas, you met their needs, and then as those arenas, as every building ages and has to be replaced, well, you have to make that investment so that community does not lose that ability to enjoy the services that other communities, whether they're in Alta Vista or they're in Orleans or they're in Canada, they enjoy the access to these assets. Why should older neighborhoods who have older facilities be penalized because they're old? No, your staff have done something responsible. They've come up with a 10-year asset management plan, and you should be acting on that. That plan was tabled in May of this year. So you need to act on it, and you need to be forthright with your public to say, we have a problem here, needs to be addressed, and it will take this to do it for the next 10 years. We can make sure we maintain what we have, we can upgrade where necessary, and we can deal with growth where growth occurs. Luckily, you've got development charges to deal with growth where growth occurs. But in the older areas, that's not a well you can visit very often.
Thank you so much. J'ai pas d'autres questions. Merci.
Merci, Conseillère. Councillor Carr.
Thanks very much, Alex, for your delegation today. Feels like it was just yesterday that I saw you. First of all, I just want to say that I agree that we shouldn't penalize on the basis of being old. Some reassurance to you, and I know that I sent this to you in an email, is that by July 2025, the province requires municipalities to prepare the go-forward plan to manage its assets. I know you're going to say that's too late, and I, as the councillor for a ward with a lot of aging infrastructure, who also lost an arena for many years to housing new refugee, new Canadians. Jim Durrell was used for years. I still have Heron Road Community Center in use for that purpose, and just got Dempsey back after many years. So and the state of my assets is poor, I would say. Certainly didn't hear a rallying cry from my residents, as these were lower socioeconomic areas. Instead, we heard a rallying cry from politicians of elected officials that don't want to help assist the problem in their neighborhood. But one thing I wanted to ask you specifically is, you know, this arena is obviously very close to your heart and home. How many years have you seen the declining maintenance of this facility? Like, you know, you've.
Okay, so I can help you out a little bit because this is not new, eh? All you folks know that I was on council from 2000, 2010. And the issue of declining infrastructure was an issue then. And I believe it was in 2008, we actually instituted a surcharge to address that issue. Now, that's the last time. So we put in a surcharge, dedicated funds to address the eroding infrastructure that the city had. And that's my recommendation to you. You will think about it. You will deal with it at the appropriate time. But I'm here to tell you, you know, the emperor has no clothes here. You cannot continue with what has happened before. And you have to address this issue sooner rather than later. It's the stitch in time saves nine. The more you put this off, the more the costs will increase. So I wrote to this committee and to all members of council earlier in September saying, I'm expecting the budget to come and I'm expecting you guys to address this issue. Okay, crickets. So I'm here to discuss this inconvenient truth. Oh, everyone acknowledged. Okay, acknowledgement is nice, but I didn't get anyone responding back then to the merit of the issue. And look, you guys are busy. I get that. But this is why I'm here. Belltown is the canary in the coal mine. It's the first of many because all pipes eventually fail at hockey arenas. They do. So you have to prepare for that. And that's what your asset management plan gives you a roadmap, tells you how to do it, and you need to act on it.
Yeah, thanks, Alex. And I think I've responded to you as well. And I know we had, you know, a big vote last year about the city's biggest arena and the fact that it was functionally obsolete. And it was a huge contributor to the economy, 4,000 jobs. And I know in that case, you said, well, we don't need it because we have an NHL arena. So, you know, I think we got to think of all bigger.
I'm going to jump in here, folks. We're a little
So she's
off
talking
budget right now.
Madam Chair, she
Former
introduced the
Councillor
topic.
Cullen,
Council.
you know the rule. I'm going to start. I've ruled that we're going to end this part of the conversation. You have one more question for you. And if you happen to slightly meander that way,
Got it.
but we have how many, my goodness, more than 20 people behind you that have all patiently waited for their turn. So Councillor Carr, you're okay? Can I move on? Okay, thank you.
Yeah, like,
Councillor King.
That was cheap.
Thank you, Chair. And it's just a comment to Mr. Cullen. I just want to thank you for raising this and raising the challenges of municipal finance, especially around renewal versus growth dollars, which a lot of the wards in the inner urban core, we're starting to see this challenge across the board. So I'm actually quite pleased that the province has now mandated these asset management plans. And I'm also quite pleased that the suggestions that you're going to bring will create conversations amongst my colleagues around how we can really invest meaningfully back into our community. So I just really wanted to thank you for your contribution here. I think it's very important. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. And to help the chair out, I will not rise to the debate about Lansdowne.
Thank you, Alex, for being here. And I know you were at commission yesterday and you've been at a number. So thank you very much for your ongoing engagement in respect of
Corporate
variety of
services
issues.
is next because corporate services has oversight over infrastructure as well.
Thank you for being here. Our next delegation is Peter Tilley.
I get to follow Alex Cullen, so well done, Alex. Bonjour, good morning, councillors. Our thanks to the CSC for this opportunity to present to you today. As I mentioned last week when I spoke to the Planning and Housing Committee, again, I just wanted to stress that our sector is under unprecedented challenges, so many tests to our resources being pulled in so many areas. But I did want to highlight that this council, this city council, this term, I've never seen such a spirit of collaboration and consultative manner with the city staff, Clara Fair, and the general manager and her team in the housing department that's working with our sector to try and find solutions to these many challenges we're facing. Some of those I highlighted last week are the difficult position that council can find itself in with increasing numbers of people affected by the deficit in affordable and supportive housing, the mental health distress that's out there in the community, substance use, another article today about the number of deaths from the toxic drug supply, a record number, job loss, persistent inflation for essentials such as food and rent, and the list goes on. These challenges, of course, affect our shelter. And almost 5 years after City Council declared a homelessness emergency, homelessness has returned to catastrophic levels. Our beds and overcapacity mats have been full since the end of the pandemic. And recently, starting a year and a half ago, we added to that the number of asylum seekers who have come into cities right across this country. Our shelter being no exception. That last October, a year ago, 61% of our beds were occupied by asylum seekers. Given the lack of available shelter beds and throw-down mats and no beds available at other shelters across the city, on average, we had 27 people per night sleeping in plastic chairs in our waiting area or curled up on the floor, hoping for a bed to open up over the course of the next few days. Things have improved since last year, but this is still a huge challenge for us. It's impacted our entire operations, including the frontline staff, the housing department, the meal and clothing services. We support the city's efforts to enhance supports to newcomers through the construction of two-sprung shelters and other initiatives to meet their needs to help alleviate these pressures that we're facing in this immediate time. We understand that while the draft 2025 City of Ottawa budget lowers the cash spend for new affordable housing from $30 million to $22.9 million, weren't aware of that last week, there are measures that will grow the value of this spending over the next few years, so we appreciate the $4.2 million for social housing and even $550,000 in the operating budget for an increase for Ottawa Community Housing Safety Services, respectfully. We understand the city only receives about 10 cents of every dollar raised through taxes. It's insufficient to meet the growing need for services that the city is asked to provide, several of which have been downloaded from other levels of government. We also understand that the city is not allowed to run deficits, and why we so support the city's Fairness for Ottawa campaign to ensure that our community receives the support our residents deserve. We know that the property tax increase for this budget was to be 2.9%. This budget raises that to 3.9% when a transit levy is included. But as I mentioned last week, let's remember that cities such as Vancouver, Edmonton, Calgary, Saskatoon, Windsor, London, Hamilton, and Toronto, and Halifax, all these municipalities have raised property taxes beyond 3.9%. We understand that there's concern at the city raising property taxes further may fuel increases in rent, but we understand these concerns, financializations of the housing market has many causes. Increasing property taxes a bit beyond the 3.9% threshold would support new affordable housing projects to meet the increasing need and reduce pressures on the shelter system. Council can also enact other measures to preserve and increase affordable housing, such as passing a bylaw, banning rent evictions, and providing parcels of land for new builds. Thank you for the city's poverty reduction strategy, to support tax clinics, to bring more funds from the federal and provincial government to low-income residents. We at the Ottawa Mission have been running these tax clinics annually for years. Food insecurity has increased from 1 in 7 households to 1 in 4 households in our community. This shocking increase is something that we at the Ottawa Mission see daily because, as you're aware, we have food trucks out there in the community. This started as a pandemic response with 1 truck, 5 stops, and 500 meals per week because so many services that provide food were closed, but it's growing now to 2 trucks, 38 stops, and 10,500 meals per week. Many stops are adjacent to Ottawa community housing buildings and at many of the seniors' low-income residents as well too. This program feeds people when the risk of hunger has never been greater, and it's served more than 1 million meals since 2020 and has been funded primarily through the generosity of our donors. Food insecurity often leads to chronic conditions and poor mental health, eventually leading to increased interactions with the healthcare system and emergency services. The Mission's food truck program makes a difference in many of your councillors' respective communities. Accordingly, we call upon the city to allocate funding for concrete measures to reduce food insecurity. Thank you once again, merci encore, and I'd be pleased to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much, Peter. And you do have questions. Your first question is from Councillor Kavanaugh.
Thank you very much, Chair. And thank you, Peter, as always, for coming out. And thank you for what you're doing every single day. I know this must be a tough time as the days get colder. It's not a great day out there. So lots of pressure. In terms of the asylum seekers, which, as you were saying, you said over 60% now are asylum seekers. Is that right?
We're now at just around 30%, 27% last month, actually, which is comforting, but still a high number.
Yeah. Are you getting any funds from the federal government to help with that? I mean, that's an ongoing thing, is that we're in the situation where we don't have the resources. And you mentioned about the sprung structures, which will be helpful for sure. But what kind of pressure is on the mission right now?
Well, we're very fortunate that we were able to reach out to Clara Friere and Paul at the time. When the influx first hit us, it was an overflow, the number of people lining up for beds. So they were good enough to provide us the funding for an additional intake worker and frontline person who could meet such a unique set of needs for the newcomers versus the people who generally come in our doors, beginning the paper process to get them refugee status, our housing workers having to walk down here to start the process. So the city came forward with the funding for that position as well too. They reached out to us that there was a small envelope available from the federal government to help us. We produce the actual numbers of the cost that we are not only providing meals for those newcomers sleeping under our roof, but many who didn't, who went to sleep in encampments or went to couch surf or sleep elsewhere, were definitely lining up for meals 3 times a day. So the federal government came forward with some funding as well too towards the cost of our meals, and it was much, much appreciated.
I appreciate hearing about that. I think that's good to know. As you know, I'm chair of Ottawa Community Housing, and we're desperately trying to build more as much as we can. And affordable housing is part of the budget line. We're going to get at it and build housing. But for many of the clients that you serve, they need a bit more than just housing. We're looking at complex care, and that's something that we're advocating for funding. I just wanted to get your thoughts on that, because that's something that we need going forward.
Thank you for that. It's not hard to see what happens in communities if the wraparound supports aren't available. And certainly Councillor Brockington is dealing with some of those issues, as other councillors have on the market, Councillor Plant. We think it's essential that the supports be there. I mean, we all know that I've seen, I believe it was an article today, possibly Councillor Carr's, that addressed the what happened when a lot of the services, people who were in institutions got put out on the streets basically in the mid-90s, and suddenly were showing up on the doors of shelters, people with high acuity, high mental health needs. And we're dealing with that every day, and our caseworkers are dealing with that every day. And that's usually on the dollars of our donors that are paying for those positions to deal with that. So yes, let's get people housed, but some of them will definitely need wraparound supports, and that's normally a provincial issue. There was a promise from the current provincial government in about 4 or 5 years ago, a high number, close to $5 billion going to go towards mental health and addiction supports for the homeless over 5 years, and very little of that has come forward.
That's good to remind us of the importance of that. Thank you for all you're doing, and appreciate hearing how you're taking care of the asylum seekers before we got, set up, but and hopefully they'll be better served because you've got your hands full.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Plante.
Yeah, thank you, Peter. You know, we often are sort of dealing with policy failures at upper levels of government here at the municipality and sort of struggling to find funding streams and ways to deal with them, and not having the financial levers that they do in those areas. So you did mention briefly the province. So you are confirming, so housing is a provincial responsibility, correct?
Well, we think the building of affordable housing has generally been a federal driven initiative. And for as far as the mental health and other healthcare supports, we would expect that to come from the provincial government. So we want to see people moved into housing, but there are many with high acuity needs, and they would require wraparound supports. We've been talking to the Royal Ottawa Hospital to see about getting a partnership with them where we would provide the mobile supports, but we'd like them to provide the expertise so we can keep people housed and prevent recidivism from happening. Those are the discussions we're having with people like Cara Vaccarino from the Royal.
Can you clarify which members of provincial parliament who are in contact with you about the issues around homelessness and mental health?
Well, so we're definitely we're always speaking with our members, like Lucille Collard has been wonderful. She's a great support. Also Mona Fortier at the federal level for our ward. But unfortunately, our MPPs who are in government are in the West End, and I believe leaving office. So, but when we were looking at funding for inner city health, we did myself and Stephen Bartolo reach out to Lisa McLeod, and she in turn reached out to get that funding stream continuing for Rob Boyd in inner city health. So we will reach out to whichever MPPs necessary for provincial funding or support when it's required.
Okay, thank you very much.
And I will be back to you. You had a good question last week about the number of people who are coming into our shelter system, Councillor. It wasn't as easy as just pushing a button on HIFIS. It doesn't quite track the people, but we do on our intake forms ask where people have come from. So we're going to randomly go through a group and get back to you on the number that are coming from other city centers.
Thank you.
Merci beaucoup, Conseillère. Councillor Troster.
Hi, Peter. Thanks again for being here. So something that we heard when the draft budget was presented to council, there was certainly a concern that raising property taxes beyond a certain threshold could lead to higher rents and have a poor outcomes for folks who are low income. But you've come here and you've rightly pointed out that many other jurisdictions have raised their property taxes higher. Given the choice between keeping property taxes low in an attempt not to raise rents or raise inflation, or having slightly higher property taxes and more resources able to go to homelessness programming and to affordable housing, what do you think would have a bigger impact on the clientele that you see in your shelter?
Well, we'd love to see, again, if it's not going to come from the other levels of government. It's a shame that so much has been downloaded on the municipalities. But if we could just see some builds, see some dollars going towards builds and encouraging builds, rather than the promises we often see from the federal government with little activity or activity that puts a burden on charities to go ahead and be at the center of those builds. So I think an investment up front. We just heard former Councillor Cullen talk about some issues that deal with the capital infrastructure. And again, I just sit there hearing that thinking how many years of 2% over that many years have caused things like this infrastructure issues, and how many years of 2% have caused the lack of affordable housing in a city like Ottawa. It's just, I think there's times where we have to reach out to the community and really just sell this is the state we're in, and it's hard. You're the elected officials, not myself. And by the way, I think it was your article, wasn't it? I was wrong, not Councillor Cars. Yes, it was a brilliant article.
Yeah, thank you very much. And I mean, I also have a piece in the Citizen today. I mean, our long range plan for housing as a city, you know, we have a fairly ambitious goal of 500 new affordable homes per year and 50 new supportive homes, but there are giant multi-$100 million holes in that budget. That budget assumes we will be getting the support that we need from other levels of government. So I agree with you. It's incredibly frustrating to have to constantly beg to solve problems that are not of our making, and to see the charitable sector picking up the slack as best you can, even if it means plastic chairs and waiting rooms. So I want to thank you for everything you're doing at the mission. I really appreciate you being here.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor King.
Thank you, Chair. And I just wanted to echo Councillor Troster's sentiments. I really want to thank you for the amount of support that you've provided to the community. You know, I remember during the depth of the pandemic in November of 2020, I think that the first Chef Rick truck rollout was undertaken in Overbrook, and I remember being there. And I appreciate the fact that we are undulating in terms of the levels of support and the challenges that we're seeing. But I think it is important that the commitment of the mission is there, wholeheartedly supporting the community at all times. And the advocacy is very important as well. I really want to thank you for that. I think there is a point here in terms of the continued 2% levels of increases for tax direction being detrimental in terms of the investments that are being made in the community. I think you have a point. I know in the last budget cycle, I had said either we pay now or we pay later. And if we don't pay now, it's evident to me that the cost externalities will be on our social service agencies as well as our charities. You know, you're taking up the slack. I think that we do need more investments from all levels of government in supports, especially around food security. But I really wanted to thank you for the tremendous work that your organization does, the team. It's very important. And we want to see, frankly, that work decrease, not increase. And to hear that, you know, you've gone from one truck in November 2020 to 2 trucks, it is heartbreaking. And I think it behooves us to continue to work with our colleagues around this table, as well as colleagues at senior levels of government to ensure that we go in the right direction. And when I said we're undulating, I just meant, you know, your advocacy is important because notwithstanding that, we have a budget before us that is looking at $30 million of investment in social service agencies for poverty reduction. And we have a new poverty reduction strategy. So I think the advocacy is important. And I really just want to thank you for all that work. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor King. And you were at that first stop and you saw the people lining up for that food truck. We're talking people in wheelchairs, people on walkers, truly marginalized population at these stops. And it wasn't a situation we wanted to be in, but as I've mentioned to the city staff and to the mayor, what do? The pandemic ends and suddenly you're now at 2 trucks going to 35 stops. And I remember when the CFO and I sat down with Chef Rick and we said, the board wants a contingency plan if we have to bring this down to 20 stops. And if you know Chef Rick, he's a dynamic personality, but he's so respectful. And he just pushed the list back at me and he said, I don't decide who gets to eat and who doesn't get to eat, Peter. I'm sorry. And that's a true story from last year. So no contingency plan right now, but you know, we've got a lot of pressures and priorities. And yeah, is it mission drift that we happen to have a food truck out there? Well, we have the capacity. We have a huge kitchen with students in training. We get donated food. We're doing this at $900,000 a year. I'm sure anyone else stepping in, the donors took care of the cost of the food trucks. They're not financed over 10 years. and something that our donors got behind, very excited. So we've done our part and we're doing our part, but we can't carry on at that pace. And what else is getting sacrificed that we could be getting into another housing project or something? But we don't want to pull these from the community right now. We've seen what's happening out there. People are barely paying rents, let alone feeding themselves. So thank you for that observation.
Councillor Carr.
Yeah, thanks very much, Peter, and thanks for your ongoing work. I'm not going to repeat what my colleagues have said. I really struggle with continuing to provide Band-Aid solutions from the city when the responsibility is upper levels of government who, abdicated from the responsibility 30, 40 years ago. And that's why we have the crises we do. That's why we have the addiction issues. That's why we have mental health. That's why we have housing and homelessness. That's why we have all of these crises on our hand. And so I really struggle with the use of property taxes as Band-Aid solution when they do harm those that are most vulnerable. The advocacy at upper level of governments, we need to have governments that provide for everyone and not just the most vulnerable. But just a few questions. As I look outside the windows here at the Champlain Room, I see that it's snowing. Are you prepared? Is the mission prepared for the winter response? Do you expect to see an uptick? And have you seen a decrease in the amount of new Canadians that are using space recently?
Yeah, so definitely thanks to the city's staff working at some of the warming centers or the newcomers centers that were happening in, as we've heard, some of the councillors' communities. They diverted many of the newcomers into housing, working with different community groups. And that's alleviated our pressures where we're now down below 30% of the people under our roof are newcomers. We'll see if that increases. And you're right about the weather. It's always our concern. So, we all want long-term solutions. I love the plan the city staff presented last year about, long-term, mid-term, and short-term, because at least it finally addressed, hey, we also need short-term solutions. And we're at overcapacity. Our mats are full every night, and that's not changing. So we're one of the few shelters which will just keep taking people in. But you've seen most of you have visited, you've seen our waiting area, the lounge area. It gets pretty crowded at night. And that again, involves now more stress on the frontline staff, keeping peace in difficult times.
Thank you, Peter.
Thank you so much, Peter. And I know I've said it before and I'll continue to say it again. Thank you so much for you and all your team and Chef Rick and just everybody who's on the front lines of this issue and for continuing to come and advocate on behalf of our city's most vulnerable. So thank you very much for being here today.
Thank you all.
Our next speaker is Ana Maria Cruz Valderrama.
Good morning to all. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the opportunity to provide input to this committee. I would like to acknowledge the acquisition of the chairs and tables for the kitchen at the Albion Hetherington Recreation Center through the Older Adult Plan, a request presented before this committee for 2 years in a row. The better equipped kitchen is giving seniors many hours of joy and happiness, therefore contributing to reduce senior social isolation. Now I want to refocus and say that I am here today, as I have been in the past, to talk seniors isolation has been my focus in the past. Today is going to be again senior social isolation, but from the health perspective. I am active senior community leader with over a quarter of a century experience working with senior social isolation and in my being a leader in my community. What is my greatest concern today is because not only I have first-hand provided our frontline provided of social and recreational activities for seniors, but also I follow up what is happening on this issue of mental health, given the circumstances of social isolation. Social isolation, Dr. Lee from Toronto, an emergency doctor said that social isolation and loneliness is as bad for you as smoking 15 cigarettes a day. Dr. Samit Singham, a geriatrician, said that we focus on talking about cancer as well as heart diseases as a problem for other adults. But somehow we dismiss the impact of social isolation and loneliness that can be as deadly for this group of population. So my concern is that somehow we are disregarding the impact of social isolation and loneliness in the mental and physical health of seniors. And it imposes a burden in the way we do our work. And it also imposes a commitment of you to provide for agencies and community organizations that focus on dealing with social isolation. So we have to pay, I sincerely ask you to pay more attention to this issue because it's a serious issue. And we are living a mental crisis, and senior social isolation also caused by anxiety and depression. Now, my recommendation, from the older adult plan, allocate $20,000 to facilitate small senior mainstream organizations access to recreation facilities owned by the City of Ottawa during the off-prime time to promote socialization among older adults. Pay close attention to the needed repairs in the city-owned and managed rental units apartments. It is stressful for a senior to wait for over 5 months to get repairs done. It also incomprehensible that a senior have to assume costs to finish the repairs to be complete. Have a conversation with your colleagues at the Transit Commission about the devastating socioeconomic consequences of the vast fare increase for seniors. Both groups are piece of the same puzzle, and both of you care for the community. But what one do, the fare increase will have devastating consequences in increasing social isolation of seniors, and you will be required to provide more funding for the food banks as well for addressing senior social isolation in the community. And we know that access to funding for sustainable grants are not distributed in an equal form. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Madam. I am not, you just came in under the wire. Councillor Kavanagh has a question for you.
Just a quick thank you, and for Maria for your advocacy for older adults. Everything you're talking about is to help them, and I appreciate that you mentioned about social isolation. These are issues that we need to look at as co-liaison on older adults. You've heard from our facilities and recreation that we are looking at opening up facilities a bit more for older adults, and I certainly will be following up on that as well. We're staffing up on the older adults liaison so that we can deal with the issues that have been raised that we've heard about back in September when we had our consultations. So just wanted to say thank you for your ongoing advocacy.
And thank you for your question, Councillor. I know that all the councillors except you are seniors in waiting. So one day you are going to learn how it's to be a senior and the challenges we face every single day. Thank you.
No truer words have been spoken. We're all seniors in waiting. At some point, it's going to come for us. Thank you very much, Madam. Very much appreciate your delegation. Our next delegation is Cheryl Parrott, who I also believe is online. Welcome, Cheryl. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you so much. So Chair and members of committee, I'm here speaking for the Hintonburg Community Association today, as well as the Wellington West Business Improvement Area. And we're requesting some support from the community engagement team to provide some engagement workers to connect with the homeless, street-involved people that have come into Hintonburg since mid-August. So we're concerned that we didn't see any increase in the budget in staff for the Housing and Homelessness Services Department, which we understand this group falls under. Starting in mid-August this year, we've seen a huge upsurge in open drug activity in Hintonburg and Mechanicsville. The community engagement team has come out twice on a walkabout to understand where the issues are concentrated along our main street and within the community. And we know that this team has provided invaluable help to other parts of the city, so Lower Town and now Centre Town. And we actually had the community engagement team here, and we saw them in action in Hintonburg just at the tail end of the use of Tom Brown Arena as an overnight shelter. And we appreciated their help for those brief 2 to 3 weeks that they were here. By providing support in Hindenburg now, we all hope this would prevent the situation from deteriorating. And in fact, the community engagement team said that they would like to come before things get totally out of control. So we hope that you will look at this in the budget and try to free up some more resources for them. So we need your support for this in our area. And just another brief comment when I was listening to the budget stuff is I'm really pleased to see $550,000 to OCH for security and safety concerns. We work with a seniors only Ottawa housing building in our area, and it's heartbreaking to hear them being terrorized in their own building. And so this would be a big help to have more resources there. And also glad to hear about the 2 FTEs for the SIP insurance program and to help us navigate things a little bit easier, because that is a big frustration. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Cheryl. You have a question from Councillor Troster.
Hi, Cheryl. Thanks for
Hi.
being here. And I share your appreciation for the community engagement team. They've been enormously helpful in Centertown, and I was very happy to see 2 new dedicated staff added specifically for Centertown. Cheryl, I'm just curious. So I know that the CET was helpful when you had low barrier services at Tom Brown. Are there other similar drop-ins or shelters or low barrier services in your community that might be attracting folks?
No. We think we know what the issue is, and we're trying to work on that because it was almost overnight that we had a huge influx of people, and it has continued. So it took us a while to sort of sort through it, and we think we understand what happened, and we're trying to work on it with Councillor Leeper as well as 2 communities and the BIA together.
Okay. Yeah, no, and I mean, Councillor Leeper and I work together exceptionally well and very closely together. My only concern would be spreading an existing team too thin. I mean, I would advocate for CET to be expanded across the city, but I think that requires more staffing. I would hate to see the current team dispersed even further, simply because the 2 neighborhoods that they work in, Rideau Vanier and in Somerset Ward, we do have a lot of overflow coming from low barrier services, which is, part of the challenge is we have a highly mobile population of either shelter inhabitants or street involved individuals who frequent a fairly wide swath of downtown and a fairly large number of services, and that we really need the community engagement team to be focused in the areas where those services are, specifically to deal with that overflow issue. I do think that when homelessness and addiction are overwhelming all of our existing services in the city, we are going to see folks in new neighborhoods. We just simply are. But I agree with you about the value of the team. I would just caution about adding to their list of duties when they are already quite overwhelmed in the neighborhoods they're working in right now. But I would certainly welcome a conversation about making that team more robust so they can have more staff to deal with other neighborhoods. I just wouldn't want to add to their already overwhelming workload and as a result have them unable to deal with some of the really concentrated social disorder that we're seeing in the core.
I agree, but I think they really need some more staff to do this, as well as if you let things get out of control, then it's very hard to get it under control again. And that would be the wish on our part, certainly, is some help before it goes south.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Thank you very much, Cheryl, for bringing those salient points to our attention. Appreciate you being here.
Thank you.
Our next delegation is Jean Carr. And we have a presentation online. Okay. So Eric will just cue that up for you. Thank you. You're free to begin whenever you wish.
Does this work better? Thank you, committee, for permitting me to speak today. And I want to talk about the focus on garden initiatives by the city. I understand that the city does not invest a lot in gardens, and that has to be done in coordination with other city committees. but this committee, I understand, has a role to play. I'll first highlight local improvement projects, garden tours, festivals, partner with horticultural societies and garden organizations to enhance the city garden situation. I hope to speak for 1 or 2 minutes on that and 3 or 4 minutes on the need for a botanical garden for Ottawa. I want to highlight that these are highly leveraged activities, meaning small investment by the city should lead to great payback. Next slide, please. So in the city, we have over 24 horticultural societies and garden clubs, which have, by some counts, 2,300 members. Most clubs have 1 or more gardening projects on the go, where they do a master gardener or an expert gardener does the project management, and the volunteers who execute are typically members of the garden clubs. Their usual constraint is funding for plant materials. So if somebody wants to, has an idea for a garden, they have to raise money themselves. So I believe the city's opportunity is to amplify and extend a proven successful model. You should consider, I'd like the city to consider a funding formula for plants, materials, and for more community gardens, for gardening plots, for city beautification gardens, perhaps road and boulevard gardens, for food gardens, wellness gardens, and green space conservation and preservation. There's also organizations that promote garden tours, gardening festivals, and there's also some very creative ideas in the community of how to better use and implement gardens. I maintain that this is a highly leveraged funding because a huge volunteer base from the horticultural societies and club members in Ottawa who donate their time. Next slide. I did not want to spend a lot of time on this. I'll let the council members read this at their ease, but it's an example of a garden implemented at the Ruddy Shegman's Hospice, all done by the Greater Ottawa Water Garden and Horticultural Society. It speaks to competence, vision, and ability to execute. Next slide, please. There's the same issue here in terms of something implemented by the Gloucester Horticultural Association at a local school, speaks against to their vision and ability to execute. Next slide, please. So the main thing I would like to present today is Ottawa is the only capital city in the top 22 countries in the world that does not have a botanical garden. And my view is that we present to this group that Ottawa and our residents are missing out. We're missing out on the economic benefits of a botanical garden. We're missing out on social and health benefits in mental health and physical health of our residents. We're missing out on the educational impact that botanical gardens have, especially for kids of all, I like to say for kids of all ages. And we're missing out on important plant conservation, biodiversity protection, and food security issues by not having a garden. Next slide, please. In terms of economic impact, around the world, 500 million people visit botanical gardens on a yearly basis. Ottawa does not have a botanical garden. We are not participating in that economy. Botanical gardens create employment. It provides direct employment, both full-time and seasonal jobs for students in the summer typically, construction jobs, and down-market purchase of goods and services. The next things that botanical gardens do is they add property value. It's very well documented that property values increase for properties in proximity to a garden. It serves as an incentive for new capital investments in the city, and it also creates new tax revenues and enhances neighborhood aesthetics and value. Next slide. It provides a number of social benefits. It offers spaces for tranquility and social interaction, provides mental and physical, helps to mental and physical well-being.
Jean?
Yes.
Unfortunately, you have run out of time. Are you able to summarize in about 10 seconds?
So I didn't realize it took that long. I'll let you read the slides, but what I'll do is If you could go ahead about 3 slides, please. Again. So I would like the committee to consider requests for funding for accelerated planning for Botanical Garden for Ottawa, and probably appoint a Botanical Garden working team. And keep in mind that this is highly leveraged payback. And I'd like to end on 2 next slides, if I could.
Well, actually, if you're welcome to submit the slides if you haven't already
Yep.
for the members to review, but your time is up.
Okay.
I am going to see if there are any questions for you. And you do have questions, so you might be able to address some of the
Sure.
issues as you're asked. The first question comes from Councillor King.
Thank you so much, Chair, and thank you so much for the presentation and for the intriguing idea of a National Botanical Garden. I think it's a great idea to examine, and a great, just a general great idea in terms of resident engagement. And this is more of a comment in terms of what's occurring in my ward in Rideau Rockcliffe, specifically Rockcliffe Park. We are working on a project around the restoration of the Centennial Garden there. So it's a different scope of project, but it will involve city dollars in terms of investments to ensure that that garden, both the Jubilee Garden and the Centennial Garden, are restored back to their former glory. The other element that I think is very important is utilizing gardening to bring communities together. And we see some examples of that in other areas of my ward in Overbrook. There's actually a community gardening project that has residents working together to create pollinator gardens. And they're doing that in conjunction with Ecology Ottawa. But I think more gardening is better for the city. I think that the idea is intriguing, and I just wanted to thank you for presenting it to us this morning. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor King. You have a question from Councillor Plante.
Yes, hi, thank you very much. I was just wondering, because I have a lot of people who live, I like to say they live in the sky, they live in buildings. Sometimes they're small 3-story walk-ups, sometimes they're tall high-rises. How can we promote gardening to those people?
Well, that's a great question. There's no doubt that condo living and apartment living sort of robs the opportunity to spend time in green spaces. And a botanical garden, which becomes a destination garden, is a place that the dwellers can go for various reasons. Not only for health and mental health to walk in a wonderful place, but the programs that a botanical garden could put in place related to education, how to grow food at home, how to deal with plants internally. There's a whole long list of educational activities that could be put in place for people who live in apartments.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Kavanagh.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you very much for your delegation. I actually grew up in Hamilton, so I'm very familiar with the Hamilton Botanical Garden, the rock gardens. Used to run around there as a kid. And I did wonder why Ottawa didn't have the equivalent. I guess the closest thing is the experimental farm. Has there been any effort to approach the experimental farm? You're coming here to the municipality, but in terms of what they're doing there, because they do have a section that is for the ornamental gardens.
Yeah, there's a long history there. The Act of Parliament that created the experimental farm in 1887 reserved 34 acres for a botanical garden. And one of the societies that I'm a director of has been trying to work with the federal government for 150 years to put in place a botanical garden there, and it hasn't happened. I maintain a personal view that the goals of the city are much more aligned than the goals of the federal government in terms of a botanical garden in Ottawa. For example, some of the benefits that I mentioned, does the federal government care so much about participating in the tourism economy for gardens? Compare that to the interest of the city in promoting the tourism economy. I would think the city would care a lot more about promoting the tourism economy than the federal government would in Ottawa.
I was noticing the governance of the Hamilton one. I'm not sure. It sounds like it gets funding from all levels, but
The RBG gets funding from a number of levels. That's correct.
yeah. So it would have to be, I just wondered if you approached other levels of government in terms of.
Yeah, there's ongoing discussion with Agriculture Canada, NCC, and Parks Canada.
Yeah, I think the NCC should be the one that should help out on that. I love the idea. I think one criticism I always hear is, we have lots of parks, but we don't have gardens in them. I got asked, can we put gardens in the park? And of course, it's a budget issue, and it would be very difficult. We'd have to have, people see the NCC tulips and all that. The city can't pull that off. But without another increase in our budget specifically for that. But I do like the idea, and I think it should be done with all levels of government for sure, much like the Royal Botanical Gardens. So
I would just highlight again that the ultimate goals of the Botanical Garden for city align much more closely to the city's requirements than they do to federal requirements.
yeah, it's just the funding is the big catch, but and land too. But I think it would be great if we had willing partners on all levels.
Yes.
But I definitely like the idea. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Carr.
Yeah, thanks very much, Jean, for being here today. I'll just mention that Jean is my resident in my ward, but we are not related, although we have the same last name. Just to clarify that, I get asked that a lot. He comes from a Francophone background. I do not. Yeah, just on the notion of gardens, I absolutely support that we have more gardens. A motion that I put in on behalf of Councillor Kitts to this committee over a year ago, about 18 months ago, I think, on doing a review of our community gardens so that we have more access to land. We're expecting that back in quarter one of next year, I think by March in time of planting season. So hopefully that will give us more leverage to have community gardens on public land and develop a better process where community groups can participate in that. Obviously, that's a small step before getting to a botanical garden for the city, which I absolutely would support if there's a way we could come up with it. But are there other initiatives, Jean, that you think that the city could participate in with respect to gardens? I mean, when I do a quick scan of other cities, I look at different communities that participate in programs such as Community Blooms, or they participate in, they have garden tours, and I don't see a lot of that in the city. Are there other sort of stepped initiatives that you can think of that can help support gardening with gardens within Ottawa?
Yeah, that was the intent of the first few slides of my presentation, to accentuate the fact that there are many horticultural societies and garden groups and people and organizations involved with gardening that would be more than happy to participate in fact, they do participate. They have all sorts of initiatives in those regards. What's missing is perhaps a consultation with the city in terms of what the city would consider to be priorities to help guide their activities. In the case of horticultural societies, they typically look to beautify their geographical area where they operate. But there's also organizations like Gardens Ottawa and others who have talked about putting on garden festivals and bird festivals and so on. And clearly, the cooperation with the city with all these ideas would be a great step forward.
Okay, thanks very much. And I look forward to discussing this further. I do think with that motion coming back to council that in quarter one of next year, that there is an opportunity to start having those discussions. And I will just say it is challenging because we do have committees that have split responsibilities. I mean, Environment Committee has its responsibility for planting initiatives. We talk about native species a lot there. We've got recreational cultural facilities here, and then economic development is in a different committee. So I do think some efforts can be made by councillors and staff. But thank you very much for coming all the way in person today too.
Thank you for inviting me.
Thank you very much, Councillor Carr. I will note, I did pull up some of the description about the work that the consulting firm is doing as a result of the motion that Councillor Carr and Councillor Kitsa brought up. And one of the things they'll be looking at is operational standards, processes, and internal and external structures to support the implementation of governance recommendations for community gardens and similar green initiatives on city-owned land. And that's just one of the pieces that they'll be bringing back to committee and council in the coming year. So there is movement afoot. And actually, I throw back to last term of council where Councillor King and I worked together on a motion to change gardening on right-of-ways across the city. So you're coming at the perfect point in time to discuss, how do we not only do what we're doing at the moment, but how do we look to the bigger picture of gardening and, and you mentioned food security in terms of those items. So I appreciate your delegation, and I think we'll probably expect that you'll be at future committee meetings as these items come before us. So.
Okay, well, thank you. On that, to build on what you're saying, I would encourage you to look at the last 2 slides of my presentation, which basically are the results of a Nick Nano survey of the public support for gardening and gardening activities. And in Ottawa, there's about 72% of the population supports a botanical garden in the city. And that's huge. And the issue is coordinating the resources, like city, other levels of government, with a very willing horticultural infrastructure among all the societies to make it happen.
Wonderful. Well, I know all committee members have access to your slide deck, so I'm sure we'll be taking a peek at that if we haven't already. Thank you very much, sir, for being here.
Thank you.
Our next delegations are Rebecca Doris and Kate Vinot from the Ottawa Community Food Partnership. Thank you both for being here, and you have 5 minutes.
Thank you so much. Hello, my name is Rebecca Doris, joined by Kate Vino. We're speaking on behalf of the Ottawa Community Food Partnership, a network of Ottawa-based nonprofit agencies working together to improve food insecurity outcomes across Ottawa. First, we'd like to thank Councillor Carr for placing an inquiry with the Community Social Services Department regarding increasing funding for food security in the 2025 budget. We know the words shared by our colleagues from across the sector at the last Community Services Committee meeting had a profound impact. Councillor Troster, you noted that the meeting was the most devastating day that you had on council to date. There was absolutely no mixed messaging that day. The food insecurity sector is in crisis. Yet still, the word food is not mentioned once in the draft budget magazine, only being referred to once in a small section of the accompanying report. Despite food security being established as the primary pillar of the poverty reduction strategy, the city's ongoing role in actively addressing the rising rates of food insecurity is minimized. As we've seen from Ottawa Public Health, now 1 in 4 residents are food insecure in Ottawa, a rate that is nearly doubled. Further, we see in the Ottawa Food Bank's recently released hunger report, which we'll hear about from our coworker Rachel later this afternoon, that there's a doubling rate of severely food insecure residents in Ottawa, and a huge increase, 90% since 2019 of folks using the food banks. The charitable system is not designed nor adequately resourced to meet the needs of Ottawa residents who are struggling to put food on the table, experiencing unrelenting cycles of hunger, anxiety, and despair. This reality also reflects the exhausted frontline workers who are constantly bearing witness to the negative impacts of poverty and food insecurity on their communities, having to cancel crucial social programs and restrict service access to accommodate the overwhelming dependence on food banking. The alarm we are ringing is not about food as a commodity, but rather regarding the resources necessary to promote the health and dignity of our residents and the stability of our communities. The 2025 draft budget includes a 5.6% inflationary adjustment. This small investment is insufficient in the face of skyrocketing food insecurity and would not even allow us to come close to even keep up with the status quo. It's setting us up to continue to fall further behind, preventing us from making a meaningful shift away from reliance on food banking. I was struck by a phrase in the draft budget report to council stating that it's a budget that is fair, affordable, and built for the residents of the City of Ottawa. But I can't help but wonder, if the budget doesn't support services that help our most vulnerable residents access their basic needs, is it really built fairly for all residents?
One strategic objective in Council's current term of priorities is to implement best practice approaches to ensure the effects of poverty and food insecurity are reduced through work with community partners. We are your community partners, and we are telling you that adequate funding for existing services and programs is the most critical part of those best practices. As Councillor King rightly pointed out at the last council meeting, poverty is expensive for our city in healthcare costs, social services, and lost economic potential. Addressing food insecurity directly is not just about compassion, it's about sound financial and social policy. Every dollar invested in food security has a multiplier effect, reducing healthcare costs, easing the burden on social services, and ultimately building a healthier, safer, and more equitable city. We know that poverty is systemic and that work to eliminate it is long-term, but if the leaders working to reduce food insecurity in this city are far too busy dealing with a growing demand for frontline support because of an extreme lack of resources, it simply will only get worse. The community organizations working on the food security pillar of the poverty reduction strategy, such as those of the Ottawa Community Food Partnership, are the same organizations that are addressing the food insecurity crisis on the ground now. The current funding model is not sustainable, nor is not a direction our city can afford to continue taking. If the food security sector in Ottawa went on strike tomorrow, the consequences would be catastrophic. City Hall and councillors' offices would receive a barrage of cries for help to find food, cries that we are currently shouldering every day. We cannot afford inaction. Councillors were asking for a more significant increase in sustainability funding for agencies operating programs and services that address food insecurity in the 2025 budget. We need to ensure that Ottawa becomes a city where no one has to wonder where their next meal will come from or what food is being left off the table. This is not just about food, it's about dignity, stability, and the future of our city. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your delegation. And we do have a question for you from Councillor Troster.
Thank you so much, both of you, for being here. And indeed, it is true. The last Community Services Committee meeting was one of the most devastating I've ever participated in. Rachel Wilson from the Ottawa Food Bank is probably annoyed that she said this and that I keep quoting her saying this, but she did say that the answer to food insecurity is not more food, right? Because people will continue to go hungry if we don't fix those structural factors that are causing them to be hungry. So I'm just curious to hear from you, beyond the scope of this specific budget, what systemic changes do you think will alleviate hunger? And how can we help you advocate for those changes?
So firstly, yeah, absolutely, I agree with our colleague Rachel Wilson. The solution is not more food. Before I answer that question, I just want to point to the fact that we've seen a 24% increase in the cost of food for all of Canada since 2020. So when charities, such as those of the Ottawa Community Food Partnership and beyond, are having to shoulder those costs, that results in cuts to all sorts of other programs that are going to ultimately help to alleviate poverty, causes cuts to staffing. So for example, at the Parkdale Food Centre a few years ago, we lost half of our staff because of a lack of funding. And that's not nearly, and not getting increases for cost of living over years. It's not an exception. Truly, obviously, the policies that need to be addressed that will most meaningfully impact food insecurity are income-based policies. So those are policies at the federal level and at the provincial level. So at the provincial level, we need to make sure that, if not already addressed by a federal plan, we need to ensure that minimum wages are livable. Right now, we're tracking about $5 an hour behind a living wage, and that should be updated sometime this month by the Living Wage Network. work. We're also seeing that Ontario Works rates and Ontario Disability Support Program rates are putting people far below the poverty line, not just in our province, but in every single province and territory across Canada. From the federal government, we're sure we were all disappointed, especially those here that brought the basic income policy to cancel, and everybody kind of approved it and moved it forward. We were really disappointed to see that the federal government didn't want to implement a basic income. That would really not only just support those that are living directly with food insecurity in our city and many other cities, but really the health and wellness of everybody in our city, our province, and our country.
Thank you. And you have another question from Councillor Carr.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you very much for your presentation. I know we've spoken a few times. We heard loud and clear in reading the hunger report that was released that our increase since 2019, I think we're up like 89% in terms of visits to food banks. You talked about the escalating costs and the need to advocate to upper levels of government. We were able to secure in this year's budget, I know it wasn't as much as is needed, an additional $841,000 to go towards that sustainability funding. And I think that brings the total investment for City Council into food up over $5 million. So that's, all the meal programs that we give, support to, all kinds of different, whether it's, meal trucks, food programs, sustainability funding. So it sounds insignificant when we're dealing with this mounting crisis, but $5 million for, that particular piece, it's becoming a bigger piece of the puzzle here at the city. And this is where I really struggle. And it's the same thing that I said previously to Peter Tilley from the Mission, like the city is just providing constant Band-Aids to the fact that we're not being funded properly from upper levels of government. Can you tell me a bit about like any advocacy work that you're doing to those upper levels of government? Do you have engagement at the, at those levels at all?
Currently, earlier this year, one of our groups had worked with Member of Parliament Yasser Naqvi in collaboration with Community Food Centres Canada to try to bring some policies forward to the federal government, which he actually did. He had sent it to the PMO's office in terms of instituting a groceries and essentials benefit, in terms of making sure that the Canada Disability benefit that is supposed to come in next July is easy to apply to and is much fairer than the extra $200 a month that they're currently offering, which would not even come close to helping people reach even the low-income poverty line or the deep income poverty line. The third one is escaping me right now, but yes, we've done some of that. Provincially, that's definitely on the table for early next year as we anticipate any day now, possibly even the provincial election may be called. So absolutely. Is there anything I'm missing from that? Yeah. Oh, one other thing I just wanted to comment on. Yes, absolutely. The costs are getting more and more and more, and we understand that. We understand that so much needs to be done with those upper levels of government. What Kate said in her piece of the delegation, we are committed to working with the city, to working with councillors, to working with city staff to advocate to those upper levels of government to kind of just bring together and enhance what we're able to do. But the reality is, positions like mine that are half frontline and half not, when someone, is coming in or our staff are sick or people are laid off, we are the staff that are having to go and fill that in. So we're not able to do that advocacy as well. And further to comment on what Councillor King mentioned, yes, absolutely. Things are getting more and more expensive. You pay for it now or you pay for it later. We truly believe we're paying for it now and we're paying for it later. To me, I thought of a payday loan. Speaking of one of our neighbors came to me talking about how she had to take a payday loan. So we're kind of borrowing right now from the city because things are getting more worse and worse and worse, and it's harder and harder to pay it back as things worsen going forward. So if things have basically doubled, like the rate of food insecurity has doubled since last year, what about next year? Are we going to see 1 and 2? And until everybody in this room is food insecure. So obviously we don't want that to happen. And also addressing food security and food insecurity community organizations now. We don't just put Band-Aids on. We do a lot of other stuff that is not just food related to build up communities. So yes, we call it Band-Aid solutions, but it's part of what's necessary right now in order to move on to those longer term initiatives.
Yeah, thanks very much for that. And certainly, I see 3 times a week when I'm at my ward office, the Heron Emergency Food Center is open for business at the same time that my office is, and the lineups are intense. And I feel I'm stuck between having the privilege of sharing space with a whole bunch of new Canadians who are really grateful to be here, and then seeing the lineups at the food center, which can be distressing. And I struggle a bit with how best to have upper levels of government understand that we're not only hurting the poorest in terms of some of the things we've done to legislate poverty and seeing those lineups, but we're also burning out our volunteer and our social services sectors big time. So the impacts are to more than those that are the most vulnerable. They're to the people that are propping up that. And then, I do shake my head when you get news that, upper levels of government are handing out checks to all sorts of people as a Christmas bonus, when that money could have made a huge difference to our social service sector. So thank you very much for being here today.
Am I okay to just respond to one part here? Just to tie in, I think also the previous delegation, but the policy level at the municipal level, I'd just like to implore all councillors to be very active with the community garden action plan as that comes forward, as land access is a critical piece to food security and to shifting towards community food access and solutions. So really hoping that there's a high engagement from councillors on seeing that forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And thank you, Councillor Carr. Councillor Plante.
Yes, thank you so much. Sorry, I missed part of your presentation. I was getting my lunch. But if you'll just indulge me for a minute, Madam Chair, what would make you not be here next year? Like because we do have federal and provincial elections coming up. What would be your wish list? And then next year you're not sitting in that chair.
It is a very good question. This is something that is very challenging to answer because of the deep systemic root of it. If we're just looking at the municipal level, and assuming that there aren't changes at the federal or provincial level, then it's seeing a reflection in our communities that the programs that are existing are staffed properly, that they have the people who are engaged in the programming. We heard from one of our partners just yesterday saying they literally don't have somebody to put the food in the bags. They have some food, they can't package it to give it out. We're so under-resourced in delivering services that can exist and that are already existing and are already running, that's where we need that support, is to deliver what is already happening in a supported and robust way.
I would echo everything that Kate mentioned. I will also say, sorry, we will probably be here next year and the year after and the year after that, because we know that change takes so much time. And we're not, going to convince all the powers to be that make other budget decisions at other departments or other levels of government to change within a year. So we know that. We are committed to continuing to fight to reduce food insecurity and to end it eventually. Obviously, we want to see food banks close, but we know the reality is that that's not going to happen tomorrow. It's probably not going to happen by 2030. We're going to have to keep working on it. So Yeah, we'll see again, but like, but to be a little bit more optimistic, I think we really, as an entire city, so beyond the Community Services Committee, Community Social Services Department, we need to look more holistically about preventative solutions to health, wellness, community safety, well-being, everything like that. And so what we're seeing in other parts of the budget, what we've seen year after year, is a lot of money being put towards reactionary measures. Policing, I'm just going to say that very broadly. There's a lot of money going in there. I do remember a delegate from the last community services meeting bring up that I think, was it $500,000 is being spent on dry cleaning for the police every year. And yet an entire, basically like all of our social services combined are kind of fighting for this tiny little piece of the pie. So basically shifting money around broadly, I would love to see more money going to the community social services department. I would love more money being put into actionable plans with the poverty reduction strategy. So we have no new funding being proposed for 2025 for the poverty reduction strategy in food security, really just at $150,000 in tax clinics, which is tiny. I will also say too that that money is going towards mostly charities, nonprofits, whose salaries are far less than even a lot of other charities compared across Canada. So it's, we're already kind of subsidizing a lot of the work being done. We would like it to be recognized because, again, burnout is not just a term, it is a reality. Myself, a lot of my colleagues have experienced burnout to the point where we cannot work for a year or more on end. And we try our best and burn ourselves out so much because we care so much. We would like more care coming with dollars.
Counselor? You're all good? No, that's good. Thank you so much. I was chewing. Thank you. Thanks, guys.
Thank you very much for being here. And we hope one day you don't have to come back here, not because we don't want to see you, but because we have addressed the issues that you're facing. So thank you for continuing to work with us. And we know it's a long process. We hope it's shorter. So we'll work with you on it. Our next delegation is Alexandra Badzak from the Ottawa Art Gallery. We do welcome Alexandra, you're online. We do have a slide deck that Eric is just queuing up. And just before we start with your 5 minutes, I did want to note to committee members that we are at midday. However, we're not halfway through our delegates. And what I will do is I'm going to keep an eye on the delegates to see if we can hit the halfway mark. That might take us about another, I'm guessing about an hour. So you're welcome to stand up, stretch. I know Councillor Kavanaugh has been kind enough to provide homemade cookies in the break room. But I do want to just respect the delegates' time and try to get through as many folks as possible so they don't have to wait as long into the rest of the day. So thank you very much, Alexandra, for being here. And you have 5 minutes whenever you're ready to go.
Thank you so much. Merci. Thank you. Since we opened the new Ottawa Art Gallery in 2018, and then with the pandemic soon after closing us and the convoy, and of course an election in between, I realized that many on council may not have really known about the Ottawa Art Gallery. So I've come here today to tell you a little bit more about the OAG, but also, of course, to speak to budget. So if we could go to the next slide, please. So did you know, next slide, that we average over 300 participants per year? We provide education and community programs from Carp to Cumberland, toddlers to seniors. We provide art and wellness to over 10,000 folks in need annually in partnership with the Royal, the Ottawa Hospital, Briere, care homes, and of course with other key partners such as our friends at the Ottawa Mission. In fact, we just held the first national conference on art and wellness this week. We celebrate artists from this region, from emerging to senior, over 165 artists last year. We, in fact, are honoring 5 senior artists tonight at our annual investiture ceremony, artists with 40 plus years of art making in this city, artists that we should all be proud of. We tour local artists nationally and internationally, from Nunavut to Tunisia. We're the launching pad for careers in the arts and provide mentorship and internship and work with the University of Ottawa and Carleton and the Ottawa Black Arts Collective. We're free and we're accessible. We're a place of respite and care and a true community hub. And of course, we're stewards of the city-owned Firestone collection, worth over 35 million. And we also hold a collection of art for you and your grandchildren to learn more about artists, Ottawa artists, and your history. And we are your only municipal art gallery and a key local cultural destination in the downtown core. Next slide. And yet we're not included in your budget document, not even on the page where it presents statistical information on culture. And I think many of you know or may have thought that we were run by the city or had city staff or were a board or an agency of the city, like most other municipal art galleries across Canada. But we're not. We're one of many arts organizations in the Arts Service Fund that hasn't seen an increase for years, and in some cases, not even a cost of living adjustment, nor, and most importantly, has it been guided by a culture plan for quite some time. So I've taken the only route that I have available to me to discuss the need for a strategic investment. I've had the chance to meet and tour with some of you in advance, and you've all received our pre-budget submission. So quickly, the facts are these. We seek a 2.9 increase to our Art Service Fund and a market adjustment to our Firestone Collection Agreement of 50K, which to be blunt, sorry, we have been supplementing with other levels of government, donations and sponsorship and earned revenue. Now, of course, we're thankful for the funding we received, very thankful. The fact is, though, that the Ottawa Art Gallery is one of the lowest funded art galleries in Canada. We get the same amount that Peterborough gives to the Peterborough Art Gallery, which has 87,000 people. So I have to be very entrepreneurial. I'm not just an art gallery director. I run events and conference spaces. I run a charity. I run an educational facility. I run a shop and a cafe. So we're certainly doing our job to share and leverage the city's contributions. Next slide, please. But we're also seeking a strategic investment in the revitalization of the downtown core, which is something we know very well. We live it every day. I live and work in the core as well. So I realize you're in cost-cutting mode, and what investments you've made were made directly to safety and social services, which is of course needed, but we feel that you missed a critical piece in that continuum, which is culture. We are part of that continuum of care, and we have good data now to support that we actually save money through a preventative care situation. And if my recent Order of Ottawa means anything, it's that you have a capable and a local cultural leader who cares and who can really galvanize folks. And so we've got a concept on the table, an arts corridor concept, a renewable program of renewable art, program of public art that can build entrepreneurial capacity for local artists who are on the lowest rung of the economic ladder. Let's remember that, for the long haul, that links 5 major cultural facilities in the downtown and engages directly with businesses and markets Ottawa as a unique tourism destination. That's the NCC, NAC, Ottawa School of Art, Arts Court, a whole bunch of folks. Now, of course, this isn't a handout. It's an investment that could be perfectly poised as a 200th anniversary legacy project for 2026. So in closing, I'm going to echo messages you're going to hear from our cultural colleagues that we seek a 2.9 increase on the Arts and Museum Service Fund and for an urgent call for a new culture plan. But specifically, we need a much needed increase to the Firestone stewardship and a strategic investment in an arts corridor for downtown revitalization. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You have a question from Councillor Troster.
Hi, Alex. First of all, congratulations on the Order of Ottawa. It was very fun to celebrate with you the other night. And I just want to state for the record, the OAG is one of my favorite spaces in the city. I think we talk a lot about how libraries are really important third spaces where people can go and hang out for free. I don't know if folks know the Ottawa Art Gallery is entirely free 7 days a week. And you even do amazing things like provide childcare during art openings. It's a really incredible space, and I highly recommend that folks go check it out.
Just to be clear, and also we will be this year finally taking a look at our city's arts and culture plan, and I'm super excited for how generative that's going to be and how much we'll get to learn about all of the different cultural organizations in the city. So if I'm to understand correctly, though, the money that you were seeking for this cultural corridor is not in this year's budget. How much are you asking for?
We're looking for seed funding, essentially, of 200,000 for this year, that we hope, like the night commissioner, that we can then leverage in the private and other public spheres.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, just the final point that I'll make is, throughout the process of the Downtown Revitalization Committee, through the report that came out, through Invest Ottawa, and through the Canadian Urban Institute, I think we pay a lot of lip service to how the arts helps revitalize communities, but we end up in a situation where a lot of artists can't afford to live in the core anymore, and where a lot of art studios and institutions are being pushed out because of redevelopment, but yet we want the arts to revitalize downtown. So I want to thank you for coming here. I don't think this conversation is over. Hopefully this conversation about the arts corridor can continue to happen within the context of, first of all, new provincial money that's coming in for downtown revitalization, and also the municipal arts and culture plan. So thank you for your advocacy, and I'm really glad you came here today.
Thank you, Councillor Troster. Councillor King.
Thank you, Chair. And I just wanted to also second those sentiments by Councillor Troster. I think that the art gallery is just an amazing resource, and we need to leverage it more. And I think that we have to ensure the proper protection of its resources, its collection. The Firestone collection is not just important to the city; it's an important national cultural inventory of artworks that we need to protect. So I'm pleased that we are going to be looking at revising our cultural plan, and I hope that that becomes central to a lot of the discussions around our cultural plan, to ensure that we provide the proper requisite investments into art and culture. The contributions are huge, not just in terms of the cultural impacts, which I think are the most important impacts, frankly, but also the economic impacts, in terms of ensuring that we grow the tourism sector, that we grow small businesses that really benefit from the operations of the gallery. I also want to acknowledge the massive amount of outreach that the gallery does to different diverse communities, having worked directly with board members on that in the previous term of council. I think that the investment that the city makes is worthwhile in our municipal art gallery, that it should actually be increased multifold because of the value it provides to residents and also to local emerging artists of all dimensions and scope. So I just want to really thank you for that, and I want to assure you that these conversations will continue in the context of the municipal cultural plan. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor King. Councillor Kavanaugh.
Yes, just quickly, thank you very much for your delegation. The thing about this committee is that we're hearing from so much. You just followed a group talking about the shortage of food, and we have so much on our plate. And it makes art seem like, something extra, but it isn't. I realize that it can be integral in helping. I personally had a couple of murals done in my ward just to brighten it up on Carling Avenue, just to show that, and we worked with local students from Britannia Woods and with the Boys and Girls Club. I think there's opportunities to blend those together, and I appreciate that effort, and love to talk to you more about that offline. I think there are opportunities, and it just sort of advertises Ottawa Art Gallery. Hard to believe I have a degree in art, but I've seemed to have put it aside. But I appreciate it, and it's very much the culture of the city, and it can be integral in helping those who are in situations that need expression. I think that's a good way to put it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kavanaugh. Alex, thank you very much for being here. There are no further questions, but I did want to add that, I've had the pleasure of being at the OAG on multiple occasions. And it's interesting because it's not always just for art. The last time I was there, it was for the Women Warrior Veterans group that was so welcomed into your facility from people from all across Ottawa as well as outside. And Councillor King mentioned the other part about, the economic benefits of having the OAG in our downtown core. And I do want to point out, you're very right for mentioning it. We are in a very interesting and difficult conversation period around this particular budget. But other councillors had pointed out that this is not the end of our conversation with you, that we do have the arts and cultural plan that is coming up. And I do think that there's opportunities that we can further discuss how the city can support the work that you do and vice versa. So thank you so much for taking the time to be here today.
Thank you very much.
Our next delegation is Tim Ross from the Cooperative Housing Federation of Canada. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I checked my watch because I I'm always amazed by the commitment of councillors in your public service and your endurance as well. So hopefully Councillor Kavanaugh's cookies are sustaining the energy of the room here as I'm on the midday stretch. Thank you, Chair, councillors, members of the committee. I'm Tim Ross. I'm the Executive Director of the Cooperative Housing Federation of Canada. And we're the national voice of housing cooperatives, representing 2,200 housing cooperatives in every province and territory, home to 250,000 people. In Ontario, we represent about 550 housing cooperatives, home to 125,000 people. And in Ottawa, there are just under 60 co-ops, home to 4,000 households. And if we look at the priority for an affordable and livable Ottawa, housing cooperatives fit very neatly into this priority. Co-op housing is more affordable than market rentals because most co-ops operate on a not-for-profit basis, resulting in smaller year-over-year cost increases for member households. They offer greater security of tenure. They offer the security of ownership at more affordable rates than renting on the market. There's no outside landlord who might sell, move in, or have an incentive to rent evict. So existing housing co-ops in Ottawa continue to pay figurative dividends to the city by providing long-term security of tenure and affordability for their members, as well as mutual support in a strong community. So housing co-ops are really all about affordability and stability, something that is missing in Ottawa and in communities across the country. As we examine the current housing mix to see what is working and not working, new data suggests that Canada's housing co-ops are among the most resilient forms of affordable housing. Recent expert analysis has shown that in 5 major Canadian cities studied, including Ottawa, co-op housing charges became more affordable over time, significantly more affordable than similarly aged market rental units. So comparing apples to apples, co-op costs were about 20% lower for households than market rents early in the study period. And more recently, that gap has grown. And this is across all unit sizes and typologies. Said differently, in Ottawa, the average 2-bedroom co-op housing charge cost $225 less than comparably aged private rental market units in 2006. That gap has increased to $475 per month in 2019 to 2021. So most co-ops have benefited from public investment, which supported the construction and operation in their early years. And the long-term payoff is clear. We now have permanently affordable co-op homes in the city that enable people to put healthy food on the table and save for their children's education, along with living securely. When we think about the inflationary situation we're all facing and the crisis at the acute end of our system, along with the insecurity that comes with rapidly rising rents in the private market, everywhere else costs are going up. Where else can you go and find housing costs that are stable? And that's in co-op housing. So that's why we're here to partner with the city, with our members to protect existing co-op homes, to grow the portfolio of co-op housing, and partner to house more people in Ottawa. There are a number of issues that we're confronting as a sector, including the end of mortgage for co-ops legislated under the Housing Services Act, as well as co-ops that are coming to the end of their lease on municipal lands. But I'm sure we can overcome those challenges and look forward to building more co-op homes in Ottawa. I'll leave it at that and happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tim. You have a question from Councillor Plante.
Yes. Just a quick question for you. Are you aware of what's happening with the University of Ottawa's co-ops?
Yes.
Which is in my ward, yeah.
Yes, I am. There are co-ops that are coming to the end of their lease on university-owned land, and we're concerned about the potential loss of those homes because they were built and established decades ago. It's very difficult to replace those homes at a comparable level of affordability.
Yeah, maybe you could reach out to me. We could have a chat about it. I think I have a plan, but it's absolutely imperative that we save. That is 64 families on the one end, and I believe 38 families on the other end who will lose their affordable housing, and it's pretty scary. So thank you. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Kavanaugh.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you very much for coming out today. Co-op housing is very valuable and it's a great partner in our city. I appreciate you coming out. It's been frustrating because major funding has stopped back in the 80s from the federal government, and we're feeling it now, which is the same for most nonprofit housing. I'm chair of Ottawa Community Housing, but co-op housing has its place very much. I used to live in it and raised kids in it, and it's great for families. What does it look like in terms of funding from the federal government and plans for building more family units?
Thank you. We've worked quite hard as a sector to advocate for more federal funding for new co-op housing development. We're pleased to see in June the launch of a new co-op housing development program. It's a $1.5 billion federal investment to build new co-op homes. This is the first dedicated supply program for new co-op housing in 30 years. As a result, we have projects in feasibility phases in Ottawa and in communities across the country, and we're hoping to see new builds here in Ottawa as a result of this program. But it is a drop in the bucket compared to 30 plus years of divestment in housing. It's laudable that the city has a goal. It's progressive to see a goal of 500 new units a year, but most analysis suggests that we have to at least double the supply of community housing, co-op and nonprofit housing in Canada in order to meet housing need. At the current pace, which I understand is not fully funded, of 500 units per year, it would take the city 46 years to double the supply of community housing in Ottawa. And we can't wait that long. So we are committed to working together with all orders of government to find ways to accelerate that new supply.
Definitely. And we do need all levels of government. I didn't mention the province, but who should be funding affordable housing as well. The city can work together. It's difficult for us to be the major funders, but we can certainly grease the wheels to make more nonprofit housing happen and co-op housing being part of it. So I hope to see more for sure in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Carr.
Yeah, thanks very much for your presentation. Appreciate it. I just have a quick question. Are you seeing any co-op building activities in certain provinces where they continue to build more? Or is it fairly consistent across Canada in terms of what's new?
The story of that that cut to new community housing development and the ending of funding starting in the late 80s and coming to a complete stop in the early 90s, that had a devastating impact on the construction capacity, the capacity to develop new homes. There are jurisdictions that have continued to fund non-market housing, particularly or notably in Quebec and in British Columbia. But we are seeing through our own development program a resurgence of new co-op housing development in communities across the country, because as co-ops come to the end of their first mortgages, they now have some capability to pay it forward and support new co-op development. So we aim to be a partner in that new development as well, to make sure that those more scarce government dollars can go further to benefit community.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Councillor Carr. Thank you, Tim, for being here with us today. Your delegation is greatly appreciated. Our next delegate is Sarah Mackenzie from the Ottawa Museum Network.
Good morning, Chair, Councillors. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today. My name is Sarah Mackenzie, and I'm the Executive Director of the Ottawa Museum Network. We're a not-for-profit supporting Ottawa's 12 community and city museums. This morning, I'd like to remind Council that our small museums are important third spaces and play a vital role in making Ottawa a livable city, and we're critically important to shaping Ottawa's identity, enhancing its cultural fabric, and fostering a vibrant and inclusive community. We promote lifelong learning, strengthen social cohesion among residents, and help drive the economy through tourism. So far in 2024, 179,000 people have visited our member museums, and many more enjoyed the grounds, outdoor events, and special events. But museums are more than just a place that interpret and present stories of our communities. They are hubs of activity year-round. We provide affordable camps and care to school children in the city. We have meeting rooms and beautiful spaces indoors and outdoors for special occasions, community meetings, and corporate events. We bring together people at markets, fairs, we host artists and showcase live music. We support other workers, makers, and creators in the city. And we can't forget that in rural parts of Ottawa, museums like Osgood, Watson's Mill, and Goulburn are pride of place, and they're community hubs helping to preserve the rural history and identity. Vanier Museo Park celebrates the Francophone community and each year hosts the annual Sugar Festival at North America's only urban sugar shack that's managed by volunteers and staff working overtime. And museums like Bytown offer residents and tourists exceptional programs and experiences alongside the historic canal in Ottawa's oldest stone building. The Diefenbunker welcomed its 1 millionth visitor since opening in 1998 this year and won the 2024 Canadian Business Awards by Corporate Vision for Heritage Visitor Attraction of the Year for Eastern Canada. Much of what our community museums do for residents is thanks to operating funds from multi-year funding agreements with the City of Ottawa. That is not to say revenue from admission, special programs, and fundraising doesn't contribute, but it isn't enough. And operational funding is not keeping pace, and it's reaching critical lows. Provincially, the Community Museum Operating Grant Program has not increased in 17 years. Yes, you heard me, 17 years. And not even all our museums are eligible because applications have been closed for that grant for several years. Federally, funds are time limited and project-based, meaning they can't be used for operations. And increased support is essential for our operations, for facility maintenance, especially for those in historic sites, and for staffing and compensating workers at fair and living wages. Museums are not alone. The cultural sector is facing deep challenges due to lack of investment by all levels of government. But we appreciate the inflationary increase of 2% to the cultural funding envelope in this year's city budget, especially with the financial pressures, multiple priorities, and difficult decisions facing this council. However, this trend of increasing the cultural envelope at less than rate of inflation, coupled with trying to fund new and deserving cultural organizations and priorities with that same envelope, does not meet the needs of historically funded organization and does not result in a 2% bump to people. The status quo is not sustainable, and we do need an updated vision for Ottawa, one that sets out new ways of working, planning, funding, and collaborating in and with the cultural sector. It came up in a previous presentation that the City of Ottawa needs and is working on a new cultural plan And I'm here today to ask that the city's approach to developing that plan not only include robust consultations with residents, but also focuses on consulting us, the cultural sector and museums specifically, and working with us to create a healthy cultural sector and workforce to deliver on the expectations and needs of residents and visitors to the nation's capital. We also want to see funding for the cultural plan reflected in Budget 2026 and beyond. We look forward to working together, and thank you for your time today.
Thank you so much, Sarah, for your delegation, for being here. I don't see any questions for you, but thank you for taking the time out of your day to share those thoughts with us. Our next delegation is Keith Nuttall from the Downtown Ottawa Condominium Alliance.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can hear you, Keith. Thank you for being here.
That's
Your
good.
5 minutes are good to go anytime you want to start.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm likewise very impressed by your tenacity and stamina for these long meetings. And I just wanted to, before I said anything, and I'll be quick, please do pass on the contacts from your gardening expert. Ottawa condominiums are very interested in gardening, and we have big gardens, and we're increasingly trying to beautify them. Now, I'm speaking on behalf of the Downtown Condominium Alliance. We have 10 condominiums. We represent more than 2,500 downtown Ottawa condo owners and residents. And we see budget time. It's time to think hard about what the city does with its limited budget, in particular to deal with homelessness and addiction. And this long set of delegations just underlines how difficult that job is. But we do think we need to do more to move addicted people towards rehab and away from drug abuse. And while this is a complex task, we're here to highlight concern about that for 15 years, the city has been spending millions of dollars on a service that, while well-meaning, has actually damaged the lives and livelihoods of residents and businesses. And that is Centre 454. It's based in St. Albans Church, founded, of course, by Lady Agnes MacDonald, the wife of Canada's first Prime Minister, and a historic location, which could be a well-known tourist attraction for Canadians and overseas visitors, but sadly, it is not. I mean, really what should be a heart of a growing community of downtown families and condo dwellers, students, small businesses, has sadly become, a hub of misery, fear, and crime. And that's especially the case for its clients, targeted by organized crime gangs whose drug dealers exploit their vulnerabilities and, crucially, their availability in a small neighborhood where misguided policy has concentrated an excessive number of social services. And this has created groups of damaged, addicted people who are just an easy target for these gangs. And we see the results every day. Emotionally damaged people who scream in mental agony on a daily basis. So we've seen people injecting their toes or lying on dirty mattresses in the streets, defecating in gardens, even masturbating on sidewalks. I mean, it's awful. So every day, something terrible for residents, students, tourists, visitors, workers to see, and even worse, of course, for the people living this misery. And we see ambulances saving these victims from overdoses every day. And this misery has got worse, not better, every time a new social service is crushed into our community. I mean, since the Sandy Hill injection site opened in 2018, followed by the Respect RX pharmacy in 2020, crime has doubled in the surrounding blocks up to October 2023, with a huge increase in drug offences and way more theft. And that's OPS data. And Centre 454 is one reason why this harm and crime rate is soaring. You'll hear more from neighbours about the loitering, littering, public drug taking, so I don't need to say more about that. But what is important is the service doesn't push or pull addicted people away from the downtown where drugs are always available. And addicted people need services far enough away from the pushers where they can be encouraged to take control of their lives and enter long-term rehab centers. And really, that's where the $1.4 million spent on Center 454 should go, freeing St. Albans for a healthier use. The site has a gated garden and secure premises, and it has recently, finally, taken action against a rat problem, which has been a terrible problem there for many years. And it would be an ideal site for a secure childcare centre. I mean, just imagine sound of children playing, laughing in the church garden while tourists stroll by, enjoying the pretty St. Albans Church, which could host social and arts events for everyone to enjoy. We appeal to you. You have the power to spend this $1.4 million on something different and something positive. And we really hope you will consider this. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much, Keith. You have a question from Councillor Plon.
Hi, Keith. Hi, Keith. Thanks so much. Is that echoing? My mic's not on.
I can hear you.
Oh, okay. Hi, Keith. Yeah, I just had a question. I posed this question to a previous attendee. We do have federal provincial elections around the corner. A lot of the issues you touched upon are also affected by those levels of government. So what would be your wish list for them?
My wish list is to be smarter about how we use the federal funding and the provincial funding, so that we decentralize services, but we do make services, as I've said, something that pulls people away from destructive behavior, from dangerous addictions, rather than intensifying it. And that could be done. The provincial government has made a move in that direction, and we just have to think more carefully. And I think with more money being spent on rehabilitation, more money being spent on encouraging people to take control of their lives, that rather than exposing them to what is, frankly, a very dangerous increase in organized crime, that can be done, and I hope it will be done going forward.
Thanks, Keith, and I'll see you soon for my budget consultation. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Councillor, and thank you, Keith, for being here today. I don't see any further questions. Our next delegation is Rachel Wilson from the Ottawa Food Bank. Okay. Rachel, are you with us at the moment online?
She's just coming online now, Chair.
Okay.
Sorry about that. I was waiting to be made a panelist.
Oh, no, that's perfect. Thank you.
Great. Thank you.
Okay.
Hello, my name is Rachel Wilson. As many of you know, I am the CEO of the Ottawa Food Bank. I'm here today representing the 98 emergency food programs that operate in this city, right across the city in every single community. I'd like to thank many of you who attended last Friday's Ottawa Hunger Report launch discussing the critical issue of food security. We are urging the city to allocate more resources to address food insecurity in the upcoming 2025 budget. We acknowledge the work already done by the city, but the need has grown beyond our capacity. The Ottawa Food Bank's 2024 Hunger Report highlights that food insecurity is at an all-time high in our city, with 1 in 4 households affected. In October alone, we broke the 50,000 visit ceiling, which we have never done in our 40-year history. These are not just numbers. They represent an increasing struggle of our neighbors, families, and communities to meet their basic needs. Food insecurity is a public health crisis, a human right to food, and a daily struggle that affects people's mental and physical well-being. In the current funding environment, the Ottawa Food Bank network is under immense pressure. Despite a 90% increase in demand since 2019, we're facing a funding structure that is insufficient to meet these growing needs. The small inflationary adjustment of 5.6% in the draft budget will not allow us to keep pace with rising demand for food services and will fail to address the underlying systemic issues. Without more substantial investment, we're at risk of seeing more individuals and families turned away from services that they rely on. We often say that there is no Ottawa Food Bank without Ottawa, and what we mean is that we are 98.6% community funded with an annual budget of $31 million. $442,000 is from the city last year, and that represents 1.4% of our total budget. While we know this amount is substantial when looking at other recipients of sustainability funding, a reminder that food banks in Ontario do not receive any funding from the province or federal government. Everything comes from donors and taxpayers. Council has set a strategic priority to reduce the effects of poverty and food insecurity through partnerships and community organizations. The Ottawa Food Bank partner agencies are already on the front lines addressing food insecurity, yet the current funding model is simply not sustainable. Inadequate funding means fewer resources to support those in need, and it limits our ability to transition to those long-term solutions that reduce reliance on emergency food systems. If we do not act now, the cycle of food insecurity will continue to worsen, with long-term consequences for our community's health and social stability. We're asking Council to allocate additional funding to food insecurity in the 2025 budget above the proposed inflationary adjustment. Specifically, we request a substantial increase in sustainability funding for the network of food serving agencies working in our city. We've shared with several councillors the need for a one-time 3-year emergency bridge funding that would support the broader network in Ottawa neighborhoods. This increase will enable us to continue meeting the needs of those facing food insecurity while transitioning to those solutions that reduce dependence on emergency food systems. We are at a critical juncture. The status quo is no longer acceptable. We cannot continue to stretch limited resources thinner and thinner while demand escalates. A more significant investment in food insecurity is an investment in the health, stability, and dignity of all Ottawa residents. A councillor recently reached out to me to ask, what is the Ottawa Food Bank's plan to deal with this crisis? Our plan, unfortunately, is to reduce the amount of food that we can provide to the network because we simply don't have the funding to provide beyond our own means. This will mean more people in our city will go hungry and all of the according health, housing, and justice impacts. So instead, I ask, what is the city's plan when the food insecurity sector begins to fail? Are we going to design by choice or by disaster? We can either support solutions now or pay for it later. I would urge you to support it now before we see people in the city suffer further. Thank you for your time, and we look forward to your support in addressing this critical need.
Thank you very much, Rachel. You have a question from Councillor DeRoche.
Thank you. I did listen to your presentation as well at the previous Community Service Committee. And after that meeting, I reached out to Food Banks Canada because I was curious just how much either financial support or food support you get from Food Banks Canada. And they referred me to you. So I guess I'm raising that with you today. They seem to do a very good job of fundraising for food banks in Canada. And they seem to have some very large corporate partners in the food sector. And I wanted to ask whether you believe you're getting your fair share from Food Banks Canada in terms of the funding or the food that comes from that organization.
Yeah, so the way the food banking sector works is we're actually a member of Feed Ontario, who is in fact the member of Food Banks Canada. So Food Banks Canada offers grants to the entire country of food banks. So we can apply for grants. They range anywhere from $10,000 up to about $50,000, I believe. But of course, we're all competing for those same dollars. A lot of what Food Banks Canada does for us is they help us with the application at the federal level, which I know many people have been talking about today. What are we doing at the federal level? I am meeting with several MPs on Wednesday. There's an event on the Hill to look at food security and how the federal government is impacting that. But the other major piece is Food Banks Canada also provides a significant amount of food to organizations like ours. So while we don't receive direct funding, there's no sort of annual fund amount that comes from Food Banks Canada or Feed Ontario. We do receive a lot of support. I believe you're on mute.
Thank you. Thank you for the answer. So if I'm in Ottawa, and I think a lot of people are responding, certainly there's a lot of events leading up to Christmas and the holidays, where the drive is to bring more food to the food banks, both through your network and some of the other smaller branches. I just want to be clear. So if I went online and donated $1,000 to Food Banks Canada, you're saying that may not make it to Ottawa necessarily?
That is correct.
Okay. And, is there any sort of concerted effort in that sector to locally to say, hey, if you want to help people here locally, this is where you donate. This is where you should be sending your money. And maybe I'm giving you that opportunity right now, because I would have thought going to Food Banks Canada, that something might come through locally. But what can people do to make sure that the money they're donating, especially leading up to this holiday season, are going to the local food banks here in the city of Ottawa and not to some large organization that was less than clear in the answers they provided to me? Thank you.
Yeah, and to respond to that, supporting the Ottawa Food Bank supports 98 emergency food programs right across the city. It's important to note that we also don't provide annual sustainable funding to many of our organizations. Instead, what we do is we provide food. So we'll provide over $20 million worth of food this year to the network of agencies. And that is the issue with our sector, is that there is no sustainable funding outside of what we receive from the municipality to ensure that every year we have the funding that we need and the food that we need. It makes planning and projecting near impossible, which is why we are projecting that we will need to reduce the amount of food that we're providing based on the current expected revenue that we are receiving. And I can tell you the teams, fundraising teams, both at the Ottawa Food Bank and at the local food banks, work incredibly hard to secure every single dollar and food that they can. There just simply is not enough. $30 million will be nowhere near what the sector needs in order to support the volume of people that we are seeing.
That's all for me at this point. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor DesRoches. Councillor Kavanagh.
Yes, thank you very much, Rachel. And it was great to be there at the event on Friday for the 40th anniversary. I don't think anyone expected to have 40th anniversary for a food bank, and didn't really want it. But I appreciate all your work. And one of the things that stuck out to me in terms of what you're talking about is the importance of wages and basic income. As you know, Council endorsed basic income as being a solution because people don't have enough money to buy food, as well as Ottawa Public Health, and I was really impressed with Dr. Etch's statements about that. Can you elaborate how important that is?
Absolutely. We, as Councillor Troster has already quoted me today, we know that more food is not the answer, that we need income-based solutions. So things like not only a basic guaranteed income, but living wages. We are a living wage employer here in Ottawa. We encourage other organizations and businesses to be living wage employers. And again, that doesn't even meet what is considered a rent appropriate wage. Basic income during the COVID, we saw that the federal government identified CERB as $2,000. That's what was needed in order to support people. That was considered a basic income. We saw the numbers at food banks level off because people had the money that they needed to purchase the food when and where they wanted. And yet you look at OW where you will have an individual receiving $731 a month to support themselves, ODSP about $1,400, significantly below what was considered by the federal government as a basic income. And so basically we're seeing these wages forcing people to remain in poverty and making it extremely difficult to move out of poverty.
Thank you. The fact that you have to come to a municipal council to ask for funds, this is actually kind of an invisible download from the federal and provincial governments because they have not been acting in terms of wages and pensions, et cetera, for those in need. So I appreciate all your work again, Rachel. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rachel. I don't see any further questions for you, but I did want to thank you for coming here. And I know that you were very active in the poverty reduction strategy. You've been very, wonderful advocate and working very closely on behalf of the Ottawa Food Bank and all of the partner agencies with the city. this is not an easy conversation for anyone, and your comments and your thoughts are not falling on deaf ears. And there are lots of conversations, and it's not just this budget that we'll be talking to you about. There's a lot of work that has to come. So I do appreciate your continued work and efforts on this. And this is just a very difficult budget that we're dealing with, and we'll continue to work with you on this, as will staff. So thank you for being here. Very much appreciated.
Thank you.
Our next delegations, I'm not sure if they're here. Oh, they're here. Oh, wonderful. Perfect. Sorry about that. I didn't see you in the room. Cassandra and Nicole. Cassandra from the Arts Network Ottawa, and Nicole is from the Ottawa Arts Council.
Well, good afternoon. Dan Chenier for mentioning the value of the work that we do in the community. We really appreciated that. Thank you so much. We believe, as many of you do, that arts and culture are essential to the lifeblood of Ottawa, shaping our identity as a vibrant, inclusive, and forward-looking capital city. Artists enrich the daily lives of residents and visitors alike, providing opportunities for connection, expression, and discovery. So why should a municipality invest in the arts or increase their investment in the arts? Because the arts are essential to our collective well-being. They create spaces for communities to come together, fostering understanding and belonging. Cultural experiences spark joy and healing, contributing to positive mental health and increased social cohesion. Ottawa's cultural community also delivers significant economic impact, contributing to a thriving local economy. It supports thousands of jobs. In 2021, the Ottawa culture GDP was over $3.2 billion and over 27,000 jobs. It attracts investment, drawing in business, people, and workers to the city. It attracts millions of visitors each year, and cultural tourists also stay longer and spend more. Arts and culture starts at the grassroots. It is place-based, and it starts with artists. It happens in all kinds of spaces, including city centers and parks with city permits, and it happens with grants from the city or through the support of arts organization funded by those city grants. The cultural funding envelope represents only 0.25% of the city's total budget. The program invests in hundreds of local organizations to provide public programming to residents and to visitors. There are also programs specifically for Indigenous and equity-seeking applicants. In 2023, the city cultural funding programs processed 602 submissions and provided over $11.9 million in funding through 401 allocations. And we're grateful to learn that the 2025 draft budget shows a 2% increase in the cultural funding envelope. This increase represents $285,000. It is added to the envelope that the sector applies to, and those funds go to current operating grants and increase in equity by bringing new groups into operating streams, particularly those from historically underfunded communities. We appreciate any additional support your committee can give in order to ensure that the increase is improved at Council in December. The cultural community is facing deep challenges, and the precarity of the sector has been documented wildly in the media. Costs are up. Revenues are down, and there are no increases from other levels of government. The Canada Council funding has been cut, and the Ontario Arts Council has not had a budget increase in 15 years. That said, we're also aware of the financial pressures the city is facing, the multiple priorities you must address, and the difficult decisions facing this council and this budget. By prioritizing and investing in the arts, we're enhancing the quality of life for all residents. Arts and culture are more than just an asset to Ottawa. They are a necessity, central to our identity, and critical to the health, happiness, and prosperity of our city and its people.
So we know that Ottawa can be a provincial and a national leader for culture, but currently there are some measures to indicate that it's not. Hill Strategies put out a ranking for the best places to be an artist, and Ottawa ranked overall 28 out of 41. We ranked 15 for percentage of labor force at 1%, so artists are 1% of the labor force, but Toronto by comparison is 2%. Cities that ranked higher than us are Montreal, Toronto, Oakville, Gatineau, Hamilton, and Calgary. We need to attract artists and keep them here. We also need to bring more artists into the workforce so that ultimately they can be providing the essential services that our communities need. For a lot of artists, they might be asking, why stay in Ottawa? Why not go to Toronto? Who just passed an ambitious culture plan with commitments to free arts activities and for residents in every neighborhood, 1 million square feet of new cultural spaces, and a generational increase of $10 million to the Toronto Arts Council, who is their main funding body. For Ottawa to maintain its vibrancy and remain a competitive capital city, we need to make robust investments in the arts. If we don't, it's at the expense of our residents. We did not see any new monies in the budget for the culture plan. Our current plan dates back to 2004, and the refresh action plan was in 2013, and there are incredible accomplishments that came out of this plan. So we ask that the municipal culture plan has an appropriate budget for the scale and scope of the work that's undertaken. And to echo the city's official plan, we must continue to position culture as a key city building tool and central to the health and well-being of our residents. Thank you for your ongoing support and for the council today who have championed the work that artists are doing in our community. Thank you.
Okay, just looking to see if there's any questions. I don't see any questions for you both. Thank you very much for coming. Thank you for staying for the beginning. Very much appreciate it.
Thank you.
Our next delegation is Susan Cazelli. I'm not sure if Susan's in the room or online. Online.
Hi, I'm here. Can everyone hear me?
Yes, you can. You have 5 minutes, Susan.
Wonderful. So just before I begin, I just want to kind of caveat to say that I'm extremely nervous today, and I'm not a nervous person. But you will see why I'm nervous as I tell you my story, and I hope you are patient with me. So thank you. My name is Susan Cazelli, and I have lived in North Sandy Hill for the past 14 years. I made a conscious choice to live in this community and raise my children here. I live near the Mission. Its clients are Charmers. Before I was a mom, I'd walk past them and they'd always compliment me on my shoes. They weren't practical. Now I wear practical shoes. Charmers, the Mission is generally well run. Years ago, when I was the president of my community association, I asked Peter Tilley, hey, could we get a needle drop box? He texted back right away. Yeah, no problem. I mention this because I don't want to be dismissed as a NIMBY who can't bear the sight of homeless people. What I cannot stand is the degradation of my community. What I can't stand is the erosion of public trust, the absolute fear in which I live, in which we all live in this part of the city. And most of all, the idea that my tax dollars are funding a redundant service that endangers everyone's health and safety, one that is unresponsive to community concerns, one that has no interest in changing or taking any kind of accountability. So I'm talking about Center 454. I want them defunded. Center 454 is almost entirely funded by property taxes. What's more is that I have carefully read and reviewed the funding contract for Center 454, which is of course under the umbrella of Belong Ottawa. They are in breach of their contract. That contract also allows the city to terminate their funding almost immediately. The city can cut their funding tomorrow, and the city would be within its legal rights to do so. And so I'm asking that this committee directs the city to do just that. Center 454 is responsible for endangering the welfare and security of everyone near it. Earlier this year, the Ottawa Police Services Board heard from about 12 delegates speak specifically about this site. We deal with hate crimes, sex crimes, break-ins, violent crimes, stabbings, the targeting of children. So I'll talk about how my children were specifically impacted by this site. Center 454 has taken away from me and my family the right to the lawful enjoyment of our home. My children, 3 and 5 years old, were targeted by a pedophile, a client of 454. The photo of this man was sent to 454 as well as all of the surrounding social services agencies. And they were provided some context as to how what he was doing was criminal harassment, et cetera, et cetera. They were also given instructions that should they see this man, that they should contact the police. They did not. He paid several visits to my home, passing in front of 454, stopping in front of 454 to obtain a coffee, coming to my house, banging and screaming at my front door. So Center 554 served him coffee, sent him on his way. They prioritized his right to a beverage over the safety of children. This man is now in custody. In fact, his sentencing takes place this week. The Crown has informed me that he'll likely be released in 7 months because he's been in custody during this time, and the Crown will try to ensure that he's not permitted near my home as a condition of release. Fingers crossed, we shall see. But really, what is to stop him from coming back to my home or sending one of his friends here? He has the perfect cover in 454. He can say that he's here to get a bite. Center 454 is not just a cover. In my view, they were an accomplice to his act. I'm begging everyone in this room to imagine trying to explain the idea of stranger danger to a 3-year-old, to a 5-year-old. I want you to imagine your children being approached by a pedophile, not at a park. No, I want you to imagine your children are approached by a pedophile in front of your home, where they're just scribbling with some chalk on the sidewalk. I want you to imagine that this pedophile returns to your home, to your street repeatedly, because the presence of a center not only gives him a pretext to be there, but actually protects him. I'm begging everyone here to defund this service. It doesn't belong here, and it does not belong on a street with children. I don't know if I'm out of time. I have more comments. Somebody let me know.
Susan, you're just at 15 seconds, but I see there's a question from Councillor Plant.
Fantastic.
So what I'll do is maybe I'll turn it over to that and you can elaborate based on that response.
Thank you.
Councillor Plant.
Yeah, hi, Susan. First of all, I'm going to start with something positive. Thanks for all the work you do for the little things in the neighborhood, the garbage bins, the needle drop boxes, the garbage pickups, the mini gardens. Like, I know you probably don't think those things make a difference, but they do. That's actually what makes Daily Besserer area really awesome. And second of all, I'm going to ask the same question I asked of Keith to you, because you sort of did go into criminal code stuff a bit at the provincial federal level. So beyond the city, what changes would you like to see in your neighborhood, that is after the municipal level, because we do have provincial and federal elections coming up? Thank you.
Ooh, this is a very big question. Look, I don't think that people suffering from addictions should be criminalized. But I do think that we lack a balance that ensures that everyone is kept safe. Part of it is due to the overconcentration of services in one part of the city within a certain radius. Something that absolutely everyone is fearful about, given the new provincial legislation surrounding CTSs that will come into effect in the spring of 2025. That's
Sorry,
one.
Can you just tell the committee what a CTS is? They may not know.
Sorry, it is the consumption treatment sites, also known as supervised injection sites. We have 3 in our ward, and all 3 will remain open after the Ford government's decision to close the one in Somerset West. People now are not. I would say that the idea to have them was always a bit problematic, to have them in community centers. I think ideally we would have these services in hospitals. We'd have them distributed throughout the city. And I would say the same thing for shelters, quite honestly. I do like the mission. Personally, I think Peter Tilley as an individual is really good to work with. He's very responsive. At least that has been my experience. But I am fearful of an idea of having a mega shelter at the end of the street under, a different leadership, perhaps one who's not responsive to that, because things could dramatically change overnight. I don't think it's practical to keep people safe in such a large environment. In terms of public disorder, people are blocking the use of the sidewalks because they're using drugs. Like on my street, we have senior citizens who are scared to leave their homes. They can't access the public right of way. Sometimes my neighbor can't back out his car out of the driveway because people are just using his driveway to shoot up, do drugs. They have tried actively working with 454 over the years to address those. That failed. They put an expensive fence up. That also has failed. They're now putting their home up for sale, their longtime family home. I hear the same thing from elderly people who live in the condos. Me personally, there have been times where I'm scared to leave my home on foot as well. Like, we sort of live downtown so we could do our errands on foot, and I'm scared. And there have been times where I can't leave through my front door, or now I'm forced to go in my driveway and use my back door because there's somebody there. And so, and the police don't respond because we don't have enough police officers. It's really difficult living here. It is really difficult day and night, extremely difficult. And we've had break-ins. I've had somebody come break into the back of my house, and then he jumped over our roof and went to my neighbor's, and she had an intruder in her home while her 5-year-old at the time son was sleeping. My other neighbor beside me also had a break-in just in the morning while her son was getting ready for school. The police were asking me. We've had arsons, we've had people scream the N-word, we've had swastikas, we've had I could give you a list of things. It's endless, and it's all emanating from this one site. Really, I just don't understand. And the site, in addition to causing us problems and costing us, I think emotional distress, especially in my case. I couldn't sleep. I hope that story gives you guys something to think about. But we have had to install fences at our own expense. 454 received funds from the city to erect a fence. We have rats emanating from the site. We have to pay out of pocket for that. Again, the city funded them to do that. We have to pick up our own trash, the debris that people might create. Again, they received additional funding. That's in addition to the capital funding that they already received from the city. So there's that sense of frustration. So there's the financial aspect, the emotional, the psychological, the security, but also it's things like we're losing so much. We had a daycare at the end of the street. That daycare had to close because 454 clients were actually, in fact, broke into this center and threatened the staff. It's heartbreaking, and people are fleeing, and we're seeing a hollowing of our core. And I think everyone sitting at this council should really think carefully about the long-term impacts of maintaining this sort of concentration here. What would happen if tomorrow the Rideau Center said, we're going to shut down? You should think about that, because that's precisely what happened in the Tenderloin in San Francisco. And that center is the only thing keeping a lid on the social situation, because we know that we've lost families. We know we're losing businesses. We're seeing it in Councillor Troster's ward. I understand that other parts of the city are feeling it too. We really need a solution, and the solution isn't funding redundant services that are unresponsive. It's funding things that work.
There you go. You got the list. Okay.
I did. Okay. Wow.
Thank you so much, Susan. I appreciate it. And please give your boys a high five for me.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Susan, for being here and sharing your experience with us. We are going to take a very brief break. Now, our next delegation after the break will be Calla Barnett. So just so Calla's on deck. I want to quickly share with members as well that there is a delegation that is coming up near the end who has shared a video with us. The video contains quite a lot of profanity and some images that I don't know that as a committee that we would share publicly. So what I am indicating is that that video is in the shared folder for councillors to view. If you could take a moment during the break and take a peek at it, so that when that delegation does come up and she speaks to it, you'll have some foreknowledge of what that is. And I am going to suggest that we come back here for 1:20. Thank you very much. Okay. Thank you, everyone. We're going to resume the meeting. We are now moving to our next delegation, Calla Barnett from the Action Sandy Hill. I'm just, Calla, if you just give me one moment, I think everybody's just getting a little resettled and I want them to give you their full attention.
Appreciate that. I was actually going to ask.
Okay, I think we're good to go. Calla, your 5 minutes starts as soon as you're ready. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So I'm not here on behalf of Action Sandy Hill. I think I signed something Action Sandy Hill representative to the Sandy Hill Community Liaison Committee. So that's fun because I wear two hats all the time. Four really, because I'm on the Parent Engagement Committee or Parent Involvement Committee for the Ottawa Carleton District School
Sorry,
Board.
Calla.
Yeah.
I'm gonna stop you for a moment. We're gonna reset the timer. The sound, the volume here is very low.
Oh,
So we're just,
maybe I'm not talking loud enough. Is that better?
that's a little bit better. Is everybody good with that? Can we? Yep, we're good.
Okay, I'll start again. Oh wait,
Yes.
it's not reset yet.
1 second. We'll start the 5-minute timer at the beginning. Just 1 sec. Okay, let's go again. Thank you so much.
All right, so I'm here on my own. I signed my thing with Action Sandy Hill just to let people know that that's where I am, but I'm here to delegate pretty much from my own perspective. I wear multiple hats and some of them are conflicting right now in terms of funding and what we want funded and what we want defunded. So I'm just me. Susan's my friend and her boys I've known since they were born. So when the pedophile was targeting her children, I was the one advocating for her to city councilors, to community officials, to the police, and then to the mayor's office. And it was only after the mayor's office was involved that anybody took notice of what was happening to those boys and to my friend. I used to live across the street from Susan, and I moved to keep my own child safe. I could move because I'm a renter. So I still live in Sandy Hill, but I live down a hill and I'm disabled. So I'm homebound as a result. And that's the impact of the overconcentrated services. And that's the impact of Center 454. I have tried for years to work with the management of Center 454. I tried for years. I was met with lies. I was met with misrepresentations. I've watched the city fund things for that organization that they won't fund for daycares, like a fence, even though there are needle stick injuries at the daycares. No, my city councilor had to use her community funding instead to keep those kids safe because your staff won't do it. That's the reality. Your general manager couldn't even define community in a budget consultation. What the heck? Doesn't she know who she's working for? So we're in danger, right? We're in danger all the time. We're hurt all the time. We have trauma all the time. And they smirk and say, well, maybe in a couple of years we'll move Center 454. On April 1st, residents are calling it D-Day. Just so you understand, on April 1st, we're going to have three safe injection sites within 600 meters of each other. And that's almost half of all safe injection sites in the province of Ontario. And they are near 250 to 300 bed shelters for men. We are the only place in Ontario or in Canada with that kind of concentration. And there is nowhere for anyone to go. There is no housing. There are no services anywhere else except for increasing services in Ward 14. And now they're having the same problems we are. You need to revisit the system and the model. It's not working. It's a model from the 30s. It's a model from the 30s. It's not working. The feds and the province, like, you need to put small shelters, not mega shelters, not mega shelters. Those don't work. They're dangerous for the people using them and the people around them, and for the staff. I don't even know why we keep doing this. They need small shelters, 25 beds maximum, probably less. And they need to be everywhere there's a food bank, because food insecurity and housing insecurity have the same root causes. So if people are starving, and they are, people are losing their housing. And we need residency requirements. Everybody's coming. Everybody's coming. Everybody. They're all going to come here because we let everyone in, and we have half the safe injection sites. They're all coming. Help us. Please help us. Like, this is scary. Kingston, there was a murder in Kingston recently. And they closed the safe injection site, and they shut down their encampment, and everybody's here now, and it got worse. We just get all the violence, and nobody's helping us. Nobody will keep us safe. Why won't you keep us safe? Why? Why are people who use drugs who don't live here more important than your housed residents? Why? Why is Center 454 more in daycare, more important than Sandy Hill Child Care Center or than Susan's children? Thank you.
Carla, you have a question from Conseiller Plante.
Hi, Kathy. Sorry. Hi, Cal. Did I? Okay. Sorry, that was me. Thank you for coming on behalf of yourself, not the whatever the community association, all that was. I appreciate it. I have a comment and then I have a question. So, as you know, I'm not a fan of these large congregate setting shelter type situations, but I do want to say that the city-run shelter I have at Bernard-Grammaet is pretty great. Like, there's not a lot of problems. The residents there are asylum seekers. They're, they have sort of goals and they want to get to them. So I do want to make a difference between the two, because it's very different from having people queue up at 8 p.m. and then kicking them out at 7 a.m., which we know is part of the problem. Second, I'm going to ask the exact same question I asked Susan to you, because I know you are deep, deep, deep into this with the liaison committee, and you speak to service providers often, because we do have provincial and federal elections around the corner. So what would you ask of your potential political representatives at that level?
I would say harm reduction everywhere or harm reduction nowhere. I would say it needs to be everywhere so that it's spread out and we don't have these very, very tiny spots where it's concentrated, or we can't do it. Other options would be a harm reduction hub. So that's something to think about, just a little off the beaten track, but on transit. That would be awesome. That would give people a place to go that doesn't impact or harm us. Because, people are victims and stuff, but erratic behavior happens with drug use. It just does. I've even had people tell me that I should accept domestic violence among drug users, because that's just part of it. So not staff, that wasn't city. I would say that keeping asylum seekers in separate spaces is a great idea, because asylum seekers are totally peaceful. That's not really what this is about. This is about Canadian-born people who are homeless, they have suffered, they have mental illness, and they use drugs. That's who we're talking about, not asylum seekers. Asylum seekers are great. They come, they help. Sometimes they end up sleeping on the street outside. And then it's actually the safe injection site that ends up finding them space to go in the morning when they open, because the shelters turn them away. They don't actually help them. So one woman ended up outside in the street with her 3 children. It was really fun for her when she got to Canada. So there's that. I would like to revisit what prescribed alternatives look like. I think it needs to be supervised. Handing out 20 pills of an opiate and letting people walk away is a terrible idea. It actually has been rolled out really well in the context of supportive housing. So I'd like to see more and more of that. I would also really like to see the feds do sort of like a medical housing funding model so that we can provide the services people need in their homes. the medical services people need and the psychological services people need. I would like to see partnerships between supportive housing and some of the service providers who do harm reduction. Not all of them. Some of that's not working. Ask Councillor Brockington how that's going. But otherwise, it could work. So there's so much. I would really like influxes of money for treatment and supportive housing. That's what I want. We need more and more and more treatment and supportive housing and recovery support for these people, because treatment isn't just about the drugs. Treatment is about mental health services. Treatment is about making sure that people are supported in a consistent and ongoing way once they are rehomed. I have a friend who relapsed after he was rehomed because he wasn't getting the supports he needed in his home. And he died. You know, like, people get rehomed and die. Is that what we're doing? Because no, we need mental health services in the home. We need real housing first. You lose your housing, you're in an emergency shelter for 2-3 days, and then you get a house. That's what we need. Anyway, and I want my feds and my province and my city to fund those things. And day programs would be a thing of the past.
Yeah, and just so you know, Trace the Lace is coming on later, so I know they're going to confirm what you say. So thank you so much, Callan. Thanks for the work you do in the community. It's really appreciated. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Thank you very much, Kala, for being here. Our next delegation is Janet Tonks from Trace the Lace Advocacy, Ottawa.
Thank you for having me today for the committee and listening to our voice. We're two mothers that have formed a non-profit advocacy group. We are reaching out to the community and advocating to change with lace drugs in Ottawa. We all know there's a pandemic going through our cities. The ages being approached are getting younger and younger. So we're bringing this awareness to the community. We have filed for a charitable status and we're waiting on a reply for that. From our losses of two mothers, we use our voices to make changes so no other needless lives are lost. Through the community events, we are bringing awareness to the stigma on users as well as the stigma on their families. We've had an event in Arnprior that was a great success, where we said where we were going and trying to promote stigma awareness. We have pamphlets printed with information of Trace the Lace. We're reaching the community with these pamphlets. We were part of this year's Drug Awareness Month at City Hall, Ottawa. And we have plans for more community events, including meetings. We've approached the school board and we're bringing awareness. We want to bring awareness to school-aged children on the dangers of lace drugs. The school board have an interest in us making some material for appropriate ages that we can reach out to. For the families of the lost ones, we're reaching out to families to let them know they are not alone. We have a website and we've had a few calls with people that have lost loved ones. We have flyers going out. The communication through our website with phone conversations have been quite something. We've been there to really tell them they're not alone with this issue. We have plans, if we get charitable status, to help low-income parents of a child with a set amount cost towards some of the funeral cost, because we know this is not cheap. We have plans to donate in the future on required equipment, because I don't think many people talk about the people that do survive. There's brain injuries going on if they recover. So we're looking into supplying required equipment so they can go home with their families. With some of the funds for our pamphlets and materials for the school-aged children, we're hoping to get some community events, community help, so that we can bring our message forward in our community on what's happening and make people aware of what's going on and the stigma involved. A lot of it seems to be related to the stigma, the homelessness, and the lack of jobs. So we're trying to change the opinion of people so that people will come forward. There is an urgent need for a rehab that's funded by the government, and it would to be downtown is not the best place to be. Somewhere in a outside Ottawa setting would be perfect, that people can actually get the help they require. So that's another thing. We're going with we have a meeting on Thursday with the Senate to try and change the laws on the way the dealers are dealt with, and to get out there that it's okay to try and go for help. Anybody can go for help. So our message is for the parents and the lost ones and what's happening, because we can't see it getting any better. The schools are being affected. Our town's being affected. So together as two parents that have lost their children in the last 2 years, we will make our voice, and we're asking for community help so we can get some more pamphlets out there and to support our website and to reach other people that are dealing with a loss, or to prevent any more losses happening in Ottawa. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Janet. You have a question from Councillor Plante.
Hi, Jan. Oh, I did it again. Hey, sorry, I did it again. I will not do it again, I promise. So first of all, I don't know who the four-legged person or non-person is next to you, but they're very adorable. I just wanted to thank you again for all your advocacy with Trace Lace. I know you guys are kind of new and you're just getting things off the ground, but you're really making waves. So just a quick thank you. That's all I wanted to add.
No, you're welcome. You're welcome.
Thank you, Janet. And I'm not seeing any further questions for you from the committee, but very much appreciate your delegation, you being here today.
Thank you. Thank you for your time.
Our next delegation is Carol Sissons. Carol, welcome. And once you get settled in, you'll have 5 minutes.
Thank you very much for your time today. When I felt compelled to come and talk about the Play Free program, I didn't realize that Dan would be mentioning it, and it would indeed be on people's radar screen, because it's been very significant for our community. And I just wanted to say a big thank you, and wanted to explain why. I've lived in Somerset Ward for 45 years, raised my family there, and I've been involved with the Plant Pool Recreation Association for 30 years. We spent a lot of time, close to 10 years, getting that pool rebuilt, so I can resonate with the comments previously made about asset management. But before the original pool was closed, we had a Friday night tradition of a free swim, and it was a real community event. The kids were really excited about having finished a week of school, and everybody gathered. And we were really sorry, although we were delighted with our beautiful new pool, but we were told we couldn't get a free swim. There was just not money for a free swim. And so we have been advocating for for the pool was rebuilt in 2004, so for 20 years. And we were absolutely delighted at the mayor's initiative and the city's response to creating this free play program for children. It has meant that once again, we have a more equitable program, because obviously any no fee program is a more equitable program for a very disparate and diverse community that we live in. The new program is very exciting for another reason. One of your other speakers spoke about you people just being seniors in waiting. Well, our children are not waiting. They're little people who will soon be in your shoes. And we have a responsibility to think about how we are raising them and what we are doing for them. So focus on children's programming is absolutely critical. there is a real need to instill a concept of being active for life. Participation figures this year show that 60% of Canadian children are not meeting daily physical requirements. And we know that there's increasing stress because of the world we're living in with technology and screen time, and that this is well documented in books like Jonathan Haidt's book, The Anxious Generation, where we're having a crisis of mental health amongst our teenagers. So it's absolutely critical that we think where we spend our dollars. And so we're absolutely delighted that this program has been implemented. And we're also really pleased that it's been not a cookie cutter approach across the city, but that each of the different facilities have different ways in which they can provide at least 1 or 2 hours of free programming for children a week. So I do again say thank you very much. My real concern, I guess, is that, tucked on page 75 of the budget document is the fact that it is listed as a one-time funding play-free program, and to maintain for the coming year. I would very much like a consideration that it be seen as an integral part of our expenditure in the Parks and Rec Department, and particularly because there's a lot of statistical evidence to support the fact that if community operations have 1 hour of free time, actually revenues increase because more people become attuned to the whether it's in the area of culture or recreation, to that kind of culture. And there's an immediate payoff, but in the future, they'll be the users and the fee payers for the activity. So
Thank you, Carol.
thank you.
I'm sure that staff are greatly appreciative of your gratitude, but don't go anywhere. You do have some questions.
Oh dear.
Councillor Trostra has a question for you.
Hi, Carol. Thank you so much for being here. And for those who don't know, Carol has not only volunteered with the plant pool for so many years, she was part of the coalition of residents that saved it when the city was going to sell off Plant Bath. And then in 2004, they finally won. They had renovated and expanded it. It is now the most oversubscribed pool in the whole city for swimming lessons. I can barely ever get my kid in there, it fills up within 2 minutes, which is why it's great to know that there still is free programming, because it is so hard to get kids into swimming lessons. Carol, I just wanted to ask you about the free summer camp that you run through the Plant Pool Recreation Association. How is that funded?
Various ways. In the past, we've run it for 25 years. We have had occasionally city funding. A long time ago, we have now primarily funding from the Ottawa Community Foundation. We've had provincial funding when there's been a special envelope. We just keep searching around and find wherever we can find funding. We've also been funded partly through the Elizabeth Arnold Plant Pool Fund, which it just provides us to give out free swim vouchers. So now we won't have to give them out for people who want to go on the Saturday swim, but we do them on across the summer every day. As a part of this camp, we give out swimming vouchers to people who couldn't otherwise go in for the summer swims.
Thank you so much. And to hear that PPRA has run a free summer camp sort of by the skin of your teeth for 25 years is so incredible. And I'll note that West Centertown will soon have between 7,000 to 10,000 new residents, a large percentage of which will live in Ottawa community housing. And that Ottawa community housing at Gladstone Lands, for example, will include 3 and 4 bedroom apartments, which is exceptionally rare. So I just want to applaud you and PPRA. And I agree with you. I want to see free play for kids extended beyond this year, but I guess that's a fight for another day. But I am very happy to see it in this year's budget. Thank you, Carol.
Thank you.
Carol, please stay. We have more questions.
I am in a hurry to go.
Thank you, Councillor Troster. You're finished your questions? Okay. Councillor Carr.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you very much for your delegation, Carol. And I know you sent in an advocacy piece on ensuring that there's enough trees to the Environment Committee last week in the same area. So you're obviously a great neighborhood advocate. I want to thank you for coming here to speak about the Play Free program. I did not really know about this program until May. And in May, Dempsey Community Center, after being closed for 4 years, reopened. Dan Chenier here gave me a commitment that it wasn't going to be rented out to every sports group around town to use their state-of-the-art basketball gym, that it would stay in the community. And Dan and his incredible staff, and I'll just mention 2 of them, Bruno Kreitz and Paul Shields, have done a fabulous job of having play-free programming in one of my neighborhoods that is has significant socioeconomic challenges. And it's been absolutely wonderful to see all the children who are now coming for free soccer, for free baseball, basketball, not baseball, not yet, but all sorts of activities. And and now they're putting in a drop-in seniors program. It's been absolutely wonderful. And to be able to see the impact of that program in my community, it is something that we need to keep funding for sure. And thank you for coming so positively to committee and asking us to continue to fund something.
Thank you, Councillor Carr. Councillor Kavanagh.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you very much. It was a pleasure to meet you. And I just wanted to say that Plant Bath is Exhibit A of what we can do, but it didn't come from the city. It came from the community. It came from those who knew what was on the ground and what was needed, saving an institution like that. And it had so much foresight because it's this thought that things in the center don't need to exist anymore. And of course, its population has grown. This is something we have to look at in our capital spending for recreation facilities. And it is just wonderful that it's been saved and improved and usable and fantastic. And as Councillor Troster points out, it's going to have more population. This is something we have to pay attention to across the city. In our capital spending, we have to look at those inner urban areas, in Centertown and all in the urban areas. So I appreciate it. But one of the things we have to remind ourselves is the 15-minute community. It's got to be walking distance. It's got to be in the communities. And I think that's a really important thing, because that's an argument I hear, well, oh, we're going to build a new facility further out. But if you don't have a car, you're not going. And so I appreciate that. And I appreciate your work on the free passes or free entry. This is something that obviously is caught on. But I think that credit should go where credit is due, and it came from the community and persons like yourself. So just wanted to say thank you for that. We need to keep this up. And I can tell you the need is there. I have a lot of Ottawa community housing in my neighborhood, and we need to think about their needs for the future. And physical activity, yes, big time. Our schools are disappointing us because they do not provide enough. But we can, as a city, do more. So anyway, I guess I'm just saying a big thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Carol. You are now free to go.
Thank you all for listening.
There's a couple of false starts there. Thank you for being here. It's very much appreciated. I would now like to invite Julia Sterling from Just Food to come. Welcome, Julia. Kate, you have 5 minutes when you're ready to go.
Good afternoon, councillors. Thank you for being here. Wow, this has been a long day in my first delegation, so really happy to be in front of all of you today. My name is Julia Sterling, and I'm the Youth and Education Coordinator with Just Food. I'm here today as a facilitator of the Food Futures Youth Council. Newly launched this fall, we gather to develop skills and build community networks to elevate youth voices on the most pressing food systems issues in Algonquin, Ottawa today. We advocate for a vibrant food future that we can be proud of, one that centers social justice, equitable access, sustainable practices, and community engagement. We're a group of 17 young people passionate, politically engaged, concerned, and deeply connected and invested in the success of Ottawa as a city. We share a sense of hope and drive for change, but we also share one reality. We're part of a generation steeped in crisis. In every classroom, we're taught about the grim realities we're facing, and daily, young people are already living with rising food insecurity, climate breakdown, the housing crisis, rising costs of living. We see how slowly the government responds to these issues, often with surface-level reactions that do little to address the root. We as youth are at a time in our lives when we're finishing our degrees or starting our careers, when everything around us seems to be unraveling. We see mounting urgency on our social media feeds and in the news, yet solutions are not happening at the scale, speed, or ambition that we need. Problems continue to grow, but solutions feel stale. We've heard today many times, 1 in 4 households in Ottawa are food insecure. It's clear that the same recycled strategies are not working. The fact that we've even have to make a convincing case for investing in long-term food security is deeply troubling. 1 in every 3 food bank users in Ottawa is a child. A generation of hungry youth is inheriting yet another crisis. And what does that say about our city? And what does that say about our priorities? We need an increase in funding to meet the food insecurity demands of this moment, with an added bold investment in community food solutions that reduce our city's dependency on emergency food. The 2025 budget is calling for 5.6% inflation increase for sustainability funding for organizations working on food security. A budget that merely adjusts for inflation is not an increase, it's an adjustment. But with 1 in every 4 people food insecure in this city, what will it take for it to become more than an adjustment? Social service organizations doing this invaluable work need more funding to stay afloat and drive sustained, meaningful action. They needed to fund the staff on the ground championing long-term community food solutions, to bring back programs and services that have been canceled in response to an increased need in emergency food. We've heard countless times today, food is a basic need. We shouldn't have to make the case for why it's a priority every funding cycle. This crisis is not a theoretical concern, as we've heard today. It's a lived experience of 1,000 residents in Ottawa, especially marginalized groups, including Indigenous people, racialized communities, and those living on low incomes. Young people are sick of Band-Aid solutions. We've grown up around false promises that individual actions will solve systemic problems. And worse, we've grown up on the lie that food insecurity is somehow an individual failing. Instead, we join others across the nation, demanding brave systemic change. We deserve a future where food issues are a central funding priority. One of my favorite definitions of sustainability is acting as if we planned on staying. If we're serious about sustainability, protecting the future generations and ours, we must embed long-term thinking into every decision we make about our food system, with courage, with innovation, and with clear priorities. Young people are awake and we're watching. We're ready for you to be the innovative leaders we know you can be. Councillors, we're living in unpredictable times. Although we don't know when the next shock to our food system will be, we do know that our communities deserve to thrive and be resilient to the changes we know are on the horizon. Ottawa's youth deserve a vibrant future that we maybe could even look forward to. Our message to you today is clear. Increase sustainability funding beyond inflation for organizations working on food security across Ottawa, above the current proposed 5.6%, and a shift towards funding long-term community food solutions. We don't have time for anything else. Food Futures is ready to be a part of building an Ottawa we can be proud of, and I promise we will show up. Thank you so much for your time today and all the work you're doing.
Thank you very much for your delegation. Okay. Councillor Carr has a question for you.
Hi there. Thank you very much for your presentation today. I know that your ask is specifically for more funding in that sustainability fund, and I know I've talked with my colleagues about that, and we understand the importance of that to deal with the immediate crisis that we're facing. You mentioned focusing on community food solutions as well in the long term. And, you know, this is something that I actually find our the state that we're in presently, absolutely terrifying. You know, when you look at the fact that we have a housing and homelessness crisis, it's because we didn't invest in enough solutions over the past 30 to 40 years. And when you look at the state of our food systems, it's because we haven't invested in it. We've had a food security crisis in the Northern Territories for as long as I can remember. Like it's terrifying how we have to get food up there. When the highway washed out in BC, I think it was 2 or 3 summers ago, we couldn't get food there. And if we shut down a border, I say this all the time, to commercial next time, and not just travelers like we did in the pandemic, we have a 2 to 3 day of supply of food in Canada. That's it, that's all. And we don't have the systems in place where we grow our own food, where we process, manufacture. We don't have that in Canada. So how can we as a city council support those efforts locally other than through funding emergencies?
If we're, yeah. Well, when you're thinking of it through the emergency lens, what we need to be thinking about is creating resilient systems that can respond to those when emergencies arise. So looking at our communities and determining where are our shared assets? Where do we have somewhere that we can go to a community kitchen and prepare meals for our community? Where are generators that are available for if there's a power outage that can be mobilized? Where are our community greenhouses around the city that can be mobilized in case of the need for production of seedlings? For, as you've noted, the import of seed, or you noted the challenge of the import of food, but also with seed. Over 90% of the seed that we have in Canada is imported, and we're not seed secure. So when the borders closed due to the response for the pandemic, there was a seed crisis, a seed shortage that farmers did not have access to. Creating community, building community resilience around having access to locally grown seed, locally harvested seed, with skills attached to that so that people actually know how to grow food. There is a major food literacy issue in terms of how to actually grow it, connecting those resources to people. Having community associations, having a designated community food coordinator who is aware of the multiple assets in their communities that they could connect to in terms of if an emergency arises. Building those strong bases means that when an emergency comes up, people will be ready to mobilize and they'll know what to do and they'll know where they can find food or what they can do to contribute to supplying food for their neighbors. That's the piece that we're looking at that big change for, and building a more resilient city, but resilient communities and neighbors.
Thank you very much for that. And I do think that that's a really important piece of work. When I think back to May 2022, like my neighborhood was out for 9 days, and, you know, fortunately, it was most of our single family homes that were hit. We didn't lose a lot of our apartment buildings. Those were prioritized to get them back online, or they're in a different area. But I know, you know, myself and my neighbors threw out thousands and thousands of dollars of food. And so there was the food waste issue. And it's really struck me for a long time, like skills that used to be so prevalent, canning, preserving that food. And so I'm hoping that when we bring the community gardens piece back, that we can start to have those bigger discussions about how we better use community facilities and, you know, have those conversations. But thank you very much for your delegation today. And I know what you really want is the emergency funding for the sustainability fund, but I'm always eager to discuss those longer term issues. Thank you.
Wonderful. I don't see any further questions for you, but I did want to say how much I appreciate a youth perspective at this table as well too. And I wanted to just mention that I am so deeply grateful that Just Food is located in Blackburn Hamlet. I actually walked the property of the farm this morning on my morning walk, and I know the effort that you put in to addressing all these issues in the capacity that you have. So the farmers that you're training, the various educational components. You're bringing children to the site and you're doing a lot of outreach across the city. But it is with deep appreciation that I have your headquarters in the heart of my ward. So I did want to thank you for that, and that the work you do is greatly appreciated and valued. So thank you very much. And Julia, thank you for being here. Our next delegation is Meg McCallum for the Alliance to End Homelessness, Ottawa.
Good afternoon. I'm here today representing over 70 members of the Alliance to End Homelessness, Ottawa, including affordable and supportive housing providers and developers, transitional housing and emergency shelter operators, day programs and support services, housing loss prevention and housing search agencies, community health and resource centers, employment services, food banks, and more. I'd like to start by thanking city staff and members of this committee and council for your commitment to working in partnership and collaboration with us. This work is hard, and we appreciate your support in tackling the issues of housing unaffordability and homelessness, along with all of the connected issues of poverty, hunger, health, mental health, and substance use. We know the need. Almost 1/4 of rental households in Ottawa are paying more than they can afford. 2023 marked the highest numbers on record in Ottawa's shelter system, and an estimated 10% of people in shelters are employed but just can't find the home they can afford. We wait to hear the results of the point-in-time count that took place last month, but we know that the numbers of people living in encampments is growing each month. It can take 4 to 8 years to get subsidized housing through the housing registry. Even for people with urgent medical priority status, the wait can be up to 2 years long. 1 in 4 households faced food insecurity in 2023, and the poverty rate, including child poverty, is on the rise. We know the city can't fix this alone. It will take a whole of government and a whole of society approach to undo decades of policy and funding decisions that have brought us to where we are today. We commend the city for its strong advocacy to all levels of government for adequate funding and for the new tools to help us reach our goals. Here at the local level, we know we need to work strategically to make the best use of what we've got. We need a systems approach with effective governance, data-driven decision-making, and system-wide coordination. I'm very excited about the new Housing and Homelessness Leadership Table just launched this fall, and I'm looking forward to the work that we will be undertaking together, city and community, to create the best possible pathways from precarious housing or homelessness to permanent and successful housing. The Alliance will be acting as the community co-chair for this new group, and I look forward to sharing more details with you in the new year as we get to work on the update to the city's 10-year plan. I'd like to spend a few moments talking about the new provincial homelessness prevention program funding mentioned in the budget documents, with over 120 million over 3 years. We often talk about the 3 parts of the housing system, from prevention to emergency response to permanent housing. With this new funding, and as we start to work on the 10-year plan update, there's an opportunity to develop a comprehensive prevention strategy. Prevention is an intervention that provides support to people before a crisis occurs, aiming to reduce the risks and prevent homelessness. It includes housing loss prevention tools that the city is already discussing or undertaking, including things like an acquisition strategy and fund that we spoke about last week, a strong renoviction bylaw coming shortly, shelter diversion programs where we've already got pilots underway, and ongoing emergency financial support for rent arrears, utilities, food and transit, etc. Prevention work happens through frontline organizations that meet people where they are. They nurture relationships and build trust to ensure that people do not get stuck in the emergency part of the system, experiencing worse outcomes at the highest cost. Food banks do eviction prevention every time someone doesn't have to choose between food or rent. And the low income tax clinic program that you're working on right now is an example of a great tool to put tax credits back into the pockets of people who need every penny to make ends meet. Canada Helps issued a report in 2024 that 1 in 5 people living in Canada used charitable services to meet essential needs in 2023. Almost 7 in 10 of them said that this was their first time relying on charity. We're seeing leaps in demand for services at the same time that pressures on operational costs are skyrocketing. Providing stable, predictable, and adequate operational funding to frontline agencies and service providers allows us to continue the important work of prevention and is a critical piece of a comprehensive homelessness prevention strategy. And we would encourage you to think about considering that in your budget deliberations. Thank you for your time and attention today.
Thank you very much, Meg. You have a question from Councillor Troster.
Hi, Meg.
Hi.
This is because these issues overlap. It's a question I started to ask you at Planning and Housing, but I was told it was it was more appropriate for this committee. There is new money in this budget to go towards homelessness prevention. I'm just interested in what more you would like to see us do. I know I attended, along with a lot of the other people at this table, the session with the folks from Niagara about their success in shelter diversion. And I'm just interested in hearing what you think we should be doing to stop people from falling into homelessness. How can we prevent this? How can we turn off the tab?
Exactly. And I think, you know, everything that we're doing is in the context of escalating need, while at the same time incomes are stagnant. I've been on the meeting all day long, so I've listened to all the delegations along with you. I know that you've heard very clearly issues around lack of living wage, low income support amounts that really keep people in poverty, right? So so the work that the city is doing is happening in the context of a very challenging situation. In terms of what we can do toward eviction prevention and housing loss prevention in general, you know, I think that we talked about the acquisition strategy last week. I won't go back there, but the renovictions bylaw report coming up in the next coming months is another key piece, having those tenant protections in place to prevent people from being renovicted or dem-evicted with no place to go. So things that would protect the right of return to properties after renovation at the same rent, or that help take tenants from the location that's being demolished into a new rent situation at the same rent. That type of thing can go a long way because really it's the costs of those programs are much less than keeping people in homelessness. So things like that, those emergency supports to help people through short-term financial crises that will help pay off utilities arrears or rental arrears are a great step. And then to the diversion work that you mentioned, yes, we do have a pilot project going on right now. It's sort of a call and answer project where the consultant from Niagara, Mike Lethby, is working directly with the Shepherds of Good Hope. And at the same time, the Alliance is providing an amplification or a knowledge leveling program where we're having Mike Lethby do a series of webinars to the whole shelter system so that they are benefiting from the same learnings that are being applied directly at the Shepherds of Good Hope. So with that type of pilot, we're hoping that we can build capacity in the city to do more diversion work, to find safe places for people to go instead of shelter.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. And something else I'll mention, which wasn't specifically mentioned as part of the budget presentation, but Operation Come Home, which is in my ward, which helps prevent youth homelessness. They're exploring a block leasing program as a form of their own supportive housing program. And they estimate that if they could hold 300 leases, they could empty the youth shelter. So to me, that's incredibly hopeful news. So thank you so much for your advocacy, Meg. We'll see you back. And yeah, we expect the renovictions report to come to committee in January. So I'm sure we'll be speaking before then. Thanks so much.
Sounds great. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Councillor. Thank you very much, Meg, for being here. Your delegation is very much appreciated. Our next delegation is Anya Fraser. I believe Anya is online. Perfect. Thank you, Anya, for being here. Just so you know, in case you missed it, I did ask councillors to review the video before the break, and I know that they did watch it. So thank you very much. You're welcome to speak to it. And I hope you understand the reason why we did it this way, but this gives you the full 5 minutes. So thank you, Anya. Feel free to start. Sorry, Anya, one moment. We can't hear you. I think we're going to fiddle with the sound on our end for a second. Oh.
Chair, if Anya could please connect to the Zoom audio on her end, that might be helpful.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Thank you very much.
Sorry about that. Thank you for this opportunity to talk to you about why this committee should reconsider its funding for Center 454. I wanted to share a quick video clip with you. Hopefully you've had a chance to see it. But briefly, this video takes place on King Edward Street outside of Center 454. You can see a grown man, one of their clients, standing in the middle of an interprovincial road, hurling F-bombs at a school bus full of children. What you don't see are all the Center 455 staff on hand, de-escalating the situation, redirecting traffic, sheltering the children. And that's because Center 454 never takes any responsibility for their clients' behavior. They're totally out of their depth, unable to control the rampant drug use that takes place on their property. And they're super quick to deny culpability for what their clients do off their property, such as the stabbing that took place right outside their building a few weeks ago. I could share so many examples of times that their clients have endangered local residents. You've heard some stories already tonight, but I only have 5 minutes, so I'll crack on. Center 454 attracts unstable and often violent drug users to our previously quiet residential neighborhood. Since they opened at their current location at St. Albans Church, North Sandy Hill residents have had to deal with constant open drug use and gang activity, disruptive behavior, verbal and physical assaults, theft, and property damage. Their clients leave dirty needles, smashed crack pipes, spoiled food, and human feces everywhere. Whenever we ask Center 454 to help us deal with their clients, they refuse because their unofficial policy is not our property, not our problem. Because of Center 454, we are denied the lawful enjoyment of our homes and feel unsafe walking around our own neighborhood. But you're here to discuss budget matters today. So let me frame the problems that Center 454 causes in financial terms. In the month of January 2024, there were 23 calls for service to Center 454. Pretty much every single one of those calls was related to substance use disorder. That's normal for them. So if the average paramedic response costs about $1,200 per call, and the average Ottawa Fire Service response costs about $1,000 per call, then Center 454 is costing our emergency services over $25K every month. As for OPS, when you look at their heat map, the blocks immediately surrounding Center 454 are lit up like a Christmas tree. OPS have had to significantly increase their staffing resources to do hotspot policing and respond to the inordinate number of calls for service in the area immediately surrounding Center 454. This committee should ask OPS how much it's costing them to police this area. This committee should also reach out to other municipal departments such as bylaw and waste management to ask them how many 311 calls for service they get for Center 454 and how much that's costing them. Because residents are complaining about the needles and garbage and rats that Center 454 generates. Center 454 is costing the city exponentially more than the 1.4 million that you're giving them when you factor in how much it's costing other municipal departments who have to respond to the disproportionate number of 911 and 311 calls for service caused by their gross negligence. Is this an effective use of the city's limited resources? And we haven't even touched on how much Center 454 is costing local residents and businesses in terms of thefts, vandalism, cleanup costs, security upgrades, etc. I ask this committee because you need to be aware of just how much your decision to fund Center 454 is costing other municipal departments, because that's an indicator for how much harm they're causing our neighborhood. Ask yourselves, should you keep funding an organization that costs the city so much money and puts our neighborhood in so much danger? Center 454 needs to be defunded immediately. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Anya, for being here. I don't see any questions for you. You haven't been the only delegation that has spoken to this matter, and I know that there might be some questions that people have to staff regarding this. So thank you very much for being here, and I know you've stayed for the entirety of the day. So it is greatly appreciated that you waited us out.
Thank you.
Our final delegation is Yami Musa from the Ottawa Coalition to End Violence Against Women.
Online, she seems to have dropped off.
Oh. If you don't mind the last one. Yeah. Thank you so much for being here. You have 5 minutes and get going whenever you're ready.
Excellent. So thank you so much for the opportunity to speak. My name is Yami Masosa, and I am the Executive Director of the Ottawa Coalition to End Violence Against Women. We are a grassroots organization that is dedicated to education prevention, as well as advocacy with gender-based violence organizations across the city. Some of our members are actually down the hall right now for the you all got the invitation, so you're like, yep. So we know the importance of the issue. And so I'm here to emphasize the urgent need for service and systems coordination rooted in community-based responses. This fall, Ottawa has faced an unprecedented amount of femicides. And we've been listening to families, we've been listening to community members, and we've been strategizing and meeting with different council members to ensure that this issue does not get forgotten. While there was 2 that were named by the Ottawa Police, our definition, based on, beyond the legality of it, there were 2 additional women that were killed that we as an organization would classify as femicides. Today is the 2nd day of the 16 days of activism against gender-based violence, which is a global campaign. Tonight, City Hall will be lit purple. And so we know that the City of Ottawa has a commitment to this issue. And so I'm here on behalf of a network of 30+ organizations, including grassroots movements, to advocate for the work that actually we've been doing with the city. In 2022 and 2023, we collaborated on a GBV scoping study. And the 3 main themes that emerged from that were increased investment in community-based prevention initiatives, alternatives to policing, as well as strengthening service and systems coordination. Gender-based violence is a cross-cutting issue: housing, poverty, migration, all of it, right? And so what the sector is calling for in terms of budget recommendations for 2025 is to ensure that the city invests in systems and service coordination. We've been working alongside Clara's team in terms of with Sousen and Sarah to ensure that the sector is heard. We've held a GBV forum that was held last April 12th. Ariela was present at that. So we have been listening on the ground, and we really have heard loud and clear, not only from frontline organizations, but also community members, that our systems are fragmented. I'm going to ask for the slide, Eric. Amazing, thank you. So as you can see on this slide, and I'll encourage you folks to go through the GBV scoping study. You have access to it. It's on Activa's website. That systems and service coordination is prevention work. We could be saving lives if Berhi's family, if the other femicide victims were able to be connected, if, just not in isolation, they very well could be alive today. And we see here on this slide around systems and service coordination, Activa convenes a number of tables, which is shelters, sexual assault centers, grassroots organizations, and we convene to ensure that people are talking to each other, because as this graphic describes, we're disjointed, right? The legal system is not always, because of lack of trust, is not always connecting with frontline services. We know that housing, addiction support sometimes doesn't always consider the needs of gender-based violence survivors. And so I'm here today, and I feel like I'm gonna sound like a broken record, but really, I've been doing this work for 15 years. I grew up in Ottawa. And I know that we can save lives with the investments around prevention and systems and service coordination. So I'll leave it there and just open the floor for any questions. And just again, to reiterate that we are working closely on the community safety and well-being plan. We are one of the leads on that. And so, you know, we need that concrete action that comes with the declaration of IPV that is material to survivors. So we need to invest in on the ground supports. And so, yeah, thank you so much for having me.
Thank you so much for being here. You have a question from, so I apologize. It just flipped for me. I think Councillor Plante was actually first, and I don't know when my screen shifted. So Councillor Plante.
Hi, thanks for being here. I appreciate it. Back before I was elected, I was involved in something called Cura's Law, which is a federal law, obviously, to train judges at the federal and provincial level on gender-based violence and coercive control. I know these are much sort of bigger issues than what we are talking about today, but I was just wondering if you could address what that could do to help your sector, as well as with the cuts that we have seen in legal aid at the provincial level. I know I get a lot of calls about it to my office. So I was just wondering, I know it's not necessarily municipal, but I just wondering if you could touch upon that.
Absolutely. So we have met with Michael Parsa, MPP Parsa, and talked about some of the issues around legal aid. One of the things as an organization, because we know that we can't only rely on governments in terms of a response, is that we are looking to launch and have applied to the Legal Foundation of Ontario to have something similar to Barbara Schleifer in Ottawa, because that is in Toronto, and there's no reason why Ottawa residents should be going to Toronto in order to get legal support around gender-based violence. So I think when it comes to legal aid, we know that there's severe gaps. We know that, and it's not just in terms of criminal, but also family law and immigration law. And so, you know, we're at the crux where, you know, at our last Frontline Service Committee meeting, we said we have to find a solution. And so we're looking to the private community foundations to be able to support that work locally. And we hope, you know, that we can get the funding to be able to create a legal clinic in Ottawa that not only looks at you know, carceral responses, but also looks at community-based responses around gender-based violence.
Best response ever. Thanks so much. Please do keep me posted, because I would love to help you with that.
Awesome. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Councillor Troster.
Hi, Yami. I think it's appropriate that we expect you to be in two places at once today, 'cause I feel like
Running
that's
down
what
the
we
hall.
expect of our gender-based violence sector. So thank you so much for being here. I just wanted to mention that Councillor Kavanagh and I were at the AMO conference, where we lobbied provincial cabinet ministers about the need for funding for prevention of gender-based violence. And I think the direction that you're heading in is very much what they would appreciate, because they want to avoid duplication of services between providers. So doing that system mapping is really important. Just one question, and before you run back to the other event, we hear all the time that women and gender diverse people who would otherwise qualify for an intimate partner violence shelter end up in the emergency shelter system because the intimate partner violence shelters are full. And so I'm just wondering, from your perspective, what you think we can do to ensure that our emergency shelter system is a safe place for survivors of gender-based violence. Because from my understanding, even our so-called emergency shelters are mostly filled with survivors of gender-based violence.
I think that one of our strategic initiatives, and I hope that the city will come on board, is actually doing those education trainings for different shelters, as well as we're right now in the midst of coordinating around educating city staff around gender-based violence. Because survivors are not going to come out and say, I'm a survivor, I'm experiencing gender-based violence. But if we look at the statistics, 1 in 3 women have experienced gender-based violence, 1 in 5 men, and usually it's young boys who are part of that experience violence in terms of family violence. So I think that, there's a lot of strategic work that the GBV scoping study actually speaks to around education within non-traditional service sectors, but that we know are interfacing with survivors. I think that part of that requires the resources to be able to bring people into space. It's something that Octiva is committed to. It's something that frontline service organizations have said that they wanted. It's something that survivors have said that they wanted. And so I hope that answers your question, that I think that not only comprehensive training, but ensuring that, you know, with systems and service coordination and having dedicated resources for a community-based position would allow those bridges to be made. Because right now, no one's doing the work, not because they don't want to, but because there isn't the resources. So it's literally us, you know, pulling in our members on the side of their desk, being like, can you educate this folks, or responding, like we met with, you know, Councillor Riley around the killing of Berhi, Berti Berhi. And so it's like we're constantly reacting, and I think it's critical that we respond in methodical ways, and we have the data, we've done the research, and so it's a matter of resourcing that. Hope that answers your question. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Vice Chair Bradley.
Thank you so much for your delegation today. I just wanted to weigh in on this piece. I've been working closely with Integral House, which is an organization in my community, as well as with the Ottawa Aboriginal Coalition, who is building the first ever Inuit violence against women shelter in my community as well. So this sector has been something of interest for me. About a month ago, I had moved an inquiry here at this committee, which I think touches on something that you've mentioned today, which is the system coordination and ensuring that women who are experiencing gender-based violence are connected to the right services at the right time, because often that's critical. So I just wanted to give you a heads up that response, which was looking specifically at how our 311 agents interface with women experiencing gender-based violence, and that, you know, are they asking the right questions so that, you know, because as you had mentioned, people are not always calling saying, you know, I'm a victim of domestic abuse, please help. And so are we asking the right questions to make sure that they're connected to immediate shelter services? Or if not, if they don't need immediate shelter services, are they connected to the right services to make sure that we follow up and they know where they can go to get the right help? So that inquiry response is actually going to the Finance Committee in January, because 311 is the responsibility of that committee. So while I tabled it here, it will go to that committee, and then we can have an opportunity to have a deeper dive of how we as a city are interfacing, you know, with women who are experiencing domestic abuse, and are we doing our part to make sure they're connected to the right services. So I just wanted to raise that because there'll be an opportunity to further this discussion outside of the budget process in January.
Excellent. Thank you for that. And we'll definitely be following up on that.
Wonderful. Thank you, Vice Chair. Councillor Kavanaugh.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for coming. Apologies, I just came from the event to kick off the 16 days of action against violence against women. And so we had a good crowd, but it's important to recognize that. And we will have the building lit up in purple. All very important to remind people, it's part of the communication. But in terms of helping those fleeing domestic abuse, it occurred to me that the guaranteed basic income would be a huge help. And that keeps coming up over and over. It's not in our parameters at all, but we have asked for it as a city, and as the public health have repeatedly mentioned this. So just your comments, because it certainly would take a burden off us on so many levels as a city on our budget.
Guaranteed basic livable income is prevention around gender-based violence. It ensures that survivors do not have to stay in economic abuse situations. It ensures that families have the resources that they need. It is one of the top 4 issues that came up at the Gender-Based Violence Forum on April 12th. It doesn't, as you mentioned, it doesn't fall in terms of the purview of the City of Ottawa, but it is something that while it's not obvious to people, is prevention around gender-based violence. It absolutely provides the foundation. It also, you know, adheres to some of the 231 calls to justice around missing and murdered Indigenous women, girls, and Two-Spirit folks. It's something that because we have the privilege of being in Ottawa, have advocated for with our federal members of parliament. It absolutely is a concrete solution to ending gender-based violence.
Thank you very much, and thank you for all the work you're doing in the community.
Thank you so much. I'm not seeing any further questions. So thank you very much for being here. That is the end of our delegations. I will invite staff to return to the table. We'll entertain questions to staff. But I did want to take a quick minute to thank all the delegations who were here in person and who presented online today. I greatly appreciate them taking the time to share their thoughts with us about this very important budget. Okay, so we'll let staff get settled, but if anyone has any questions for staff, now's the time. Okay. All right. Councillor Brockington, we'll start with you.
Thank you, Chair, and my best to the committee for a long day and receiving all those delegations, and thanks to staff for this part of the budget, a very important part of our budget. I will keep my questions short today and focus on a few major matters in River Ward. One is, I just on the public record, it's great to see additional money set aside in the budget for the Alexander Community Center. The city has been squirreling away some money for a number of years to get us to the point where we can proceed with sort of final design and renovation expansion. This is a 60-year-old community center in Carlington that has not seen a lot of expansion or renovation, but can staff just confirm what the plan is in the budget for 2025 and what will likely happen in 2026?
Through the chair, so I'll kick off on the finance side of the equation and Dan can top me up on the other side. So you're correct, Councillor. So if you look at just Alexander Community Centers in two spots in the budget, if you go to the work in progress at the back end of the committee budget detail, you'll see that there's just over $8 million that exist in what we call our WIPs. So that was previously approved. In this budget, you'll see the incremental $3.3 million. That's stemming from the updated DC background study that was before committee and council earlier this year. So now the full allocation is there. So just over close to $12 million. Now the funding is fully there. And I'll pass over to Dan to talk about how he's going to spend that money.
Thank you, Chair. With the $3 million that we are receiving in 2025, there is ample funding to begin a detailed design of the project. That'll be the next phase. There are already conceptual designs that were done as part of a consultation some time ago. So we will leverage those to get started on detailed design as soon as the budget's approved.
Great. That's great to hear. And Madam Chair, I can't tell you how important this project is to this community and to see this investment in the budget. So this is very good news. I heard at the beginning, I was here for your presentation at the beginning this morning to talk about additional investment in our beaches across the city. And Mr. Chenier, I think you said funding to help extend the season at the end of the year. Can you just expand on that? You said $60,000 for lifeguards. What beaches would be covered, and is it a full 2 weeks or is it weekends only for the beaches?
Chair, that's correct. It's to extend the beach season from 72 days to 80 days at the end of the season. It's to get us to Labor Day, and it will be full days at all 4 beaches, 3 for sure, Westboro. We are still in the process of negotiating with the NCC in terms of renewing an agreement, but the $60,000 covers that period and for the 4 beaches.
This is, again, a very good investment, something that many members of council have been raising for many years. So I appreciate that being realized in the budget. And on that note, one of the largest parks that the city looks after is Mooney's Bay. And I know that the Mooney's Bay Pavilion has been the subject of review and again, design for potential new build here. Can you just give the committee an update on where we are with that project and how does the 2025 budget reflect what is needed in that regard?
Thank you, Chair. We do have a design that has some architectural work that was done, and there are concept plans that were circulated. So we will continue to work on those. There is no new money in this budget to build the facility, but there's still work to be done in terms of finalizing a design and some of the site work that's required. So 2025 will focus on that.
Okay, fair enough. Those are some of the major questions I needed to ask today. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Brockington. Vice Chair Bradley.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you, staff, for the presentation earlier today. I have a few questions, and then I'll also have a direction at the end for Mr. Chenier. First of all, I'm also pleased with the investments that we're seeing in Gloucester Southgate Ward. We're seeing the renewal of Cedardale Park and the full renewal of the wading pool and splash pad at the Diane Deeds Greenboro Community Centre, which is long overdue. So happy to see that. I do have a question, though. I'll stick with parks first. I saw in the budget presentation there were 2 FTEs that were being allocated to park planning to deal with site plan requirements. Are there going to be any additional FTEs, or will these FTEs be also working on CIL projects or any other park renewal projects, or are they exclusively for site plan issues?
The FTEs we're talking about are exclusive, and we are looking at realigning the work within that unit to have a concentration on site plans and a concentration on the actual both CIL projects as well as city-funded renewal projects or whatever they might be. And there'll be more, I'll be informing councillors on more details of how we're going to realign that work in the new year.
I appreciate that. I do have an inquiry at the end of today's meeting around how we're doing on specifically on cash and lieu projects, because I know in my community we're having a very difficult time in getting cash and lieu projects completed, and there doesn't seem to be a clear process for how we prioritize these projects, and they seem to be more sort of side of the desk projects for many of your parks planning staff. So certainly I'm hoping the realignment will also see an improvement to the time frame in which we can complete and the process in which we onboard those projects as well. So I'll leave that one there. For Clara, in the presentation in your highlights, there was a $550,000 increase for Ottawa Community Housing for safety services. Could you elaborate what specific services that team provides and what this funding will do to enhance those services?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, those services are, as they describe, security services, but they're OCH security services. So these are teams that are mobile, and they go from site to site and support safety, respond to resident concerns, and ensure that there's an active response on the concerns. And last year and this year, OCH came to us with the request for more funding, given the greater complexity of needs that they're seeing and associated behaviors, to really be able to do a wraparound support for residents in OCH. And they work very closely with our teams as well.
So during the pandemic, I'm not sure if it was funding that we had provided Ottawa Community Housing or if it came from an external source, but there was additional funding for security that they had used to have a person monitor cameras in real time. Is that the type of work that these teams will be doing? Because I know that monitoring in real time was particularly effective for some of the buildings that we have in our community that have had those complex issues you're describing. So is this the type of work that team will be doing?
Chair, I believe that is included in the work that they're going to be doing. I think Kale might be on the call and he can confirm, or sorry, on the screen and he can confirm.
Thank you, Clara. Through you, Chair. Yes, that's correct. So that additional funding during the pandemic was through our Social Services Relief Fund, and a component of that is included in that community safety work. However, it was more enhanced during the pandemic without additional funding.
So will this allocation bring us back up to the funding levels of the pandemic, or is it still less than?
No, it's still less than, but we're continuing to work with them through their complex care strategy, but it really ties in for that. So we expect to be bringing more opportunities like this back soon, but it is still slightly less. Like I think we've mentioned in the previous budget, we were over $100 million in additional funding during pandemic funding. So again, the reality is it's not possible to get them back up to this level, but we're working with them on alternate strategies to kind of address some of those community concerns.
So if I have questions after this meeting with respect to how that will be, those resources will be deployed in communities, is that a question for Ottawa Community Housing or for our social services team?
I would say you can send them to us, Counselor, and we can find those answers for you.
Fantastic. For Mr. Gontier, I just wanted to follow up. There was $315,000 additional for park maintenance. Is this for things, so we often will get emails from constituents that a spring toy was damaged and it's not a life cycle replacement, it's just been either burnt down or broken. Is this funding to enhance your ability to respond to those types of inquiries?
Yes, Chair, it's to give us a bit more capacity on some of these minor capital replacements that may be required, typically more repairs, especially if we know that the life cycle replacement is still far out. It gives us a bit more capacity to be able to address those in the interim.
And would it also address issues like line painting on tennis courts, pickleball courts, et cetera?
We'd probably look at it. We haven't really set the full parameters around it, but it could apply to bench replacements. It could apply to minor repairs to spray pads, to wading pools. At this point, it's when we do our inspections early in the spring, that's pretty much where we would identify basically areas where we would be able to allocate those funds.
Fantastic. And then Chair, would it be appropriate now for me to introduce my direction? So thank you for that response. I'm kind of all over the map here as I've been scribbling my notes throughout the meeting. So I wanted to get those questions out of the way. But what I did want to bring forward today, as many of you know, Council appointed me as the first ever Council liaison to the Anishinaabe Algonquin Nation Civic Cultural Protocol and Implementation Plan. And so I've been doing that work with the community for the past 2 years, and it's been incredibly meaningful and rewarding. Over the past year, we established the consultative circle, and now we've had 3 meetings now, and we're really into the meat of the work that we're doing, and we're looking at the priorities in the plan, and we want to get things moving. And so at our last meeting, which was hosted in Pikwakanagan, the community, which the circle is comprised of many host nation leaders, identified that we need to build up their capacity in order for them to assist the city in implementing the priorities in our plan. And obviously, we were deep into budget by the time that request had come forward, and we still need to feather out the details of what capacity building looks like for the consultative circle. And so I wanted to just make sure that it was on staff's radar for the next budget, or if there are any opportunities within this next year to advance any funding, to look at how we can build that capacity. So I'll read the direction in which my understanding staff are willing to accept. So could the General Manager of Parks, Recreation and Cultural Services review the potential resource and funding requirements for the Anishinaabe Algonquin Nation Consultative Circle in order to ensure that we can meaningfully and expeditiously implement the action items in the Anishinaabe Algonquin Nation Civic Cultural Protocol, and to report back via memo no later than Q2 2025. So I'm hoping, Mr. Shani, you can accept that direction.
Yes, we're happy to take that away and come back to you.
Great. That is all my questions. I wanted to thank you all for your hard work to put this budget together. I know it's always a challenge, and I'm really pleased with a lot of the investments that are being made in this budget. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Vice Chair. Councillor Lowe.
Thank you, Chair. I'll start with the general questions and then I'll go into some of the more specific items. When it comes to, I'm flipping through the budget book, and I know that a lot of especially our community social services, they're mostly, maybe not mostly, but they're largely funded by the upper levels of government. There's still, there's still a lot of money that comes from the city. Like I'm looking at at least the net request, I guess, that comes from the city, like 7 million for community services, community safety and well-being, 19.6 for children's services. I'm not questioning the investment. I'm just wondering how we stack up in terms of how much, our share is compared to, let's say, Toronto or per capita with any other city in Ontario or nearby cities.
Chair, would really depend on program by program, but if we take community safety and well-being, for instance, it's a legislated program. So the government, I believe it was in 2019, the provincial government created the mandate. They dictated that to the municipality, but they didn't include any funding. And so near that time, through budget processes, council identified some core funding to be able to advance the work under that mandate, that provincial mandate that exists. Toronto, for example, has the same. Bless you. Toronto, for example, has the same exact same situation, except the scale is larger than ours.
Okay, but in terms of, would you say that it's generally even? Like, are we getting the share we're supposed to get in upper funding?
Again, Chair, that it would depend on exactly what we were speaking about. Most recently with the Ontario-Ottawa deal, for instance, we're now receiving more of what we would say our fair share is for the next 3 years on shelter services, for instance, shelter funding. That's a good example of the province sort of identifying that, yes, there's a requirement here. I would suggest that it would be something that we would need to respond to service by service.
Okay, no, that's fair. The communities, I keep saying services, community safety and well-being budget looks like it's been fluctuating quite a bit, like from 2023, the actual in 2023, the forecast for this year, and then the estimate for next year, right? It's gone from 8.95 million to 6.95, and then now it's going up to 18.8. Is that something that's just because of new legislation that's been introduced? Do we expect that budget to sort of stabilize over the next number of years at, let's say, this year's estimated number or similar? Page 5. Sorry.
Chair, I just want to make sure I'm clear here. Are you referring to the community safety, wellbeing, policy and analytics budget?
Yep.
Because I see 12.8
Yep.
is the 2025, 2024 budget is 6.9. So it's pretty much within that same ballpark of year-over-year increases. Is that the one you're referring to?
Yeah, and then I guess I see the revenue numbers like just expanded like that. I guess that's because it's changed a bit, the scope of it all.
Yeah, the biggest item year over year in this budget is basically the 5.2 million. So if you look at your transfer grants and financial charges line, and then you refer to the next preceding page of the explanatory notes, this is part of the Ontario Ottawa deal where there's investments for the downtown revitalization. Sorry. That's the biggest change year over year.
Okay, that makes sense.
Yep.
My next question is about children's services, the operating resource requirement on page 10. It's the estimate for the program delivery under core services. That's $11 million down from 14.87. Is that something that's being made up by the federal program, and then we're just sort of shifting some programs into that to be funded by the feds, or?
That's a shift, isn't it? Yeah. Yep.
Chair, that represents a provincial reduction in administration funding.
Okay, and are we losing anything?
It is an actual reduction in admin funding from the province, and it will result in some workforce adjustment.
Okay. So now I have two fairly specific questions. On page 20 in the director's office budget for the gender, race, equity, inclusion, Indigenous relations, and social development budget, you used half of the budgeted amount in the director's office, but we're budgeting more for the director's office for next year. I guess I'm wondering where that higher budgeted number comes from, despite the lower uses in 23 and 24.
Yeah, so through the chair, the main increase in this budget is basically compensation. So just our annual year-over-year obligations from salary increases, collective bargaining. You do see a reduction in the BSS, the business support services. If you refer to, I like to go to the later part of the book in terms of page 51, explanatory notes section. That's where there's some one-time items reversal from 2024 budget. So every year there's a number of items throughout different budgets where we do one time. For instance, the lifeguard and the beach hours that Mr. Chenier is having for 2025 budget. Those are one-time funding because we need to see, try it and see if it works. If it works, then we'll work towards stabilize net to a base operating budget. So if, these are examples where that would reverse out next year and then we would have to replenish it. So that's what you're seeing in this budget, the reduction.
Cool, thanks. Last question, going to page 188 now. It's the first item inside the capital works in progress. It's a park pathway lighting from 2022. The chart indicates that none of the authority has been spent yet. I don't think I'm the only one, but I've made a few park pathway lighting requests because Nepean never lit anything. But is that just stuff that's been allocated and you just haven't gotten the go ahead for a project yet, or you're just waiting, trying to build up a reserve, or what's going on there?
I'm not sure if this is Dan's or Alan's, but specifically in this scenario right here, this is where this one right here has got no funding spent. Sometimes what we do is we allocate the capital funding. I get this question quite often. We get the authority up front. So we need to get the authority before we can go start procurement. So sometimes it might lag in terms of what needs to be done from procurement, execution, and spending. So that's why you see a lot of the accounts where there's a lot of unspent dollars in projects, but that lags multiple years of spending. Some of the bigger project obviously goes longer, but typically it goes back to it's somewhere in the process of, being committed or in process of being committed and then actually being lights installed in this scenario, if you will.
Makes sense. Okay, thanks very much.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Councillor Kavanaugh.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you for being here for such a long day. And there's some good things in here, and I appreciate the effort, such as extension on beach hours, et cetera. That's positive. I do want to get a clarification. What's happening with the porta potties, because that's an ongoing year-round issue. With the winter trails, it's really important, and I just wanted to get clarification on what's happening with them.
Chair, in prior years, council as part of the budget has allocated funds per ward for councillors to deploy porta potties to their priority parks in most parts. That funding is still in our budget. It is now part of the base. I believe last year or the year before it was made part of base. I will be circulating shortly after budget when it's approved for members of council to select the sites that they want. We are on an extension on our porta potty contract, so it'll essentially be somewhat along the lines of what it was last year. In terms of winter trails, some of you have unexpended balances that can continue until the end of winter. I believe the two in your ward, Councillor, are being deployed to the winter trail. There's no issue with that. But for the general thing, you will all be receiving an email, the annual porta potty email from me sometime after the holidays.
Yeah. I'm refraining from puns. No, I appreciate it very much, and it's very needed. With climate change, I'm getting people picnicking in Britannia Park in November. So, and there's no lifeguards, so the buildings are closed, and it's part and parcel. We need bathrooms all year round. So climate change means people are going to parks for a longer period of time. So appreciate it. And appreciate the funds for courts. The one that got left out was Corkstown. And so maybe I can talk to you more about that offline, but that's been an ongoing problem. I appreciate funding for Frank Ryan, but what's happening with Corkstown?
If you're talking about the renewal budget, that is done as priorities. As you know, there is never enough money to do all of them in one year. I will assume that the ones that got in this year were in more need than the others, but we can certainly discuss what the Corkstown's issues. If some of them are minor, then the funds that we're getting through this budget, for small patching or recoding of some sort may be possible. But if not, then we can certainly identify where it is in terms of upcoming works to be done.
Thank you. I've been asked many, many times. I think this has come up since 2019, so it's not my first kick at it. Obviously, the community is very concerned. In terms of capital, we have a heavy reliance on development charges, and that concerns me. Listed in the budget was I have 2 projects of community buildings that are being converted. They're aged out field houses, and where I've used cash in lieu to set them up for funding. Back when I first started this, I was expecting federal infrastructure funding to come along. That didn't happen. I guess they've switched to housing. And now I'm being told it's development charge money. But I'm concerned about the budget for that because it doesn't seem like there's a lot there. From the treasurer's report that's coming next week for planning and housing, it's talking about the balance, and it doesn't look good. It sounds like we're going to have a deficit of 557.5 million. And based on what we've already committed, I'm very concerned about that. There's 3 things going on in Bay Ward. There's the 2 parks, which I've set up and we've put in the cash in lieu. And the third is a recreation complex. And we already know that it's going to take 10 years, but this is worrisome. We've seen this happen in the past where the city, almost let go of Plant Bath, and thank goodness there was a rally, and it's a valuable asset. We need to keep these assets, especially in urban areas, as they get intensified. So I just want to know how we're handling this because I'm very concerned.
Through the chair, so I'll speak a little bit on the reference to the treasurer's report that will be coming to the planning committee next week. The large deficit there, that 553 or so million projected deficit, that's largely driven by transit. Obviously, from a transit perspective, we're making the largest investment in the city that we'll ever make or I assume we'll ever make in transit in terms of building stage 1, stage 2. So in order to fund that, we need to add that cost up front, and then we'll kind of have a mortgage on it, if you will, for simplicity. In terms of the other components, as the DCs are collected in the other projects, specifically in buildings, parks, etc., we tend to basically allocate that out as cash is coming in from a DC perspective. So we try and maintain those in a positive balance from a DC perspective. Obviously, those are that's that other component of the non-DC component. That's where we then got to manage that against the overall renewal budget and growth budget from a tax dollar that goes in there. So if a park is 70% DC and 30% tax dollars, then that 30 cents on the dollar may get stretched out over a number of years, depending on priorities of renewal and where that tax dollar has got to go.
Yeah, these are a concern. And it makes it very precarious after the work we put in, the consultation we put in. It's very dicey. I think we're just not planning ahead of when these facilities are coming to end of life.
Chair, I can add that in my departmental budget for 2025, we've carved out of our capital envelope 1.2 million to go towards community building replacement. So it's not a lot, as you know, these things are expensive, but it is an annual ask that will be available in 2025 should the budget be approved. So there is something there to help move some of those projects along.
Sorry, what was the amount?
It is, let me just, 1.2 million.
Okay, that wouldn't pay for one, not even one. Anyway, my colleagues have lots of questions, but I just pointing out the problem with our planning for asset management and the need to build up those reserves for that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kavanagh. Councillor DeRoche.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Je voulais juste donner Monsieur Chénier.
I have a question for Dan Chénier. Some questions were asked. It was a baseball association.
The baseball delegations, and I know they're very active throughout my ward and in the Leitrim Fields, and they've worked very hard to work with the Jays Care Foundation to see about improvements. So, and I thought the presentation was excellent today. I wonder if you could respond to it and just generally speak to where does the buck stop, right? One of the concerns I think was, dealing with multiple branches and not feeling that they can really get to decisions or a kind of service level that they're satisfied with. So can you just speak to the complaint and where does the buck stop when they have issues?
Thank you, Chair. I will start and I'll let Alain pipe in as well. The delegation brought forward some good points in terms of the need for increased coordination between my department and Alain's department in terms of seasonal startup for all of our sports fields and extends beyond baseball to soccer and football and all of the others. The weather has changed. The spring is coming much more quickly, it seems. And the expectation on starting the season has grown because often by the end of March or early April, the fields have no snow on them. Nonetheless, they are still wet, and we still have to be careful in terms of making sure that we don't ruin the fields in the first month of the season and not have them for the rest. I think the central point of what we have been doing is collaborating more and more between the Parks Unit and Public Works and my own allocations unit to look at scheduling, to look at the requirements of the groups and how we are using our fields. There has been good dialogue with Mr. Beelan and Mr. Becker and a few others from the baseball organization to understand their needs. Often they relate to higher end competitive baseball more than just the little league stuff. So we did include a bit of money in this budget, in this capital budget, 50,000, to start to look at some of the little annoyances that we haven't been able to get to. And again, Alain has some money in his budget so that we can do better in terms of responding. We're also looking, part of the real frustration has been that the leagues have been scheduling a May 1st start because traditionally that's what the bylaw said they were allowed to do. In reality, as we look back over the last 10 years, May 1st has been a real gamble. It's almost a given now that there will either be too wet, as was the case this year. We were doing, and the delegation spoke well, that we had a relatively dry winter and not a lot of snow, and it went fairly early, but it rained quite a bit the week before opening, and that prevented us from opening a lot of fields on May 1st. We also have a geographic difference between fields in the West End and fields in the East End, where often the West dries out much more quickly, and the East is wondering what's going on because they're not open. We are looking at pushing back by a week, and in terms of, if the fields are ready, sure, go ahead and have practices and go ahead and get on them, but do not book high-end tournaments expecting May 1st as a guarantee, because then what we're hearing is people have traveled from out of town and all of those kinds of things. And where we can, we have made exceptions to it to let people on. I'll let Alain speak a bit to the maintenance side of this because I think it's an important one.
Thanks, Dan. Great question. And I think as Dan indicated, the collaboration between the two departments is fairly extensive. So that's really not a contributing cause to what the group brought forward. But there are areas that we are still looking at. The inspection piece that I highlighted in my presentation also is really trying to focus on those higher class baseball diamonds so that we're providing more attention to those, because that's typically where we're hearing more of the concerns. Like we have over 300 baseball diamonds across the city. The concerns that are really being brought up is on a smaller subset of that. And that's where we are looking at our maintenance practices related to those fields. How do we deploy to those fields? How do we continue to work closely with Dan's group in terms of the allocation? But after the presentation, I actually took time with both individuals that were part of the delegation. One of the elements that I'd like to do is basically get instead of them coming to the budget and we start the discussion, is really to continue to have that dialogue throughout the year. If they have concerns and it's related to maintenance, that they know who they can contact to be able to have those discussions, and how do we build that relationship. I think that's going to go a long way in terms of alleviating some of the concerns. And if there's areas where, you know what, we can adjust our maintenance practices to address basically their needs from when they're going to be using them, then I think that collectively we will win from that. So it very much will be a works in progress in 2025.
Thank you. Appreciate the answers, as I'm sure does the group. Just moving on, Mr. Chenier, I think you had some money set aside for minor park maintenance, which I'm sure is not enough, but we're going to chip away at many of the maintenance issues that we have. I wanted to ask about line painting. And in Claude Kane Park, we've got a basketball court that I don't think has been painted in some time. It's away from homes. It's extremely popular. You know, I know Councillor Hill had to work hard to get some line painting over by the Minto Recreational Complex. It's something I want to look at next year, maybe not in this budget, but you know, we seem to do an okay job with our streets, and we have a dedicated team to do that. How can we possibly expand that so that, you know, we're getting these line painting done in other areas that I think are equally important? And it really just affects, I think, the look of the park and the community, and people feel, especially when you have pedestrian crossways and what have you. I think it sends a message that we're taking care of our parks just as we would cut it and trim the trees and what have you. So, any thoughts on how we can expand the line painting?
Chairs, a few thoughts there. One of them is, much like the road line painting, the painting that we're doing today is not lasting nearly as long as it used to, with the change in regulation with respect to paint that are in these lines. They seem to be wearing off, you know, sometimes in 2 or 3 years, they're gone. And we have courts that are 20 years old that still have their lines there. So that is an issue, and it's a new pressure. The other thing is that up until now, we have not had a budget for those kinds of things. Part of what is in the budget today for the courts in parks can help with that. And we will work with Alain's group, with parks, in terms of how do we prioritize what are the courts that are being used. We've always, well, in recent years, we've had a separate fund to paint pickleball lines on courts, because that was a new thing. We will continue to do that, but where we are getting the pressures now are for basketball courts. For example, there is a renewed and fairly keen interest in basketball courts. So we will look at where are the main courts that we need to get done first, and work out a plan to do that.
Okay, thank you. Last question. My interest was raised in previous questions about Ottawa community housing and the public safety funding that's available. And I think, you know, you provided an answer, and can you confirm that it's for frontline public safety? So it's the special constables, it's the safety actions in the community. I was around when we initiated the special constables, and I think they're a good initiative, and they were meant to take pressures off Ottawa Police, and they have very positive relationships and collaboration. There's a big difference in public safety between, you know, having kind of a community police officer does some proactive stuff. You know, there's time for that, but I'm hoping that this money is going to frontline policing. We heard from one of the delegations saying, you know, residents are terrorized when you have one tenant with, you know, that's not being a good tenant, and it terrorized the other residents. So can you confirm that's going to frontline public safety measures?
Yes, Chair, we can confirm that that is in fact going to frontline public safety measures.
Okay, good. Thank you, Madame Chair. C'est tout pour moi.
Merci. Councillor Hill is next.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and a really big thank you to our general managers and the departments that are here representing this really important work for the community. Certainly, it's not lost on me. You know, if we didn't have scarcity in our resources, we would be doing a lot more here, and it's difficult to find where we're drawing a line, and it's appreciated sincerely. I had a number of questions I was going to follow up on some things that Councillor DeRoche was saying. I did have the chance to put together a direction to staff after that delegation we had this morning. So I'll just read that off. That staff be directed to review comparable municipalities on their sports field and grass maintenance procedures and best practices, and to provide an update to council on actions management can take to improve the City of Ottawa's own practices prior to the 2026 budget. Is that something perhaps Alain and Dan that you're good with?
Chair, yes, we're good. We're good with the direction.
Okay, thank you very much. That's all my points, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor Hill. Councillor Carr, you're up next.
Thank you very much, Chair. I have two sets of questions. I think I'll start with my social services questions first and then get back on to ask questions to Dan. So my first question is just in reflecting on everything that we heard today. Everything is about the need for prevention, whether it's Dan's area in terms of preventing recreational facilities from falling into disrepair or preventing baseball diamonds from falling into poor maintenance. But particularly on the social services side, we heard about the need to prevent gender-based violence. We heard about the need to prevent homelessness, prevent food insecurity. But at the same time, we don't have enough in the budget to even address Band-Aid solutions to any of these crises. And so my question is with respect to the Community and Safety Wellbeing Plan, which is, ambitious in terms of trying to move us towards that sort of that multi-sector response where we're looking at things from a public health lens, social services, enforcement to an extent. Like, do we have enough funding to make this successful? Are we getting enough funding to make this successful? Because I feel as if we do a great job of developing strategies, whether it's a poverty reduction strategy, lots of other great pieces of work are underway, but I'm very concerned that we'll make no progress, and it's no reflection of the ability of city staff. It's a reflection of the fact that we're trying to move towards prevention when we can't even plug the holes in terms of the millions of crises that are happening in front of us.
Thank you. Thank you for that question, Chair. There is no one answer to some of the issues and concerns that you heard presented today from community members. When we think about the Community Safety and Wellbeing Plan and the way that that team works, the poverty reduction strategy is a good example. There's a collective impact approach to actually addressing some of the concerns that the community has brought forward. And you're right that much of what we do in community social services is intervention. We address immediate needs. We also have significant work that we do on the prevention side. And what you saw in the poverty reduction strategy was a year of engaging with the community to determine how we could work together on addressing solutions that are quite substantive, for which the city doesn't have all the levers. So poverty is one of those examples. And some of that work is working with the community, who's best placed to be advocating in some cases with other levels of government. And where we can, we advocate with other levels of government in support of the community. We fund, we bring people together. We provide secretariat support. You heard from Octiva earlier in terms of the work that they were able to achieve and accomplish this year. That's also because our team was able to provide the secretariat support and funding to support that work, and they then apply to the province for prevention funding. So that's a good example.
Yeah, absolutely. And I look at the success of the Anchor pilot in Councillor Troster's ward, and I'm sure she's going to speak of that. But then at the same time that we're going to discuss that, we heard about the folks from living near Center 454 today, and just now in all of our inboxes, we've got a letter from yeah, I can't remember what his organization's called. But basically from Belong Ottawa, talking about the absolute stress that they are under in the North Sandy Hill and Centertown area, where they talk about the issues, you know, women being sexually assaulted, drugs, children as young as 12 being trafficked, high concentration of vulnerable people. And they offer some solutions, a lot of which are not palpable around the council table, it seems, such as moving things to other wards if low acuity. But essentially, it's those social services dollars. It's those dollars that aren't coming from the province and the Fed. So, you know, can you just remind me, is it 78% of our social services budget that comes from upper levels of government?
It's approximately 70%.
70%. Okay. I'll leave that, but I am very concerned. And I, you know, I'm not the biggest fan of raising taxes, but I think we need to have a serious discussion next year about how we can start to fund some of these pressing issues that are just getting worse. And we can declare crisis after crisis, but things are not improving. And all we can do is celebrate some small wins. I have a specific question with respect to shelter beds for intimate partner violence. I'm not sure that I understand how we can get more of those created. That's purely provincial decision? That has nothing to do with the city? There's nothing that we can do to advocate for that? If you can just refresh me on that.
Chair, yes, the system to support victims of violence, gender-based violence, shelters for women and families, for instance, are provincially run, funded, and designated, legislated, designated. We provide an overflow function for the GBV sector to call. If those shelters are full, then we place within our shelter system or in a hotel, for instance, as part of our overflow system.
Okay, thank you for that. I'm going to let the other councillors go, and then I'll go back online for my recreational pieces.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Carr. Councillor King.
Thank you, Chair. And I'd just like to acknowledge what Councillor Carr was saying. You know, when the community safety and well-being plans were implemented, these are provincially mandated plans, but there's no mandated provincial funds. And so I would still like to congratulate staff for the hard work that they've undertaken on this budget. We have to work within our means, but we are taking that collective impact approach. We are listening to the community, and we are trying to respond within the scope of our capabilities. And that scope includes $30 million invested in proposed to be invested in over 100 nonprofit social service agencies to address the root causes of poverty. I'm really pleased that after a tremendous amount of community consultation and advocacy, we are moving forward with a poverty reduction strategy that we see in this plan, a start, $150,000 for community tax clinics to really see more money flow back into our communities and into the hands of our lowest income residents. We are seeing investments, $120,000 to support Black-led youth initiatives in line with the city's anti-racism strategy. I think that's very powerful. We saw 120 youth graduate from a financial literacy course over the last summer. And I know that that's been so impactful that some of the youth parents wanted to get into that program. I think we're seeing real investments in an anti-hate campaign. And I know that I moved a motion in the last budget cycle to ensure that we really address the hate, the unfortunate levels of hate that are continuing to rise in our community. So I think within the scope of the resources that we have, we are moving forward. Obviously, it's not enough, and we need our partners to step up. Some areas of concern for myself focus on both our very young ones and our seniors. So the questions I have are around children's services. And I just wanted to ask, in terms of the operating dollars for children's services, are we able to keep up with the demand for subsidized daycare services? We are hearing that all the time from my residents, at least, are contacting me all the time about the need. And so I'm just wondering if you can provide some input into that, as well as whether you feel that the demand has outpaced the resources that are available.
Thank you, Chair. That is a complex question, and you're right. We are only able to meet the expectations of the community as so far as the funding allows or the guidelines allow on the part of the province. Jason Sabourin is on the call, and perhaps he can provide more detail.
Yeah, Chair. Obviously, demand has increased significantly since the fees for all of childcare has been significantly reduced. So no, we are not in a position where, we have a universal system where there's a spot for every child. The province has changed, their parameters with this new system where we are being provided with limited spaces for growth. We continue to look at that. We prioritize neighborhoods and populations with those limited spaces. From a fee subsidy perspective, we still have enough funding to, financially approve all families from fee subsidies, but the amount of spaces still is a challenge because now we have all families who are looking to join this system. So many of the spaces are full very quickly. So there's still challenges with finding spaces for families.
And I was just wondering if you could just comment quickly about the geographic distribution of those services and the impact there.
Yeah, sure. So in our directed growth plan, we used highly the previous service system plan, which did highlight many neighborhoods that are underserved, and very similar to the province is allocating spaces across the province, almost in a ratio of one space for every 3 children. Which was very close to the analysis we used in the service plan. So we are prioritizing neighborhoods that are in significant need for spaces, with also looking at priority populations, including Indigenous, Francophone, racialized families in those allocations as well.
I appreciate that you are looking at different segments and different geographies and the different needs that are just across our city. It's so important. The last question I had to do with our seniors, our older adult plan, and I give credit to both Councillor Kavanaugh as well as Councillor Hubley, who I know have been doing a lot of consultation with older adults in the city. I was just curious, with an increase in interest in naturally occurring retirement communities and aging in place supports, does the budget for the older adult plan reflect the need for the city to integrate NORC planning and informational materials within the older adult plan?
Chair, the older adult plan is a plan that really looks at what the city can do within its service delivery and infrastructure capabilities to address key priorities of older adults and seniors. The mandate is not to look at community programs or enhancements. So no, that is not within scope of the older adult plan.
Okay. I think maybe we should broaden that at some point. And I just say that because I think that there are lessons that can be learned from what we're doing right now. I know that we have older adult plans at OCH, which are, interestingly enough, I think best practices, demonstrating best practices for other communities. In fact, private condos, when I talk to residents there where we see NORCs evolving, they're actually envious about what's occurring in OCH properties. And I think it's all about quality of life. So that's a conversation, obviously, that I'll continue to have with my colleagues and with staff. But I think it's something to be considered as budgets move forward. We hear about the need for increasing best practices that would raise quality of life for our seniors. And I think it's something that we should give some due consideration to. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor King. Councillor Troster.
Thank you. And thank you to staff for hanging in with us for a long day. I'll start with the Anchor program because it is unique to Centertown, the non-police crisis intervention program, which launched in August, and I've received really great feedback from in the community. I just noticed that it's listed under the Ottawa Ontario deal, or the Ottawa Ontario deal confirmed $8.85 million for 3 years, and the listed amount from the province is $5.45 million. That's on page 54 of the memo. I'm just curious about why it's weighted this way. I just want assurance that Anchor has enough funding to continue operations through March 2027.
Chair, with regard to the question, yes, we can assure that there's enough funding to take us through the end of 2026.
26, but not 27. 26, okay. I thought it was till the end of 27.
It's funding for 3 years
Okay. So it officially started
through
in
2027 to
Okay.
the end of 2026.
Okay, great. And then it says here there's a $329,000 removal of a one-time transfer from the tax stabilization reserve. Was this rendered unnecessary because we got the provincial funding? Is that what happened?
Through the chair. So you'll see that kind of comment throughout the different budget books. And what that is basically, as I mentioned earlier, every budget cycle, we do a number of one-time funding things because it's not a base program.
Right.
So in 2024, we would have funded from the tax stabilization. It was a one-time project or one-time initiative, if you will. Now we take that back out of the department's budget and put it back into the tax stabilization reserve.
So should we want to grow this program citywide? The City of Toronto opted to do so after only 1 year, and we're still waiting for the initial data on the launch. Where would you anticipate we get the money from to do that? Has there been any thought put into that?
So through the chair, these are things where maybe I'll use Mr. Chenier's example of the lifeguards as a better example because it's tangible. So we heard throughout the year that there's a need for staffing this up. So we're going to fund it one time because if Dan can demonstrate that there's no issue in staffing, it's a real need. The next budget cycle, then we start to look at, okay, this should now be a steady base funding program, and that will come in the next budget cycle. So this would be the same scenario where if there's a need and it's a requirement, next budget cycle or council's direction, we would layer it in that way.
Okay, thank you. I think folks around this table are onto something. We have a transit levy. I think for future thinking conversations, maybe we need a community safety and well-being levy, something that would fund a program like this citywide, because if this is another emergency service, and I've certainly spoken to the mayor, and I know he has told me his intention is, his vision is of this becoming something citywide, constantly having to beg for core service is very challenging. I had just a quick question about the Equipass on pages 55 to 57. What are we basing the estimated $870,000 increase to the community bus pass and Equipass programs on? Is that anticipated more need or?
Through the chair, yes. So I spoke a little bit about this yesterday, and it was a long day yesterday, but I think back in I'm not sure when the actual program started, but at one point it was $10 million.
Okay.
And then when the pandemic hit and then ridership kind of tanked, if you will, we've been recalibrating every year. So we kind of look at projections from, the prior year activity and then projections on what the upcoming ridership will be. And we're trying to slowly recalibrate as we move forward. This budget right now is based on ridership and based on if this budget is adopted, if there's an higher shift to program, depending on what happens with the seniors.
Okay, so this is another famous crossover question, because we heard yesterday from a lot of seniors and students saying, my income actually qualifies me for the Equipass. So if I can't qualify for student discount or for senior discount, should I just be applying for the Equipass? And I know this is something that Councillor Bradley brought up and was very concerned about. She expressed the concern about community and social services backfilling a program that should be funded through a transit budget. I'm just wondering if you share that concern, or if there's any contingency in this budget to account for the changes that are being made to seniors and student transit passes on the transit side of the budget.
For me, I would say there's always concern. It's one of those risks where, I sound like a broken record sometimes when I always refer to winter. Started to snow earlier this morning, but it's very similar, right? It's a variable part of the equation where we can never get it right. So we'll manage that risk in year. If we start to see volumes increase significantly, we're going to have to look at the overall budget to make sure we kind of maintain, a balanced budget within other services within the tax side, if you will. From that same scenario, people can start to go forward now if they choose, start applying for Equifax today, right? As opposed to waiting for when the budget's adopted. But we're going to monitor that volume. We'll report back through the quarterly reports. If there's a risk there, typically we try and offset that with other mitigations across the budget.
I was going to say, because goodness knows community and social services is already bearing a huge load. So I wanted to touch on an issue that some of the delegates from Sandy Hill spoke about, and it's certainly something I hear about. In communities that are close to high acuity social services that serve folks with addiction and who are experiencing homelessness, it would be a lie to suggest that there wasn't a spillover effect in those communities when there are vulnerable populations that come because there's a particular service. When they leave that building, those service providers either aren't or can't be necessarily responsible for what happens when they walk out those doors. But I'm hearing that, as part of our emergency shelter task force this winter, we funded a service in my ward at Center 507 to become a 24-hour drop-in center. It's now the only one in the city that's 24 hours. And there's a huge spillover effect in the neighborhood. We've heard from neighbors. We've had a lot of challenges near the school nearby. And we heard similar things about Center 454. My question is there a path to fund those organizations to help deal with that spillover effect in communities? Because that is the number one issue I hear about, certainly in Centertown, which is that, we just not quite the same as Sandy Hill in the market, but we have a high concentration of low barrier social services, and we have a spillover effect into neighborhoods, and it's causing security problems that aren't necessarily quite a policing matter yet and aren't necessarily quite an anchor matter yet, but we're seeing a ton of public drug use and loitering and just general social disorder. How does this budget help tackle those problems?
Through the chair. So to the question from the answer to your previous question, the 5.4 million that you saw in our budget has the 2025 amount for Anchor and for the new community safety partnership. So that's an example of creating additional outreach to be able to address some of these spillover effects that you're talking about. So it would be integrated outreach, 24/7 enhanced outreach. It would also enable us to work with our CET to ensure the CET then could be present for neighbors and businesses. So it's it's funding to be able to increase the level of outreach and support that's available to the community writ large and deal with some of those issues. Will we be able to deal with all of those issues? Probably not, because what we're confronting is a toxic drug supply and a lack of treatment and addiction services and mental health services, places for people to go. So we're working actively on all of those fronts, including trying to find in other communities low barrier drop-in spaces to be able to create those spaces. I do want to acknowledge that we hear and understand and are trying to understand the concerns of the Sandy Hill community. And so when we met with Action Sandy Hill and the Lower Town Community Association recently, we committed to working with Center 454 on a plan to move out of that residential area. There have been some leadership changes at Center 454. So we're now in a position to have a fulsome discussion with them. The question will be where to move Center 454, but we will work with the community and with the organization on that. But we hear the community, and we have provided Center 454 with some additional funding to address issues of security, to be able to do a bit more perimeter work, pest control, garbage, things like that. But is it enough? No. We have to continue to work collectively with community, with partners, with other levels of government to try and address some of these really critical issues.
Okay, and I would say that, I would say the complaints are not quite as acute as what we heard today, but I'm definitely hearing those challenges because we now have the only 24-hour low barrier center. It is in Centertown. It is nestled among homes. It is half a block from my daughter's school. It has been constant challenge, and I often say I feel like I'm running an emergency dispatch from my email, trying to get help out there. So are you telling me that in 2025, as part of this budget, there will be more assistance for issues of that nature?
Chair, yes, there will be more assistance.
Okay, so I look forward to collaborating on what that might look like. And as part of this budget, is there funding to potentially open another 24-hour space so that all of those folks aren't congregated in one corner of Centertown?
Chair, no, not in this budget, but we are actively applying to the funding calls that have been launched by the federal government most recently for that purpose.
Thank you. I'd like to be able to send the message to my residents that help is on the way. And I will just note that we're very concerned about the closure of the safe consumption site, which was at Somerset West, which was of course mandated by the province. It's not something we had a choice in the matter. And also the federal funding ended a program called the Drug Overdose Prevention Education Program. And that removed between 8 to 10 outreach workers from the streets. So we are feeling that loss. And I'm really hoping through these new investments and through provincial money that we've applied for through the Ontario-Ottawa deal that we will return those helpers to the street, because we are feeling their acute loss, and that is contributing to both what I keep referring to as compassion fatigue and also just a general sense of insecurity and social disorder in our downtown neighborhoods. And I keep saying we can't revitalize downtown if we do not deal with these very, very serious challenges. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Johnson.
Good afternoon, everyone. So I have just a few questions that are a bit spread out. I guess my first would be, with respect to this budget, and we've talked a little bit about it already, we've had multiple strategies, the anti-racism strategy, the gender equity strategy, and a couple others. And I know internally there had been some work to try and create less overlap, less duplication of efforts in a way to assure that we would advance on some of these priorities. Can you speak a little bit to that human resources aspect of those strategies and how you're trying to find some efficiencies there?
Chair, I believe the question has to do with the equity framework that we're introducing.
Thank you. Yes. Thank you for the language.
So perhaps Shanna can come on and share some examples of the work that's been undertaken by staff to bring more cohesion and less duplication to that file.
Thank you, Chair. So thank you for the question. So yes, over the last year, we have been engaged with an external consultant to evaluate the current status of all of the equity strategies, which includes the anti-racism strategy, the women and gender equity strategy, and the corporate diversity inclusion plan, which on behalf of the City of Ottawa. And so we have made several strides towards really streamlining this work over the course of the last year, which is being presented next week in a formal report to committee and council, if you haven't seen that already. But essentially, we've undertaken a review of all 3 equity strategies. We've removed any duplication that existed between the over 200 priorities that exist between all 3 strategies as well. We've also reviewed our current structure within gender and race equity, inclusion, Indigenous relations, and social development in terms of amalgamating the team and the efforts of the team so that they're clear on their role and responsibilities and how that work is aligned across all 3 strategies. So essentially, we've identified several efficiencies as we've gone through this process over the course of this year. And through the course of this report that you will see in the next week, recommended several opportunities around how we move forward to really demonstrate that impact, not only internally across the departments as a whole and working collectively together in order to achieve those priorities, but also listening to the community voice, because we have consulted the community on several occasions over the last few years prior to and during the pandemic. There is consultation fatigue occurring with many of the community organizations that we work very closely with. However, we want to ensure that they are engaged as our partners in this process moving forward, which is why you'll see the recommendations that are being brought forward in this report in the next week. so that collectively we can build on the successes that we have identified through the evaluations. We have identified some gaps and opportunities through that process as well, which will then help us to kind of streamline the work moving forward so that we can really focus our efforts alongside the community and have a greater impact as we go to to the outcomes of all three equity strategies moving forward. So hopefully that answers your question.
Thank you very much. Yes, it does. So moving on to a different topic, I'm obviously very pleased that the CPIP program received the support of the city, and not only just to keep the program within the city, but also to add 2 additional FTEs as resources to support the program, but also to support community groups writ large. Can you tell me whether or not the CPIP program will have any possible overlaps with the results of the gardening investigation that is underway? Will we see additional supports for community groups under insurance for gardening activities?
Chair, I don't think we're at the point of knowing what the gardening work is going to result in and being able to project the insurance. We do know that for the coming year, the insurance for the gardening groups will remain the same. There will be no changes. The thrust of the implementation starting in January, assuming the approval of the budget, will be on the geographic community associations, and I think our intent is to deliver the gardening strategy sometime. I believe it's Q2 2025 or Q1. I can't quite. Q1 2025. And so in terms of insurance, that hasn't arisen as a specific issue. Much like the rink operations, I think it's assumed status quo for now. And I would think pending the successful implementation of the rest of it, there may be a look to migrating over to that program for those groups, but undetermined at this point in terms of whether that will be a strategy or not.
Okay, so I would be interested in knowing once we come to, the 2026 budget, if we find that things are lining up nicely, there might be some, programmatic efficiencies in delivering across those 2 groups. And of course, I just want everyone just to be able to plant some stuff. So, I hope that ends up being the ease that we put forward the project. Okay, super. So with these 2 additional employees, can you sort of explain, I know it's still early days, but can you explain, you obviously took an inventory and determined there was a rationale for some additional resources here. Can you articulate sort of what the scope or boundary of their responsibilities might be at this time?
Chair, yes, absolutely. First and foremost, to implement the new insurance program, and that'll be job 1 in terms of rolling that out. So an application process, a processing process, a confirmation, those pieces. And that is well in hand. We've been working in the background to prepare documentation so that we're ready to roll. The rest of the work, and I could say we're adding 2, but there is already 1. So it will be a team of 3. And the plan is to build community support for community associations on a geographic basis that will make connections with community groups in terms of giving them a go-to person to talk to at the city to get things like support for special events, where to get a permit, where to get equipment, how to get variances, firework permits, the whole gamut of things. Assistance in terms of things like constitutions and governance issues and those kind of capacity building opportunities, as well as creating pathways into other departments and key contacts there, and sometimes actually being the intermediary between those to help resolve or move forward issues. So generally that's, in a broad sense, community development, capacity building support is what we're eyeing.
That's great news. Certainly, it is something that I think our offices will, take a lot of time to do, and then others may choose not to. So there might be some unevenness in community support coming from councillor offices. So certainly, I think all of us are going to be very interested in knowing that there's dedicated staff resources to that. And if I might offer, one of the things that I'm hearing sort of coming up between another priority that I'm happy to see some investment and some attention is in the youth category. And, if we can imagine that, community associations are often, some of them will be the first to criticize their own representation. There's a lot of, we always say there's a lot of, ratepayers, there's a lot of elders, there's a lot of, white people, like there's a lot of sort of typical sort of normative representation, I guess you would say. And in working with community members that want to participate in these spaces, they often can't, don't feel welcome, or there isn't the flexibility in terms of, times or whatever. So I'm excited by these 2 additional resources, perhaps being able to offer some kind of intergenerational supports to allow for community associations to, reimagine their relevance, and for young people to get some exposure to their elders who have had, more experience working in traditional systems or bureaucracies. I mean, you use the word of processes, Dan. My God, I mean, we have certain people that enjoy that stuff and certain people that don't. So I'm hopeful that we can see some intergenerational supports when we're working in community. And then finally, I'm looking again at the daycare supports, and I'm actually in a unique situation where I have had a few conversations where there's actually capital dollars available to perhaps build new daycare centers, but it's the operational side that is lacking, not necessarily in dollars, but again, through those provincial flow-throughs. Can you just help us to understand exactly what would be necessary for if someone was ready to build an additional daycare center in College Ward, let's say? What would need to happen from other levels of government, both with the policy and the funding, to make that accessible, attainable for those residents?
Go ahead, Jason, if you have the answer.
Yeah, sure, Chair. Obviously there's a lot of transformation happening in children's services right now with this national system. One of the biggest barriers that we are hearing from service providers is the lack of capital funding from upper levels of government to help build to match some of the limited growth. So Councillor, on your question, it is, equally as challenging when there is capital funding, but limited operating dollars. So the best we can do is try to align those 2 things, right, with our directed growth plan, and trying to align the limited operational dollars with any available capital dollars to build as many spaces that we can within the limitations of the resources.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Those are my questions.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Carr.
Thanks very much. I wanted to split up my recreation and social services questions. They didn't flow very nicely together. Mr. Chenier, I have a couple questions for you. With respect to the wonderful delegation that was done by Ms. Sissons on the Play Free program, there's funding for it this year, but do we have that funding as ongoing? I didn't have the time to dig through the budget binder to see. Is that, or is it just for next year that it's been
Chair,
secured?
it's one-time funding at this point.
So it's one-time funding, so it's another thing that we have to advocate along with our porta potties and everything else for next year. Okay, thank you very much. There were some questions on the fact, particularly out of urban wards where we have situations where we have aging infrastructure, and Councillor Kavanagh spoke about the field houses that she's managing to have renovated through her CIL. Some people don't really have CIL, nor do we have access to any other sort of funds. And so when those asset management plans are being done and you're looking at how to close the funding gap, and I believe those are due to the province in July, you're looking at every single piece of infrastructure, like all those field houses, everything is included in there from a Parks and Recreation point of view, every single thing?
Chair, I see Sue and Karina who are actually doing the asset management plan, so I'll let them speak to. I have certainly the list that they've shown is very comprehensive, but if in terms of real details.
Okay, that would be great, and I'd love the opportunity to hear from these ladies. Thank you.
Thank you for the question, Madam Chair. The legislated obligation is for us to report back on all 12 of our service areas. We did 12 AMP, so that covers all of the assets that support all of the city services that we did those preliminary reports in 2022, and then 8 more we just did in 2024.
So the one for Parks and Rec will include all the details on every single asset that we have.
That's correct.
And we'll have and so the plan to close that funding gap comes after as part of that plan or after that plan?
So through the chair, we'll come in around the same time. So usually we come together as a companion report, long-range financial plan with the funding strategies.
Okay. And is it normally something that you present to the province, or is this a new process?
So the asset management, through the chair, the asset management plans are new for the province, but from a long-range financial plan funding strategy, that's something that we present to committee, not to the province.
Can you explain to me why the province is interested in receiving these asset management plans at this time? Are they looking at a new model of funding where they're going to bail us out of our 1950s field houses, do you think? Or is that a little bit too ambitious of thinking?
Chair, I wouldn't fathom to know what the province's motivation would be. The legislation is from 2018, I think it is. It was passed in 2018, yes, Chair.
Okay, so it's a legislative requirement, not out of compassion and caring for our recreational facilities. Thank you for that. I am concerned that as we move forward with those, that we're going to see more closures, and the outer urban neighborhoods are in particular are in jeopardy with the state of theirs. I'm jealous of my colleagues who actually have funds to renovate their field houses. I have to rely on the annual porta potty email in order to get toilets in my area because we only open them. We have going to the washroom is a seasonal activity, of course, only when skating rinks and swimming pools are open. So, okay, just moving on with respect to recreation and maintenance activities. Councillor Johnson asked about CPIP. Just with respect to the Botanical Garden, I know that it's, obviously there's not a good chance of having that happen in a year or two, or, it will require a volunteer board, work with Ottawa Tourism, all sorts of different things. But in the long run, if there was interest, if there was a board that was well developed enough and there was a funding strategy attached to it, is this something where the city could contribute land? Let's just say that we elect a government, federal government in the future that's not interested in having the NCC have a botanical garden. Would it be something where the city could consider providing land for such a purpose?
Chair, I have met, and I believe LA met with this organization, and their initial look was at federal land, and I believe they had some success. They were looking for quite a bit of land, something in the order of 50 acres. So they were looking for sites that just as a cursory review, we did not identify locations that were big enough and that were if I can use the word touristy enough for them to be interested in. It's certainly something that if such a piece of land was identified, that we'd come back to council after considering if it was truly surplus. And I'm imagining either making recommendations in terms of either reducing the price or including some sort of arrangement with the group. We haven't gotten to that at this point. Their interventions with us have been high level, mostly to give us an idea of what their projects are, and periodically to talk about smaller gardens in parks and I believe in terms of talking about the diversity of trees that the city plants in parks to go along with some of their mandates in that respect. So it's been limited to that at this point.
Okay, excellent, thanks. And just a question out of curiosity, would there ever be any opportunity to provide, to combine that, for example, with one of our less used museum properties? Like I know my site, Billings Estate, is too small, but you know, is there ever that possibility to think of that?
It would be a possibility, except none of our museum sites are big enough. We did look at, as I said, in the cursory review that we did, we don't have anything really of that size in the museum inventory that would help them. They want big.
Okay, perfect. Thanks very much for that. And then I just have, was that me? Okay, let's try again. Did anyone hear that? No, I don't think that was me for once. Just with respect to going back to, sorry, retrofits on community center, I had a sub question, but I can't really read my writing here. I think at one point you'd looked at 4 community facilities for the possibility for one of these, what's it called, retrofits from a energy perspective. Is that contemplated at all in any of the funding? I don't think it is, but is that something? I know that one of the sites that's on that list of 4 that was looked at is presently closed because it's housing new Canadians. And so, you know, I see an opportunity. I want that site open more than anything and to serve the seniors, but I'm just wondering if there's an opportunity when the social services team vacates that facility, if, you know, if there's an opportunity to be taken advantage of because it won't have been open to the public.
Chair, we did do an initial review of 4 facilities that included, I believe, did include the facility you're referring to. At the time, we didn't go ahead because the payback in terms of the investment required generally extended beyond the life of the building itself, so it didn't make a lot of financial sense. Since that time, though, Envari has certainly been talking to the city about the possibility of re-engaging and identifying facilities for deep retrofits. But to the best of my knowledge at this point, we haven't selected it. A site, although I have to say my department used to have a lead on this, but most of that is now moved over to infrastructure services in terms of strategic initiatives. So we're not as immediately involved, let's say.
Okay, thanks. And I don't really have any other questions, except that I just do want to reiterate that we do expect to see that community gardens proposal back in Q1 because planting season starts. And so we do need it back in Q1. And I think Q1 ends April 30th, correct? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Carr. Dan, if you missed that, Q1, just in case. Thank you very much, Councillor Carr. Councillor Kavanaugh.
Okay, well, I guess I'll be the end. Thanks again. This time I'm asking about the older adults, and my colleague here was asking about NORCs, and I should point out that a delegation was made actually to the Emergency and Protective Services Committee because it was paramedics that were involved with a wellness clinic for naturally occurring retirement communities. So that's where it was operated from. Claire, and I forgot her last name, one of the paramedics, it has been wonderful, and it's been great, but it's sort of interdepartmental, and it's something we should look at in the future because, and it's also happened in Ottawa Community Housing Building, Regina, I know that. So this is something that we have to look at. It's great for older adults, could be for everybody, and we definitely need to look at more funding from the province. And I realize that paramedics are totally funded by the province. But this is an opportunity because it is a wellness issue. It worked with Pinecrest Queensway Community Health Center so it involved one doctor, one nurse practitioner, paramedics, and other partners, including a pharmacist. So these are the kinds of things that can happen. And that's the great thing about having the older adult study report is we can raise this and show that what's going on out there. So I just wanted to raise that, and thank you to my colleague for bringing that up. In terms of the Equipass, wouldn't it be a big savings for social services if if all seniors were funded from the transit budget rather than the social services budget, because we're talking about the lower income seniors, but that's going to be a lot. That is going to be a lot more Equipasses. And it's currently, as we know, we're funded from social services budget, but I'm concerned because it's going to be quite a bit. Wouldn't it make more sense to have it out of the transit budget? Because, well, you both have tight budgets, there's no doubt about it, but it's just a big pressure. And I mean, eventually, I mean, it's going to be revenue in terms of the what's coming in. But I just wanted to know about the logistics of that, bookkeeping logistics.
Through the chair. So effectively today, as I mentioned, there was the base budget was 10 million, and we've been recalibrating it. And just for information, the 2023 actual was 5.9 million on a budget of 6.6. So in 2023, we actually had a surplus on that line item, just for context. The reality is if we were to shift that today, it would just be an accounting exercise where we'd lift and shift that 10 million base budget from community social services and move it over to transit. So when that was first established in 2018, 16, I can't remember timeframe, it was just basically on the property tax levy, keeping the transit revenue whole. If we were to do a one-time adjustment, we would just kind of lift and shift and move that over. So holistically across the system, it's net zero. It's just more of a process perspective, because I think Clara's team has the infrastructure to support the intake process and the back end part of the process, I guess.
Yeah, actually, before we had the budget, I have been pushing for us to promote the Equipass among, before we talked about seniors, just in general with Ottawa community housing. I don't think it's promoted enough. I think there's obviously an issue in terms of the paperwork that must be cumbersome because people are just not going for it. We have to ask ourselves why. That those who qualified are not taking advantage of it. And I think there's a partnership there that still can be made. And the fact that Ottawa Community Housing has 22 buildings full of seniors, I think we're going to see a lot of signups. So it'll be a busy place. So I just wanted to raise that because I am still concerned about it. And it makes sense to me to have it. You might as well have the same amount for all seniors. But it would make it more equitable for right across. And I thought it'd be less paperwork for seniors. I think that's one of the things I was concerned about. So if they went in and just said, I'm 65 plus, they get it rather than all the paperwork for low income. So I think that should be a consideration for sure. Anyway, I'm going to leave it at that. In terms of beaches, I just wanted to add, we have to look at if we're spending any money on safety concerns beyond the lifeguards. Britannia is particularly, we know that drop off is still an issue, and will there be any funds put towards that?
Chair, there's a few things on beach safety. One is members of the committee will know that we commissioned a beach audit from the Life Saving Society that was undertaken in the latter part of August of this summer. That audit we have not received yet, but I expect that there will be recommendations that will require some expenditure. There's no new expenditure requests in here. They will mostly all be capital items, which we will have to take out of existing budgets. They are things like signage, replacement of the buoy system that we have with something bigger, those kind of site improvements. And that's well in hand. We expect to get a final report probably early in the new year by this time, and we will do our best to implement as much as possible before the beaches open in June. The second piece of that is that we are doing and more specific to Britannia, we are doing an engineering study of the bottom of the swim area and the bay in general. And we've asked the consultant, we received preliminary recommendations. We've asked the consultant to go back and do some more work to look at other options that might be feasible. That is being funded through existing funds. There may be an ask in a future budget to, if more dredging or filling is required. That is not in this budget because right now we don't have a solution that's been costed out. So that will be for a future budget.
Thank you. I look forward to that report. I just want to say the name of the paramedic, I believe, was Claire Harton. So, I think it would be excellent if we looked at that, as particularly within the older adult model. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Carr.
Yeah, so I just want to point a clarification on Councillor Kavanaugh's question about the Equipass budget. If it was shifted to the transit budget, there would be no change. But I just want to clarify, there could be a change if that amount, how much is the Equipass? How much is that amount budgeted for? Whatever that amount is, if you transferred it to a transit levy instead and kept that money in the social services, that could give funding.
Through the chair, in that scenario, so right now there's a base budget established in CSSD for 10 million. We've been recalibrating it. If we were to make a decision to transfer that over to transit, we would lift and shift that all the way over. If we don't, then, and we just shift the costs over to transit, then yes, that would free up 10 over here, but create a pressure over here.
Yeah, okay, got it. Thanks. Just thinking out loud. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Vice Chair Bradley.
Thank you, Chair. I wasn't intending on relitigating the Equipass today, but since my colleagues have raised it, I feel obligated just to make a few comments on the Equipass as it pertains to the community and social services budget. I had asked a question via email around, so the budget lives in community and social services, as we know, and we top up the fares to OC Transpo. Now, currently, most of the people who purchase an Equipass would be considered are normally under 65 because it was cheaper to buy a senior's pass. And so we topped them up to the full adult fare. Now we are inviting low-income seniors over 65 to apply for the Equipass. Currently, the recommendation to council is that the seniors pass be at $78. If we were to have people over 65 purchase an Equipass, would the community and social services budget top up OC Transpo to a full fare or to a senior's fare?
Chair, I think Pat's online, but I believe it's to go right to the full fare because just from a logistics perspective. But Pat, if you're online, if I misstated that, please correct me. He was there. So Councillor, I'll follow up to make sure I confirm that.
So I just from an email that I had earlier from you, Mr. Rogers, my understanding is that we would top up to a full fare because like it just logistically and from an accounting perspective is easier. But I just want to be clear for this committee that OC Transpo will make more money off every senior on our budget because we will be topping them up $52 extra that they wouldn't have gotten previously. So it's not nothing. So it is a bit of a big deal that seniors who are 65 will pay $58.25 and community and social services will top up OC Transpo $52. So I just want to point that out that we're actually paying more, which is why I'm really hoping that, just a plug for my motion for Transit Commission, that will support the alternative option, which won't put an additional pressure here. But my issue isn't really about the pressure that we're creating potentially for community and social services. It's that when we transfer this to the community and social services budget. We're saying that transit is a social service and not an essential or core service. And so that's my biggest issue with this shift. But obviously this is kind of going into two different budgets, so I'll stop it there. But that's the point I really want to leave the community with, is that transit is not a social service. It's an essential service, and we should treat it like one. Thanks.
Chair, perhaps I could just jump in. That we work very closely with OC Transpo on the EquiPass Community Pass program. When the program was first piloted, initiated, Transit transferred that funding to the Community and Social Services budget because we have an all-of-city operation. So the funding could be spent across the entire city, whereas if it remained in transit, there would be requirements suspended on urban transit, on the urban transit operations. If the budget changes or shifts, we work together to ensure that there's no particular pressure on community and social services. We don't have the ability to carry that pressure. Ontario Works will not, we can't fund that with the Ontario Works budget, for instance. So we would work with transit, we would work with finance to ensure that no one is turned away. At the end of the year, we would account for any overage that would occur.
Is the funding still transferred from the transit budget to community and social services? Is that how it works currently, or is it in your base budget?
It's now in our base budget. That was the history of the funding.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Vice Chair. I'm not seeing any further questions. I just want, before we go to the vote, I just quickly wanted to weigh in. This particular budget represents 1.5 billion in total operating budget and capital investments that total 159.6 million. And it's interesting, when every single budget we go through at this committee, we have such a range of delegations. This budget covers such a range, the length and breadth of services that our city provides. And while I would not suggest that any of our other committees don't do that, I would have to say that this budget, the kind of the cohesive theme that I see all the time is the quality of life of our city, whether we're talking about our most vulnerable individuals, whether we're talking about our parks and rec, housing, social services, childcare, arts and culture. Like, there is such an impact that is felt when we pass this particular budget, when we work with our partners at the provincial and federal levels, and when we work with our community stakeholders. And, you know, it always strikes me that there's never a perfect community services budget. It never goes far enough as far as we would all like to see it, or our community members or our partners would like to see it go. But we're constantly making inroads to continue to improve the quality of life in the city of Ottawa, which is what we should always strive to do. And I wanted to thank our city staff for putting together this budget. You are constantly working on not only this budget, but every budget. You know, after it's done, you're already working on 2026, who's fooling whom. And I wanted to thank you for the effort you put in to trying to meet all the needs, knowing that you have a finite amount of resources to do that within. So I wanted to thank everyone, all my committee colleagues, for their very insightful questions and comments, the directions that we've already passed. We are going to go through the roadmap motion. You don't have to read it again, Vice Chair. It's all good. You're good. But what I will say is, because we have a number of declarations, I'm going to break it out a bit oddly. So we'll do it in parcels to give our two colleagues a chance to step away when we do that. So I am going to, we have it in front of us. I am going to ask for, you don't have to go anywhere yet, Councillor King. I am going to ask for the community and social services operating budget. Item A, is that carried? Carried. Okay, so now I will ask Councillor King to step away, and this is on item B1, material and services. Is that item carried? Carried. All right, welcome back, Councillor King.
Sorry, dissent.
Oh, dissent. Okay, forgive me. Eric, you have that? Okay, is there any other dissents? Nope. Okay. Now I'll go back to item B, number 2, remaining operating resource requirement, page 5. Is that carried or any dissents? Well, carried, sorry, forgive me, carried, I'm tired.
Dissent.
Dissent, okay. So we have one dissent from Councillor Plant, and that item is carried. And then we'll go to item C, employment and social services. Is that item carried?
Carried.
Carried, okay. So now we will go to D, item 1, user fees. Is that item carried?
Carried.
Carried. And then we'll do item D, number 2, wage enhancement. Before we carry that, I'll ask Councillor Hill to step away. Okay. Eric, you've confirmed. Okay, is that item carried?
Carried.
Carried. All right, Councillor Hill, you're welcome to come back. And then we have item D3, remaining operating resource requirements. Is that item carried?
Carried.
Okay. Now I'm going to do an odd chunk. If anybody wants to break any of this out, you stop me and let me know. So we're going to look at E, F, G. Number 2, well, we'll just do E, F, G. Is that item carried?
Carried.
Carried? Okay. Now we're on to number 2, recreation, cultural and facility services operating budget as follows, and that would be item A and B. Can we carry that?
Carried.
Carried. Okay, and then item C, I'll ask Councillor Hill to step away again. Okay, is that item carried?
Carried.
Carried. Okay, Councillor Hill, you're welcome back. This is like whack-a-mole, like I'm back and forth here. And then we have items D, E. I think that's it, right, Eric? So D and E. Are those items carried?
Carried.
Okay. And then we have item 3 and 4, that's Public Works Department operating budget. And number 4 is Community Services Committee's portion of the capital budget. Are those items carried?
Carried.
Any
Dissent on number 4.
on number 4, dissent from Councillor Plant. Are there any other dissents? No. Okay, wonderful. And Eric, that's it? We're good? Okay. Thank you very much, everyone. That is the end of our discussion about the operating capital budgets, but I'd ask committees not to go anywhere because we're not done yet. We still have 7.1, which is the status update, Community Services Committee inquiries and motions for the period ending November 13th, 2024. Does anyone have any questions or want to hold that item? No? No? Is that item received?
Received.
Received. Okay, we have no in-camera items. Item 9.1 and 9.2 are 2 information previously distributed items. Does anybody wish to hold those items for discussion? No. Oh, sorry, Councillor Hill.
If I could, I had a quick question on document 1, if I could.
Document 1. In related to the IPDs?
That's right, the cultural funding summary report for 2023.
Okay. So we do need a vote of 2/3 of members to add this for discussion. Am I correct? Is everybody good with discussing this? This is a 9.1. So it's use of delegated authority during 2023 by the Recreation, Cultural and Facility Services Department. Sorry, 1 second, Councillor. I'm just clarifying. Okay, so Councillor Hill, just for processing, our committee coordinator is going to correct me if I'm wrong, because IPDs are received as information previously distributed, to add it to the agenda for discussion, we would need 2/3 of committee members to approve that. I am getting the sense, unless I'm wrong, that committee members don't wish to do that at this time. There is the alternative for you to put a motion on the floor, and I'm looking at Eric, just to make sure I'm right, that we would then vote on to have it added to the agenda. Would you wish to do that, or would you prefer to take your question offline?
Well, I have a question. So, I mean, if the process is that there needs to be 2/3 support for me to ask that question, then I guess what I would ask is if there's 2/3 support for me to ask that question. If there's not, then I suppose I would do whatever the clerk asked me to do in terms of putting forward a motion or something. But I mean, I've got a couple questions I want to ask on it. I think it's proper process. It's on the agenda, and I recognize the fact that it's been a long day, but it's on the agenda.
Yep. So what I would suggest is we'll put together a motion right now, really quickly, and then we'll take a vote. Okay, Councillor Hill, if you don't mind reading in the motion then.
Yeah, thank you very much, Madam Chair. Be it resolved that the Community Services Committee allow the discussion of this item for consideration by the committee at today's meeting pursuant to subsection 89(4) of the procedure bylaw, being bylaw number 2022-410, to allow for questions to staff.
Okay, because just for clarity, I'm going to ask for a recorded vote. So Eric, if you could proceed with that, please.
Councillor Hill,
Yes.
Councillor Kavanaugh,
No.
Conseillère Plante,
No.
Councillor King,
Yes.
Councillor Troster,
No.
Councillor Carr,
Nope.
Councillor Brown,
Yes.
Conseiller Desroches,
Oui.
Councillor Lowe,
Yes.
Vice Chair Bradley,
Yes.
Chair Dudas.
Yes.
7 yeas, 4 nays.
Sorry, we're just doing some quick math. Because it requires 2/3, that's why, just for clarity.
So it's 63%, so it's not 2/3. Not 2/3 of members.
Okay, so I'm sorry, Councillor Hill, it is 63%, it's not 2/3 of committee members to get it added to the agenda. My apologies for that. But I'm sure that Dan would entertain your questions offline after the fact. Caitlin, you have your hand up.
Yes, Madam Chair, that is correct. The member can take their questions offline, and if they wish, they could seek to have it added as an information item on the next agenda through the councillor's report process if they wish to have it back before the committee for information.
So Councillor Hill, I don't know if you heard that, but you do have the opportunity to have it added to the agenda, to the next agenda. And the clerk's office could work with you.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay. So there's two avenues for you to do that. So I apologize, but we're going to keep moving on. But thank you for bringing that up. And I'm sure the clerk's office can work with you in terms of next steps. Okay, so we are moving on to notices of motion. And we have a notice of motion 10.1 from Councillor Kavanaugh. If you could read in the one regarding accessible recreation facilities.
Thank you very much. It's not too long. Whereas the City of Ottawa's Park and Recreation Master Plan sets a citywide target for ice surfaces of 1 to 20,000 residents and considers the redevelopment or expansion of arenas to create 6 new indoor ice surfaces in 2021 to 2031 period. And whereas Bay Ward's current population is 51,600 residents residing within the inner urban transect and expect to grow, whereas Bay Ward's only artificial ice pad indoor is Belltown Dome and has reached the end of its operational life at 44 years of service, whereas due to the site restrictions and current city policy, it is not possible to rehabilitate the Belltown Dome as an indoor artificial ice pad. And whereas the loss of this facility not only deprives Bay Ward residents found elsewhere in the city, but overloads the remaining city arenas to accommodate hockey leagues and other ice pad users displaced by this loss. And whereas the proposed Queensview Recreation Complex project is included in the development charges at a value of 112 million, and that the collection of these charges projected to commence in 2026 and extend beyond the current 10-year planning horizon ending in 2033. Therefore, be it resolved that the city staff consider the needs of Bay Ward and the inner urban transect as soon as possible when opportunities for multi-use facilities with arenas, ice pads arise. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor. And then you have a second notice of motion, 10.2, Belltown Dome replacement.
Yeah. Whereas the Belltown Dome, a geodesic ice rink built in 1979, has served as a beloved community facility for over 40 years, providing a unique recreational space and fostering a strong sense of community in Bay Ward. Whereas city staff have confirmed that the dome's ice-making infrastructure, mechanical systems, and building infrastructure are at the end of their life cycle, requiring $3.2 million in critical repairs, and that it will operate as a natural ice surface for the foreseeable future due to the prohibitive costs of replacing the refrigeration system. Whereas the City of Ottawa's official plan prioritizes the creation and maintenance of 15-minute neighborhoods, emphasizing access to local amenities such as recreation facilities within walking distance, which the Belltown Dome has long provided to the Bay Ward community. Whereas the City of Ottawa's Park and Recreation Master Plan, community centers, community buildings, and fieldhouse map recognizes this area of Bay Ward as a neighborhood identified in the Ottawa Neighborhood Equity Index as having disparities resulting in strong equity concerns. Therefore, be it resolved that staff be directed to engage with the community to determine the priorities and preferences for the placement of the Belltown Dome, ensuring a thorough and inclusive public consultation process. And be it further resolved that the staff provide a report to the Community Services Committee by Q4 2025, detailing a timeline for the funding strategy and construction of a new community building at the Belltown Dome site, timely replacement of the Belltown Dome with a facility that meets the long-term needs of the community. Thank you so much.
Thanks. Thank you, Councillor Kavanaugh. We have an inquiry under 11.1 from Vice Chair Bradley.
Thank you, Chair. I'll skip some of the preamble. This is about cash in lieu projects and wanting to get some information. So could staff provide the following information? Number one, project overview. How many cash in lieu projects have been successfully initiated and completed during the 2022 to 2026 term so far? Please specify the respective ward for each project. Number two, current projects. How many cash in lieu projects are currently ongoing? Please include the relevant ward for each project. Number three, staff allocation. How many staff members within Parks Planning Department are currently assigned to cash in lieu projects? Number four, project duration. What is the average duration for the completion of a cash in lieu project, specifically those involving the addition or renewal of park amenities? Number five, process and prioritization. Could you please outline the process and prioritization framework followed by the Parks Planning Department for handling cash in lieu projects requests? Number six, financial summary. What is the total expenditure on ward-specific cash in lieu projects for the current term of council? I understand that there's a review going on, but I'm just hoping to get this information in advance.
Thank you, Vice Chair. We have no other business and we have adjournment. Our next meeting is February 25th, 2025. Is adjournment carried?
Carried.
Carried. Have a good evening, everyone.